Sorry. Jace almost shook himself. Look, whatever it takes, man. You think of a way to get Marcus freed, you just say the word and I'm in. And Ty. The whole of 2-6, probably. I'm still thinking. I'll let you know. Dom slid onto the bike with his lancer slung across his back. Anya reappeared, swamped by an EOD blast jacket and a scarf that covered her hair and chin. If we're not back in a couple of hours... shit, I'll be on a charge by then anyway. See you later. Anya swung onto the pillion seat. She really didn't have to do this. But she'd always make herself do things that scared her, and that was the definition of guts as far as Dom was concerned. He was damn sure that her gung-ho mom had had to steel herself and get on with it more than once, no matter how confident she'd always seemed, and no matter how many medals got pinned on her. Any asshole could be oblivious to danger out of sheer ignorance or cockiness, and maybe that didn't matter as long as they did the job. But Dom knew what Anya saw and heard daily in ops, the terrible stuff that came over the radio and the video feeds, so she knew damn well what the stakes were. She'd heard her mom die, for fuck's sake. Desk jockey or not, she understood. And since Marcus had been gone, she'd been getting a lot more assertive. Now she was bending the regs to go out with Dom to pass Maria's picture around some roach-infested camp and ask if anyone had seen her. Hoffman turned a blind eye to it all. Dom gathered all kinds of intel while he was out, Hoffman said, so if Dom wanted to risk his ass and burn a little fuel getting it, it was okay by him. I can get away with anything with Hoff. I thought Marcus could too. The potholes and broken paving began about 50 meters outside the Jacinto wire, and Dom found himself weaving around obstacles. Maybe it hadn't been such a great idea to let Anya come after all. "Okay back there?" he yelled. The slipstream and engine noise snatched his words. He had to slow down anyway. If he bent the forks on this thing, he'd be in real, can't-get-out-of-it trouble. They'd stopped making parts for the bike years ago. It would cost time and resources they just didn't have these days. "Fine," Anya said. She didn't sound it. "Kind of." "Grab hold of my belt." She was gripping the small handle behind her seat, which felt precarious at the best of times. He could feel her knees brushing the back of his legs as she tried to hang on without making a fuss. "Or waist. But for God's sake, don't fall off. Marcus will kill me." It was just a figure of speech. Marcus had never so much as disagreed with him over an offside call in a thrashball game. But Marcus wasn't there, and his absence was an aching void. The guy had been so thoroughly stitched into the fabric of Dom's daily existence that all that was left now were holes. No Marcus on patrol to keep an eye on. No Marcus to swap rations with, and no Marcus to just give him that it'll-be-okay look when yet another sighting of Maria turned out to be a false lead. And those voids in Dom's day were now filling up with extra fears. Was Marcus getting enough food? Did he have some frigging psycho that he couldn't turn his back on for a cellmate? Was anyone giving him any shit? Was he scared? Yeah, Marcus got scared like everyone else. Everyone seemed to think he was above all that. Dom knew better. "I put in a request for a visit," Dom said. "They said 1 visit a month once his first 3 months is up. I didn't realize you'd written." "Sorry, Dom." She had a firm grip on his belt, but gradually her right arm slipped around his waist. Then she suddenly slapped her left hand over it, as if she'd been working up to letting go of his belt, and hung on for dear life. He'd thought he was riding pretty sedately. "I don't even know if he's received it." "Aren't they supposed to tell us that stuff?" "I should be finding this out. Damn, I'm supposed to be the admin expert. Hey, it's okay, we're both missing him. We're not thinking straight yet. He doesn't really mean he doesn't want to see us again, does he? Dom suspected Marcus really didn't, but for very self-sacrificing, Marcus-like reasons. He brazened it out. No, of course not. He tried to concentrate on what was around him. The route past the new stranded camp had been swept by patrols a couple of times, but grubs came up any time, anywhere. It was a case of maintaining situational awareness and opening up the throttle to get the hell out if anything cropped up. Stranded had their own kind of personal radar when it came to grubs, though, and the fact that there were any left alive 10 years after E-Day was proof. They had to stay one step ahead of these assholes. Dom wondered if grubs were just bone idle and couldn't be bothered to pick off small groups unless it was handed to them on a plate. He kept scanning back and forth, now alert to every shadow, swaying branch, or reflection off broken glass. It was a long, empty highway through a wasteland of burned-out cars and the stumps of buildings, the universal Saran landscape for the last decade, and he was looking for a fleeting landmark of sorts just west of the Ilima off-ramp. "See it?" he asked. "What?" "Smoke." "Got it." Stranded were good at digging in. Sometimes he didn't see a camp until he tripped over it. Centaur tanks were a lot higher off the ground, and the guy on top cover could see for kilometers on a clear day, but pack horses and dills were too low on the ground, and a bike was even lower. Smoke was usually the giveaway. Smoke or packs of dogs. Stranded who couldn't tap into a power line or fuel a generator relied on wood burners and open fires. This was one of those. Dom slowed down, giving the sentry plenty of time to check him out. He couldn't see anyone, but there'd be a guy on overwatch somewhere, and rehearsed his opening line again. Gears were rarely welcome. He had to be diplomatic. "Hey guys, I'm Dom Santiago. Have you seen this woman? She's my wife. She walked out of our home a year or so after our kids were killed, and I haven't seen her since." Most people shook their heads. Some didn't, though. Some got that look in their eyes that gave him renewed hope. He heard the barking start up and knew he was in someone's crosswires now. He was approaching a fuel station. No roof, no pumps, and no doors, with what looked like a junkyard behind it. "Anya, just keep behind me, okay?" he said. "They don't normally get awkward, but there's always a first time." "I've got my sidearm." "Yeah, but can you still use it?" "I'm requalifying. Rossi's helping me." "Okay, but leave this to me." Dom braked gradually to a slow putter and looked for a logical entry point so that he didn't look like he was trying to sneak in the back door. The bike still sounded throaty, like the muffler had blown somewhere, but at least whoever was tracking him knew he was there. Now he saw the first dog. It was a scruffy brown and white thing barking its head off. Then all its buddies showed up behind it to stand in a group, yapping. If they went for him, he'd shoot, but he hoped it wouldn't come to that. "Anybody home?" he yelled. There'd be a stranded security party along soon. "Dom Santiago, I'm looking for my wife." He waited with the engine idling just in case. He could still hear Anya breathing, taking in the occasional deep breath as if she was getting ready to run. As he stared at the fuel station, he saw the first sign of movement, and a skinny, middle-aged guy with a beat-up hunting cap and a rifle to match edged out from behind one of the concrete pillars. The dog seemed satisfied that their masters had things under control and trotted away. "And why'd she be here?" the guy asked. More stranded men started appearing behind him. seeing as she's got a soldier boy to keep her fed in the city." "My kids got killed and she went out looking for them," Dom said. He'd said it so often now that the words blurred into one continuous cadence of sound, stripped of meaning, like singing a song in a foreign language and having no idea what the lyrics meant. It helped him stomach them. "She never came back, you know what I mean, tipped her over the edge." A frank admission often did the trick. My poor damn wife went crazy. Half the survivors out here must have understood that level of despair. Dom studied the grim, haggard, suspicious faces and waited for the lines to soften and become baffled embarrassment, as they sometimes did. "Nobody here by that name," the guy with the hunting cap said. His rifle dipped just a little, and Dom noted one of the guys looking past him at Anya. "Don't even think about it, asshole. She's my brother's girl. You'll be wearing your junk for a pendant." "Santiago." Dom held his arms out away from his sides to show he wasn't going to use the lancer that must have been the first thing they spotted. "Maria Santiago. I've got a picture. Will you take a look?" The guy who'd been checking out Anya stepped forward while the other stranded covered Dom. He had a shotgun. "Tell your buddy to keep his hands away from his pistol." Dom heard a rustle behind him, as if Anya had decided to hold out her arms too. The body armor had done a better job disguising her figure than he'd expected. "No sweat, man. We just want to find my wife, okay? I can't offer much for the information, but I've got some hard candy for your kids if you want it." Dom waited for the shotgun guy to get within 5 meters and then raised his hand. "Okay, I'm going to reach under my chest plate and pull out the photo, so relax." The guy stopped and watched as Dom went through the motion that was automatic by now and slid out the photo of himself and Maria. More tattered every time, showing more creases, threatening to erase Maria completely one day. He held it up so the guy could see it. "I don't have many pictures of her," he said. "Just look and don't touch, you understand?" "Okay." The guy squinted and nodded. The man with the hunting rifle came over to look as well. "We'd remember her. Pretty lady, even if she looked a bit different now." "No luck, then." "Sorry." Dom reached slowly into his belt and took out the bag of candy. It was old and sticky, but kids would go crazy for it. "Thanks anyway. You ever see her, find a gear and tell him Dom Santiago needs to know. I'll make it worth your while somehow." Dom was used to abuse because his armor said one thing to Stranded. The COG, the government who'd hung them out to dry, and most of these poor assholes had been COG citizens before the hammer strikes. So Stranded saw no reason to love gears, and patrols often got stoned and spat at if they ever got close enough. Gears had an equally low opinion of Stranded, who could have enlisted and had 3 square meals a day. But Dom was careful to present himself as a guy on his own, worried sick about his wife and no threat to anyone. It usually worked. The shotgun guy took the candy, touched his cap, and stepped back. "Hope you find her, buddy," he said. "Really." Dom put the picture away and revved the bike. "Thanks. Stay safe." "We hear the grubs are all over you in Afira. We've seen 'em moving up corpsers, too. They're still keen on digging around the plateau." "Yeah." That hurt more than Dom imagined. "Nobody's safe now. Maybe we should learn a lesson from you guys." Dom turned the bike and roared away. Maybe they'd feel better for knowing that the cog was getting its comeuppance a street at a time. But it happened to be the truth, even for a never-quit guy like himself.
"Are they always like that?"
Anya asked. Either he was riding more sensibly now, or she was getting used to the bike, because she wasn't squeezing the breath out of him.
"The only way I can handle it is not to think about them. I was right there when Prescott gave the order."
She sometimes said that to Dom, almost confessional, as if she'd taken the decision herself. She was the ops room lieutenant. She just happened to be there. 10 years on, she still seemed to feel the need to remind him. He'd never heard her mention it to anyone else. "They don't forget," Dom said, "and I can't blame them. But some are more polite about it than others." He looked back over his shoulder for a second. "I'm going to ask about a legal appeal for Marcus."
"It'd have to be against sentence then, not conviction. He pleaded guilty."
"You know about this stuff, then?"
"Basic law's the same, military or civilian. If you admit you did it, you can't complain that the judge believed you, unless they find you confessed to something you didn't do."
"Okay, sentence it is."
"The judge advocate's officers are mostly doing supply work now with Major Reed. We don't have courts-martial often enough to keep them busy."
"So I see Reed?"
"You could try, or I could."
"I'll do it, Anya. I know it's awkward for you."
"Why?"
"You're an officer. Marcus is enlisted."
"He's a civilian by default now. Dismissed the service automatically."
"You know what I mean."
"No, Dom, you can't use that excuse for him now."
"It's not an excuse, it's regs."
"Well, screw the regs. I love him, and I'm not giving him up without a fight."
Anya had never actually voiced her disappointment that bluntly before. She sounded angry with Marcus, but that was pretty much like the early stage of bereavement.
"Mom would never tell me who my dad was. I'll be damned if I become another Stroud girl who's okay to screw but isn't good enough to marry."
"Aw, come on, you know Marcus doesn't think like that. It's the whole fraternizing with officers thing."
"He's in jail for dereliction of duty. Nobody gives a damn now who he did or didn't sleep with."
"And it's the way his upbringing made him. But he loves you, Anya. He's never looked at another woman, I swear it."
"He never even stays the whole night."
"He has nightmares. I mean bad." She paused, as if she hadn't realized that.
"Who doesn't? I can handle it."
Dom cringed. This was a conversation they had to have well out of earshot of anyone else. Painful, private stuff that people probably knew anyway, but nobody dared mention. Dom had known Marcus since they were kids, more than 20 years, and he'd become friends with Anya, an unlikely friendship, across class divides and across rank, in the last years of the Pendulum Wars. They'd all been at a medal ceremony, raw with grief and determined to close ranks against a curious world. Embry stars for Marcus, Dom, and posthumously for his brother Carlos, and Anya was receiving the Embry on behalf of her dead mother. It was an agonizing way to forge a friendship. It also made it rock solid. And Marcus and Anya, that's when it had all started. Marcus rarely said anything about her to Dom because he wasn't a gut spill kind of guy. Like Carlos used to say, you had to listen to his silences as much as what he actually said. But he loved her in that weird, distant, upper-class Phoenix kind of way. Maria had said it would never work out. Dom wanted it to work out better. But Dom knew it was just Marcus being Marcus. Not callous, not unfaithful, not even neglectful, just struggling to cope with intimacy and whatever side of himself that he felt he didn't dare let Anya see. She was right. The officer-enlisted divide was now probably more of an excuse than a reason. Damn, Anya was patient. A saint waiting for crumbs of affection. Dom could only think of it like the Tyran lynx, solitary cats that mated for life, but spent most of the year prowling and hunting alone, only getting together in season. Dom was too wary to do anything more than give Marcus an angry jab in the ribs occasionally and tell him to shit or get off the pot in case Anya got fed up and went off with a guy willing to at least admit he was dating her. She never would, of course. Dom could see her still waiting for Marcus in 40 years, if anyone had that long to live these days. Anya, he's my brother. He's my family. Dom had to get this over with before they got back to the barracks. I can't sit on my ass. I'm going to get him a lawyer. The Army wouldn't give him a really good one even if we had any. How? Lawyers don't do it for free even these days. I'll think of something. Anya didn't say another word. About a kilometer from the barracks, though, just as they were crossing Timgad Bridge, she patted him on the back. You're the best friend anyone could ever have, Dom. We'll get him out. And we'll find Maria. Promise. All anyone could do in a war was look out for the guy next to him. Dom looked out for Marcus, and now he'd look out for Anya, because Marcus couldn't. It was that simple. He dropped Anya off at the mess, returned the bike to the motor pool, and went back to his quarters, a metal-framed bed and a battered locker in what had been a side ward. Reitman Hospital was where the rich had once sent their lunatic relatives, and some nights Dom lay staring up at the egg and dart cornice around the ceiling, wondering what kind of poor tormented bastard had been locked in this well-meaning prison. Everywhere Dom turned, he was surrounded by prisons and madness now. I must be crazy, too. Who gets out of the slab alive? He opened his locker. He didn't have many possessions left, but one small item was worth something. A dull bronze medal with a red and black striped ribbon. His Embry star. Without Carlos, and now without Marcus, it wasn't worth shit to him. They said some people still collected them, which was mad in itself. But the whole world was fucking mad now. Maybe I can get a medical appeal for Marcus. Battle stress. Nobody wants to talk about it. Admit they've got it, least of all Marcus. Stigma my ass. He doesn't have to prove himself to any bastard. Dom took the medal out of its small leather box and rubbed it on his pants. The inscription was just his name and rank, and two simple words. For courage. Courage. It was every day, every hour, every minute. Dom couldn't see the line between what he did at Asfo Point and everything else he made himself do when he couldn't face the next second. Whatever Marcus was going through now would be a damn sight harder than taking on the Indies at Asfo Fields. And he'd be doing it alone. Chapter 7. Why would anyone want to escape from the slab these days? It's probably the safest place in Jacinto now. There'll be people breaking in to hide there before too long, mark my words. Kenneth Heugel, former warder at CPSE Hesketh, a.k.a. The Slab. Latrine and shower block, The Slab, 11 AE. Nico checked each toilet stall, pushing the waist-level swing doors open, as if anyone could possibly hide behind them. Reeve waited. It had to be important for a screw to risk coming down here on his own. So he keeps his nose clean, Nico said at last. He seemed satisfied they wouldn't be overheard and pressed a small, paper-wrapped package into Reeves' palm. "He's not looking terrific, though, is he?" Reeves squeezed the package and estimated there were 5 roll-ups in it. Not bad pay for keeping an eye on Marcus Phoenix. "He's not eating much." "See that he does." "He's built like a brick shithouse. I can't make him eat his greens." "But that's what I'm paying you for." It was simplicity itself to kill someone. Adequate planning and a steady hand. That was what it took, and Reeve could have written a textbook on it. Keeping someone alive when they'd lost the will was much harder. Nico gave Reeve that warning look, chin lowered. A faucet dripped somewhere. Ironically, the place smelled less like a lavatory than D-Wing. It was easier to keep clean. Nico tapped his pocket. "I've got 2 letters from his girlfriend." "So?" "So I need to know if it's going to tip him over the edge. Some guys it keeps them going, but some just go mental. Can't bear to be separated, can't bear to think what she's getting up to with someone else, whatever. So put him on suicide watch." "We don't do suicide watch." "Yeah, half the guys in here aren't exactly the relationship kind. And then there's the guys who prefer dead ladies anyway." "Just tell me, is this going to help or make things worse?" Prisoners were allowed a letter a week or 1 visit a month. Reeve couldn't recall ever getting either, but his customers didn't make house calls. One of the arsonists had a couple of visits from his mom some years ago, but then she'd stopped coming and everyone assumed she was dead. Most people in the outside world were. The whole world. Wonder what it looks like out there now. "Let me find out." Reeve held out his hand for the letter. "You want to leave it with me?" "No." Nico narrowed his eyes. "It's personal." "Ooh. The governor's checked it for security shit. You can take that look off your face." "Come on. What could anyone possibly write in a fucking letter to a lifer that would compromise security? We're safer in than out. And not just for ourselves." "Rules," Nico said. "I don't make 'em." He turned and walked off. Reeve waited for his footsteps to fade on the broken floor tiles, taking the opportunity to liberate a frayed floor cloth from one of the buckets before ambling back to the main floor, laughingly known as the recreation area, as if everyone enjoyed a piano recital and cocktails there of an evening. Normally he could predict who'd be where at any given time and what they'd be doing. There was only so much time that the 40 or so guys who weren't in solitary could spend tending the gardens or trying to keep this glorified hovel clean. The mycoprotein vats in the East Wing were automated and only needed shutting down and cleaning every couple of months when somebody got a seriously bad dose of shits from food poisoning. Busy was good in this place, though. Busy meant you were still alive instead of wide awake in your coffin, Reeve decided, and stopped the more antisocial residents from slicing you up out of boredom. "You noticed that yet, Marcus? Have you noticed how different we all are? Prison's like the army, despite the dirt. It has ranks and rules. Every society's like that." Everything happened on the main open floor of D-Wing. The screws could see most of what was going on from the safety of the gallery or the gantry, if they gave a damn, and the lags had the illusion of privacy, at least from above. But not from your fellow guests, of course. "Hey, Chunky," Reeve called. The little guy was sitting in his cell, cross-legged on the bed, working away at that damn blanket with a single needle. He'd blagged some more scraps off someone then. "Can we see what it is yet?" "Patience, son. Chunky said. "It's a map." "Now, if you were in here for knocking over a bank, I'd be interested." "And if I'd buried the stash somewhere, it'd be worth shit now. But a rug, that's another thing." Chunky tucked the needle in the top pocket of his overalls and held up the chaotic mass of cloth, about the size of a big bath mat. "Getting there, a square at a time. Nearly done." "Bit small for a blanket." "It's a rug," Chunky said, as if he was teaching Reeve a new word. "And it's crochet, not goddamn knitting." Reeve couldn't make out any detail in it. It was a steadily growing raft of all kinds of stuff. Thin slivers of cloth, bits of wool, thick thread, even dog hair. Or at least Reeve hoped it was dog. If there was a rag or anything remotely weavable being thrown out, Chunky would pounce on it. Still, it made sense to have a good thick rug, even if it didn't look much like anything. The floors here were either poured concrete or granite slabs. In winter, it was cold enough to freeze the balls off Embree's statue. Reeve fished around in his pocket and took out the frayed floorcloth. The knitted cotton yarn was already unraveling, so all Chunky had to do was finish picking it apart. "Compliments of the house," he said. Chunky grinned. "I bet your mama always told you what a good boy you were, Reeve." So there was another neighbor who'd owe Reeve a small favor one day. Life in the slab was mostly a delicate balance of favors and diplomacy, occasionally interrupted by unpleasant things that Reeve could forget had ever happened if he tried hard enough. The rules weren't the same ones the outside world was used to, but if you followed them long enough, they seemed perfectly normal. Even a shithole like this was quiet routine most of the time. Violent offenders, he loved that word, offenders, like they all belched in public or something, couldn't keep it up all day, every day, any more than a thrashball player could. But it was unnaturally quiet today. Reeve could see a row of asses ahead as a dozen or more guys leaned over the checkers table in a huddle, looking as if they were studying something. The indie guy everyone ignored as if he didn't exist, Ed Wayne, hovered on the fringes like he usually did. When Reeve got close up, he could see everyone was jostling for a newspaper, which were pretty thin on the ground these days. "So how old is this one?" he said, trying to get a look in. He cast around to check where Marcus was, but couldn't see him. There was no sign of Marino either. 6 months? 3? "A week." That was Lucar's. His nose was almost touching the paper. The guy hadn't had a new pair of glasses in years. If the cops had only had the sense to take his specs away the first time they'd arrested him, they might have saved a few lives. "It's even got an up-to-date map." "Of what? Somewhere else none of us are ever going to go?" Reeve spread his shoulders a little to ease his way into the pack without starting a fight. Now he could see it. It was a mauled copy of the Jacinto Daily, which was now more like an occasional weekly sheet because they didn't have enough newsprint and everyone relied on the state radio or Afira World Service anyway. And it was a map, all right. It was one of those graphics things that journos loved. A map of the Afira Plateau centered on Jacinto, with all the grub front lines drawn in and marked by almost cartoonish images of drones. Reeve had only seen them on the TV news in shaky, badly lit recon footage. But they didn't look funny at all. The other thing that didn't look funny was the lines. "They're getting fucking close," said Lucar's. "Look." He traced his finger along what would have been contour lines or something. Reeve could see the granite areas marked out in black, the places where volcanoes had erupted millions of years ago and been eroded by time, leaving the plugs of lava as granite and basalt. The slab stood on one of the smaller ones, things they called side vents, cut from the granite itself. The boundary of the granite wasn't a smooth line, though. It had lobes, almost like petals of a flower, narrow bits that stuck out into the softer ground, and the slab was on one of those. For a moment, Reeve felt the place was stuck on a pier and that it could be surrounded and cut off at any time. "They've got to get in first," he said. Yeah, that was right, wasn't it? Remember why they put this place here? So nobody could tunnel their way out. If we can't get out, they can't get in. Lucars straightened up and took off his glasses. He looked more like a bank manager than a bank robber. "You ever heard of climbing over walls, Reeve, or flying? Those assholes have reavers and ladders. They've had 10 years to fly in and fuck us up. Why now?" "Why 10 years ago? Because they're grubs and they just kill humans. It's what they do." Most of the huddle broke up and wandered away, leaving Lucars leaning on the table and staring at the map as if he was planning a raid. Reeve looked up and saw two of the warders, Gallego and Campbell, leaning on the gantry rail and just watching. Reeve snatched the paper from under Lucar's hands and held it up like laundry. "So, have we got an evacuation plan?" he called. Gallego shrugged without moving his arms. "I'll ask the department." They didn't even have a fire drill. There was a muster point in the gardens if the fire alarm went off, but they'd still be stuck inside a locked maze with 15-meter walls until someone found another secure place to take them, and he wasn't sure that the COG had anything like that left. If he'd been Chairman Prescott, he would have had everyone quietly shot by now. It was the only sensible thing to do. But if they just opened the doors, how much difference would that really make? I mean, the world's up to its ass in homicidal monsters already, and maybe they'd take out a few of the human ones, too. The public address system whistled with feedback for a second or two before a metallic, nasal announcement made Reeve's fillings rattle. "Prisoner Alva, report to the infirmary for your appointment. Prisoner Alva." Well, the medic was still paying the occasional visit, so at least somebody cared. Reeve wandered slowly back down the broad hall, glanced into Marcus's cell. Army tidy, the crabby blanket and threadbare sheets, tucked so straight and tight on the metal bed that you could bounce a coin off them, and wondered if he was in the East Wing. That was where the kitchens were. A guy could have accidents in there unless someone was around to look out for him. Reeve speeded up discreetly and started composing a good reason for going there that didn't make him look like he was kissing Marcus's ass. It would raise questions, and then everyone else would find out about the smokes, and he'd be hassled for them. A quiet life, that was all Reeve wanted. He was heading for the far end of the hall when he heard Chunky's raised voice. Someone was giving him a hard time. The trouble with long, straight halls was that you had to get pretty close to be at the right angle to see who was inside the cells, and Reeve couldn't hear the other voice yet.
"Hey, come on, why pick on me?"
Chunky was saying. He wasn't any trouble to anyone, at least not the other inmates.
"Don't, you asshole, you're gonna rip it!"
Then someone stepped backward out of the cell, not paying any attention to who was behind him because he didn't have to. It was Marino, and he had the rag rug in one hand. Just stupid, childish bullying, beneath Reeve's contempt in the real world. But in here it was a much bigger deal because this was all they had, the only pecking order they would know until the day they died, because for the COG, life meant life, and a sentence often meant life even when it wasn't. But this was Marino, and Reeve picked his battles. "It's a real nice rug," Marino said, laughing his ass off. He wasn't looking behind him. The boss, Wolf, didn't need to watch his back. "You can make another." Chunky was on his feet now at the cell door, almost in tears. "It took me 3 fucking years to collect the cloth, man." Well, we're none of us going anywhere, so...
That was the moment when Reeve saw Marcus appear behind Marino like he'd stepped clean out of the granite wall. Marino must have realized he was there a second later. Marcus just reached out, expression completely blank, and the next moment Marino's face was slammed against the bars and Marcus twisted his arm up behind his back. The first thing Marino did was to look up, checking who was watching. A sprained arm was nothing compared to a bruised reputation.
You're gonna wish they stuck you up against the wall, Phoenix,
Marino grunted. He was doing his best to look casual about it, but there really was no dressing it up.
Time to start looking over your shoulder.
Shouldn't argue over your knitting, ladies, Marcus said. He'll give you the pattern if you ask nicely. He peeled the rug out of Marino's hand and tossed it into Chunky's cell, then walked on, back turned on them. But his fists were balled. For a moment, Reeve expected the confrontation to erupt into a full-scale fight. Heads popped out of the other cells to watch, and he could have heard a rat fart if the rats hadn't already abandoned the place. Don't look at Marino. Don't make eye contact.
You want to finish this, Phoenix? Marino called. Then we can all settle down and get back to normal.
Reeve risked looking up behind him for a second just to see where Campbell and Gallego were. They were just watching. It was what the warders always did. Marcus got to his cell door and turned around.
Yeah, why not?
He said, like he'd been invited for coffee and cake. You've probably got nothing to lose, and I've got less than nothing. Then he went inside and sat down. The longer the silence went on, Reeve thought, the more Marino would feel he had to assert his authority. Now it was a coin toss, a gamble as to whether he could take Marcus or not. And Marcus had his back to the wall, quite literally. I can't just stand here. Can I? Everything told Reeve to let them get on with it. Marino started walking from the far end of the hall, a casual stroll for a few paces, then speeded up. The guy didn't exactly have a choice now. There were rules in here, the things that kept the place stable. Someone had to be top of the pile. Marino obviously wasn't so cocksure of his position that he could laugh off Marcus, though, and he paused at the cell door for a split second to reach into his back pocket. That was a mistake. Marcus was on his feet instantly. There was a loud crack like a chicken wishbone snapping, and Marino stumbled backward from the door. He might have fallen, maybe he'd tripped. Either way, he scrambled to his feet as Marcus came at him, pulled his blade from his pocket, and lunged upward. Reeve didn't see if it connected or not. He just watched Marino headbutt Marcus, knocking him back a pace, and then Marcus just went for him. Shit, the blow didn't slow him down at all. He landed a hell of a punch in Marino's face and followed it up with his elbow. Marino fell flat on his back, and Marcus just jumped straight on him, on his knees, fist raised again. That was the moment when Reeve found a reflex he didn't even know he had and dived in to grab Marcus's arm. It was a good way to lose some teeth. Reeve braced. Marcus seemed to snap out of it instantly and stood up, flexing his hand. Marino got to his feet, blood streaming from his nose, just as the barking started and the wooden door flew open. Parmenter came out with a crazy, snarling Jerry almost standing upright on the end of his leash.
Right, you assholes, break it up!
Jerry took a lunge at Marino first.
Everybody back in their cell. Phoenix, hands behind your head and face that fucking wall. Marino, get out of here! And you, Reeve, what are you gawping at? Piss off!
Marcus just meshed his fingers behind his head and turned around. Marino looked stunned, possibly because nobody had seen a warder come down to deal with a fight before, even when it was pretty well over. Parmenter didn't even mention the blade. Maybe he hadn't seen it, but he wouldn't have cared if he had. Reeve dodged around Jerry's snapping jaws,
He was still sure that dog was all mouth like his handler, and took a slow walk back, looking over his shoulder while Marino completely ignored Parmenter and watched.
Okay, it's solitary for you.
Parmenter grabbed Jerry by his collar and held him at arm's length while he shoved Marcus in the back, a sort of half-hearted attempt at being a hard case.
You hear me, Phoenix? If it was up to me, I'd just let the damn dogs have you. But I've got orders not to do that, so I'm going to think up some other ways to make your stay here memorable. Move it.
Marcus walked out ahead of Parmenter and didn't look back. Reeve watched the door close, hoped that Nico realized it was out of his hands now, and glanced up at the gantry. Campbell, a pretty quiet kind of guy, was still leaning on the rail. Just as Marcus passed under the gantry, Campbell spat over the side. "Bastard," he said. His son was a serving gear. He pushed himself off the rail and walked away. "You're gonna get yours." It could have been an empty threat, a prediction, or a promise. Whatever it was, Reeve could do nothing, and he was worried. And it was nothing to do with losing his payment of smokes. Staff Offices, the Slab. Nico shoved his time card in the machine outside the deserted staff room and wondered if he was the only bastard left on Syrah who could be bothered to work. Osmond had called in sick, busy drinking more like, and Nico had given up his day off to cover, with the promise of extra food rations for his trouble. But Campbell, Galley, and Lasky should have clocked in by now. He couldn't see them. He leaned over the stairwell and took advantage of the echoing acoustics. "Galley, if you bone-idle assholes are playing cards again, I swear I'm going to swing for you." Nico didn't like 1400 to 2300 shifts at the best of times. He got up in the morning, cleared the chores if his wife was working days at Jacinto Medical Center, and then the whole day was suddenly gone. He'd get back home just after 2400 to find nothing on the TV or radio, and Maura waiting to tell him what a shitty day she'd had, because every day was shitty at the hospital now. Rust lung, burns, simple infections turning fatal because they were running out of antibiotics, and occasionally gears with terrible wounds when the military medics were overwhelmed. Those seemed to upset Maura the most. Nico stuck his head into the staff room. Deserted, cold cups of coffee sitting on the table, plates stacked in the sink, and paused to listen for signs of activity elsewhere. All he could hear was the general burble of conversation and occasional raised voices as prisoners gossiped and argued. If he'd recorded that and played it to folks without telling them the location, they would have thought it was just a regular bunch of guys in a warehouse or big echoey workshop, not a garbage can for the most dangerous criminals in the cog. He couldn't even hear the dogs. Just the murmur of voices and the clank of tin mugs and cell doors, the usual sound of 50 men rattling around in a space built for 1,000. Great. Leave me to fill out the handover sheets, why don't you? He took the clipboard off the hook by the range. How many goddamn times did he have to warn these guys about not leaving paper near a heat source? And walked out onto the gantry above the main floor. All he had to do was tick the roster to say all prisoners were present, alive, and relatively healthy. He could do that easily from up here. Nobody had stabbed anyone else for a good couple of years. The place had found its own equilibrium. He'd go check on the psychiatric block later. "Hey, Edwayne!" The Indie looked up from the grimy mop he was pushing around the main floor. The inmates were on cleaning duties, which was going to make the head count harder. "Any guests checked out since 0600? Edwayne cocked his head as if he was counting. "Alva went to see the medic some time ago. The cog's in solitary.
It took Nico a second to connect Cog with Marcus.
Damn, what had he done? Get Reeve. Know where he is? Cleaning the urinals, I think. So go pull him out.
Nico pointed at a spot on the floor next to the checkers table. His stomach was starting to knot.
Tell him to wait there until I get back.
By now, a small crowd had started to gather on the floor. They all looked up at Nico, accusing and grim. This was the other world. His was up here on the gantry. The inmates weren't out of control, not lately anyway, but Nico was suddenly conscious of the numbers again. 4 warders, even all 12, couldn't make 50 men do what they wanted unless they shot them from the gantry, and even then the staff still wouldn't win. The doors were locked, but this control was all based on an understanding, on consent. Humans looked for the normal in life, a way of getting along as a group. Just as the inmates couldn't behave like criminals every day, all day, the warders couldn't maintain disgust every minute. Eventually, there was always a glimpse of the person within. Nico didn't have the energy to hate strangers permanently. One of the longest-serving inmates, Seffert, looked up with his arms folded. He'd done kidnaps with big ransoms, and he hadn't tolerated late payment.
Phoenix got in a fight with Marino, he said. Campbell was shooting his mouth off.
That wasn't Campbell's style. Nico's mental alarm bell went off. He gave the growing crowd of prisoners a wait gesture like a traffic cop and headed for the solitary block. It had to be for Marcus's own safety. Marino wouldn't let up until he'd won and proved he was the biggest frigging baboon in the troop. Solitary wouldn't be a lot of fun for Marcus, but it would keep him out of harm's way, and that was what the chairman's office wanted. And maybe Marcus wanted to sit and fester on his own anyway. He wasn't remotely sociable. Yes, that was it. Nico had constructed the whole explanation and was halfway down the flagstone corridor of the secure wing before he heard the noise. The acoustics of the rambling granite fort were unpredictable. A few meters away, all he could hear was the echo of his own boots, but as he passed the janitor's storeroom, it leapt out at him. The staccato of wet thwacks, punctuated by grunts, as if someone was pounding a steak but couldn't maintain an even rhythm and was struggling for breath. And then a terrible voice, a man gasping but still roaring defiance.
Is that all you got? Is that all you fucking got? Go on, just fucking do it! Finish it!
It was cut short by another dull crunch.
Had enough yet, you bastard? Come on, asshole, you gonna just stand there and take it?
One voice was Marcus Phoenix. The other was Bradley Campbell. Nico took a few slow seconds to work out that he was listening to Marcus getting the shit kicked out of him. He tried to pull back the sliding bolt, but the room was locked from the inside. That was why they were in there. They didn't want interruptions. Nico started pounding on the steel panel.
Hey, what the hell's going on in there? Open up!
There was a second of silence, but the thwacking and grunts started up again.
Campbell! I said open this fucking door!
He was about to go and grab a set of keys when the lock rattled and the door swung open. Galley stood in the doorway for a second before Nico pushed past him and found Lasky watching Campbell, who was poised with his baton drawn back, lining up for a swing. And there was Marcus, just standing there, half turned away, knees sagging and making no attempt to defend himself. The baton hit Marcus in the lower back at kidney level with a sickening thud, once, twice. He swayed, but he didn't fall. Campbell steadied for another swing. Nico had a heartbeat to grab it or block him. His first reaction was to use his body weight and ram Campbell sideways to break it up, and the two of them almost fell. Campbell turned, face red with fury.
Nico jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Marcus. You want him? Then you'll have to drop me first. Nico took a step back to shield Marcus, drawing his own baton without thinking. It just happened. He didn't plan it, and he didn't have any control over it. He just had to do it. You heard me. Don't think I won't give you a frigging smack in the mouth. Galley and Lasky froze. It was like they'd sobered up in a heartbeat. Campbell just seemed to be getting his breath back. Nico was looking at buddies he now didn't know at all, reduced to animals and strangers, people he wouldn't turn his back on again. They didn't say a word. No, just ordinary humans. I know that, don't I? Seen it before. One kicks it off and we all fall into line and do the unthinkable. My boy's been wounded 3 times and he's still at the front, Campbell said. But this asshole decides to piss off in the middle of the battle because he's got better things to do. Nico resisted argument. Did he start this? Got in a ruck with Marino. Campbell was still watching Marcus, looking like he was waiting for another chance. You know the rules. We don't have any damn rules. I said, did he start this? Campbell still gripped the baton. He wasn't going to give up. My boy could be dead tomorrow and this prick's just sitting on his ass in here. We're not the fucking judge and jury, okay? Campbell finally holstered his baton, visibly running out of steam. He'd always been such a nice, calm guy. It was scary to see that person peel away and reveal the primal savage. Like you've never taught any of these shits a lesson? Yeah, but he's not some frigging nonce. He's damn well sick. Sick my ass! Nico wasn't squeamish. He'd thumped a few inmates in his time. They pushed their luck. They were lippy. They needed a lesson. But he'd never ganged up on one guy and beaten the shit out of him. This was a gear, for fuck's sake. Whatever the guy had done to end up in here, he'd spent at least 10 years at the front defending Tyrus, and that meant he'd earned some respect. Nico decided it was safe to take his attention off Campbell and see to Marcus, who still seemed to be concentrating hard on just standing up, staring at the wall like he'd collapse if he blinked. It was hard to tell how badly hurt he was. A trickle of blood ran down his chin into the patch of beard, and a cut above his eyebrow was starting to swell, but everything else was hidden by his singlet. He looked like he was having trouble breathing. Then he turned his head slowly to look at Nico, and that did it. He tottered, then sank to his knees and pitched to one side on the floor like a felled tree. Shit! Nico struggled for half-remembered first aid procedures. Facial trauma. Blood. Inhaling the stuff. Turn him on his side. Stop him choking. He tried to turn Marcus into a recovery position, but the guy lashed out almost like a reflex. Nico ducked. The swing didn't connect. Whoa, fella. Campbell, you got a cover story for this? Because if he dies, I'll turn you all in. Count on it. Now get a frigging doctor in here. Get an ambulance. You call an ambulance and it's official, Galley said. Do it, because the chairman's office is going to have our asses. You want to be drafted to the front, do you? Whatever crazed mob mentality had taken over now evaporated. Galley glanced back at Nico as he walked out. That chin-lowered, it-wasn't-my-fault look. But Nico just mouthed fuck you at him and went back to work on Marcus. If the guy died, they'd all be in the shit. Phoenix, can you hear me? Come on, fella, talk to me. Marcus was lying on his side now, eyes open, as if he was trying to focus on something on the wall. Nico kept a wary eye on those fists. Okay, I'm not going to touch you. We'll get the doctor to take a look. Marcus tilted his head back like he was struggling to focus. Just fucking finish it, he said hoarsely. "Go on. Kill me. Do me a favor." So he was still coherent, but that didn't mean a damn thing if he had a head injury. Nico had learned that much from his wife. These things took hours to show. Marcus tried to sit up. "Don't move until the medic gets here," Nico said. Marcus struggled to his knees. "If you haven't got the balls to kill me, then there's no point in me hanging around." "You want to die, is that it?" "You're catching on." Lots of guys think that way at first, but they deal with it. They manage. Marcus put his hand out to steady himself on a rusty filing cabinet as he tried to stand, but he missed and almost tipped over. Nico caught his arm and hauled him upright. For a second their eyes met, and he got another glimpse of something terrible and anguished within. "Gotta remember how he ended up here. His dad's been killed. That isn't helping." "The sooner I'm gone," Marcus said, "the sooner people outside can forget me and move on with their lives." So it was about his girlfriend, then. Nico understood that, too. "You know I've got to put you on suicide watch now you've said all this shit, don't you?" "Sorry to mess up your paperwork." "Can you make it to the infirmary?" Nico started worrying how he was going to keep Campbell away from him. "The doc might be some time." "I'm fine," Marcus said. He wasn't. It was pretty damn obvious. He held his hands out to be cuffed, but Nico shook his head. "Yeah, okay. Whatever." Nico checked outside to make sure Campbell was gone, but he could hear someone heading their way. Galley appeared around the corner, shaking his head. "They're swamped with casualties again," he said. "They've even got stranded at the checkpoints trying to get medical help. Things are going to shit out there. No ambulances, and they're not willing to fly out a doctor." "Bullshit." Nico caught Marcus by the biceps and steered him. "They did a house call for Alva, didn't they? Where is he, anyway?" "They took him in." "What?" "Took him into JMC for tests. Personally, I didn't think he was that ill, but then the slimy bastard can charm anyone." That didn't make sense. JMC didn't even scramble for heart attacks in here. "You signed him over to the hospital? They know he's Category A, don't they?" Too bad. Losing Marcus would land them all in even deeper shit than Alva going on the run. "Well, you can take the crap if he does some kid. Now piss off while I sort Phoenix out." "Look, I know you're mad. It wasn't how it looked." "You're a cowardly shit. You joined in." "I didn't touch him." "Yeah, but you stood back and watched, didn't you? Just get out of my face." Galley had the sense to clear off. Nico steered Marcus down the metal stairway to the ground floor on the other side of the main security zone. No easy task, given the state of the guy. Condensation dripped off the metal gratings above them like the aftermath of a storm. Still, the infirmary wasn't a bad place to be for a while. Despite the peeling paint, there were clean sheets, quiet, and some privacy to take a piss. The small 4-bed ward smelled of damp and disinfectant. "Sit down." Nico pointed at the unforgiving steel-framed chair next to the bed. "I'll do my best, but it's first aid, that's all. I'm sorry." Marcus couldn't even sit down properly. He waved away Nico's attempt to help him and settled with his elbows braced on his knees, head in his hands, taking shallow, ragged breaths. Nico took a risk and pulled up the back of his blood-flecked singlet to check out the damage. "Oh, shit," he said. Marcus was a mess. All Nico could see from his waistband to halfway up his back was purple bruising with red streaks that looked like broken blood vessels. The swelling must have come up fast, and that breathing bothered him. "Okay, just relax," Nico said. "What's stopping you breathing?" Marcus looked up very slowly, as if he was stunned by the stupidity of the question. "Pain," he growled. "He's busted your ribs." "Maybe." Marcus pushed himself off the chair and unfurled himself cautiously until he was almost upright. He must have been in a hell of a lot of pain. "I need to take a leak." "In there." Nico gestured to the toilet. "You gonna be all right?" Marcus gave him a don't even think about it look. "I don't want any help to hold it, thanks." "I wasn't offering. Look, if you die on me, I'm in the shit." Marcus just shrugged and hobbled into the toilet. Nico checked the drugs cabinet. Not that it was stocked with much these days, just salicylic acid painkillers and basic out-of-date antibiotics. Any drugs still being manufactured tended to end up at JMC, where there were nice, innocent patients who needed them. This was the first time that had been a concern to Nico. He was reading the label and wondering how many tablets a guy of Marcus's size would need when he heard him murmur, then the John flushed. "You okay?" Nico called. "Dumb question. What is it?" Marcus came out, zipping up his pants, and almost fell against the door frame. "I'm pissing blood. Kidneys. You'd know that. Basic combat first aid. Okay, you wait here. Sit down or something." Nico never called Mora at work, but this was an emergency. He picked up the phone in the orderly's cubicle and dialed.
ER,
the voice said.
"Can I put you on hold? We're busy."
"Honey, it's me. Can you talk me through something?"
"Nick, are you okay?"
"I've got an injured inmate and we can't get help." Nico tried to use the jargon. "Some facial injury. Punch in the face, probably. Blunt trauma to the lower back. Bruising, trouble breathing, peeing blood."
"Kidney damage,"
Mora said wearily. "Yeah, he said that. What do I do?"
"Keep an eye on the blood and give him complete bed rest. The head injury, if he hasn't lost consciousness, he'll probably be okay."
"Drugs?"
"No. His kidneys have got enough work to do as it is. Maybe mild painkillers and antibiotics in case he gets an infection. So watch his temperature, too."
"Is that it?"
"Just about. Anything more serious and he'll need surgery."
Mora paused. In the background, Nico could hear the hospital PA paging someone, the clatter of trolley wheels, and an alarm chirping.
"Nick, are you in trouble? Did you hit him?"
Nico felt oddly indignant. "Look, I stopped someone beating him to death. He's a gear who cracked up. He shouldn't be in here."
"Oh, God, you're not getting involved, are you? Never helps, Nick. Take it from me, just steer clear."
"Yeah, I'm doing what I have to. Thanks, honey. See you later." When he came out of the cubicle with the tablets, Marcus was sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes screwed up in obvious pain. He seemed to realize Nico was there after a few seconds and snapped back to that blank "I'm okay" expression, too late to convince him. "You better lie down, Phoenix," Nico said. "I got some advice from my missus. She's an ER nurse. Bed rest, painkillers, and antibiotics. It's all I can do, buddy. Sorry." Marcus just stared at him, then blinked slowly. "It's okay." He seemed to be building up to asking something, licking his split lip. "Why me? Why give a shit?" "You're a gear." You put it on the line, whatever else happened. I refused an order. Guys died because of that. Save your sympathy for someone who's worth it."
It could have been a rebuke, but he sounded matter-of-fact, almost apologetic. Nico had never bothered to put a prisoner on suicide watch before because the average inmate was generally nicer dead, and he knew Maura was right. He was getting involved, and there were people who could never be saved no matter how hard you tried. Maybe Marcus had nothing left to live for, and forcing him was cruel. But he did have something outside to cling to. Nico still had the letters in his pocket, the ones from his girlfriend. It might have been just what the poor bastard needed right then.
"Well, there's someone else who gives a damn," Nico said.
He reached into his jacket and took out one of the letters. He held it up so Marcus could see the handwriting on the battered cog military envelope. The reaction was instant, silent, and utterly broken. Campbell had beaten the shit out of Marcus without getting so much as a whimper from him, but the sight of that neat, methodical handwriting brought tears to his eyes. He stared, then shook his head.
"She needs to forget me. You have to read them." "No."
Marcus shook his head again, lips compressed as he drew in a painful breath.
"I don't."
He heaved himself onto the bed, rolled onto his stomach, and buried his face in his folded arms. Nico had a response for every damn thing in this prison except that. A man who quietly gave up on life. A man who looked as if he'd never walked away from anything.
"I'll keep them for you anyway," Nico said,
and slipped the envelope back in his jacket before leaving Marcus to it and locking the door as per regulations. Once he was outside in the passage, he took the letter out again. It wasn't his to read, but if this was a Dear John letter, then maybe it was best left undelivered. It had already been opened and resealed by the admin office. When he eased the flap open again, he found a photo inside and sheet of paper. The photo stock was so thin that he hadn't even felt it in there. On the back was penciled, "You looked away," and when he flipped it over, the image made him hold his breath. It looked like something snapped in passing in an army office. There was Marcus, wearing armor and a black do-rag with a sergeant's stripes on the front, standing in front of a desk and caught as he turned around to look at something off camera. Sitting at the desk was a really lovely woman, blonde, classy, effortlessly glamorous even in a gray cog uniform, and she was looking at Marcus with an expression that clearly said he was the center of her whole damn world. So that was what he'd lost. Not just his father, his buddies, and his honor, but a woman who loved him. Nico felt like a pervert for reading the letter. He unfolded the single sheet, and the first line was all he could manage. "Marcus, I'm always going to be here, waiting, no matter how long it takes, because you're mine, and Mom taught me never to take no for an answer." Well, damn it, Marcus Phoenix was going to read that letter, and he'd reply to it. Nico would make sure of it. He'd even find him some paper. Sometimes women did wait for men a very long time indeed, although few men had ever left the slab alive. Marcus will. He deserves better. Nico realized he was now thinking of him as Marcus, not Phoenix, or even prisoner B1116/87. He put the letter and the photo back in the envelope and made a note to check on Marcus in an hour. D-Wing, the Slab, 26 hours later.
2 MIA,
Chunky said.
He was still engrossed in his rescued crochet mat, cross-legged on his bunk like an old-fashioned tailor.
Normally, we've seen the bodies by now, but maybe they just dump 'em in the trash these days.
Reeve parked the food cart outside the cell. Chunky was a human security camera. He was getting on now and none too fit, so he tended to spend his time in his cell just watching and doing odd jobs that didn't need any muscle. He repaired stuff. The position of his cell meant he also saw everything that came and went, so he traded information, and Reeve was a regular customer.
Marcus is in the infirmary.
Reeve ladled out some mycoprotein casserole and a few extra potatoes. They were still some of the tasty yellow-fleshed ones at this time of year, grown in any spare patch of soil within the walls and sometimes no bigger than grapes.
Not MIA. We know where he is. How do you know?
Because I'm getting my ass kicked for letting him get into a fight.
Didn't think Marino hurt him that bad.
He didn't. The screws beat 7 shades of shit out of him. Chunky stopped looping the scraps of fabric and frowned at the pattern, almost looking through it.
All 'cause of me. I owe the guy.
He tugged at a stubborn knot.
Assholes. Parmenter?
Campbell. Chunky stopped completely and looked right at Reeve.
Now that's a surprise. Never had him down for a shithouse.
He shook his head.
So what we gonna do for Phoenix?
Reeve knew the outside world wouldn't have believed it, but even in a cesspit there was community, brotherhood. Inmates would shiv one another when society's rules were broken, but they would also close ranks, and he got the feeling that was happening now. Polarizing. That was the word for it. He'd read it in a very old management magazine in the latrines, its paper too stiff and shiny to be much use as toilet paper. If there was an uneasy truce between two groups, then an incident like this would draw battle lines and tribalism would take over. And as this place shrank year after year, as the numbers of inmates slowly fell and more parts of the prison were shut down, the closer and more volatile the community became. Smaller territories. Stresses any animal, they say. And that's what we are, right? The enemy's enemy thing kicked in, too. Marcus was one of their own now, whether he liked it or not. If the warders beat him, the whole prison took it as a personal affront. They didn't have to like him or even know him to feel that way. If he survives, then he's got to come back in here, Reeve said. So maybe we reach a deal with Marino to back off him.
How are we going to do that?
I'll think of something.
If he's so well connected and all that, how come this is happening?
It's the Army. Go figure. Anyway, better finish my rounds or Marino will slap me senseless for serving up cold chow. Reeve kicked the brake off the cart and pushed it to the next cell, clattering over ridges in the broken tiles. He wondered what his former associates would have thought to see him playing cook and delivery boy, a professional assassin reduced to household help. But he was still alive, and they were probably grub fodder by now. Prestige was measured differently inside these walls. Kitchen duties meant control of the food supply in a starving world, and Reeve liked that. It gave him much the same status as his ability to liquefy a target's brain with a single well-placed high-velocity round from 300 meters. And the food waste, the peelings, that had value too. Moonshine. This joint was an ecosystem with its own economy, a self-contained world. Even the glucose nutrient for the mycoprotein came from photosynthetic bacteria in their own little sealed globe. the only thing in the slab that basked in sunlight. Marino was still in overall charge down here. It was a gangland environment. Reeve felt comfortable with the familiarity, but still wondered if things might have been better under Marcus. But he doesn't want to play. He wants to die. He's stuck here, and he's shut himself in his own world. So where's Alva? Maybe he's got some seriously bad shit they don't want us catching. And I ask again, why keep us alive here? What's the fucking point? Habit? Reeve, for fuck's sake, we're starving here! Lucars yelled. The voices echoed for everyone to hear, but privacy in the slab was a thing you created in your own mind. Get a move on! You brewing? Maybe. I'll tell you where I stashed the potato peelings. Okay, asshole, 1 liter, but no more. Deal. That was binding. Everyone had heard him agree on a price. Liquor stills had to be kept hidden from the screws in the old days, but they were an open secret now because nobody gave a damn, and the staff didn't venture down here very often. They were as reliant on an uninterrupted supply of hooch as anyone else. It was currency. Reeve glanced up at the gantry and checked out Jarvie and Gallego. Normally, they'd stand side by side, but they were at opposite ends of the walkway now, like they'd had a bust-up. Jarvie gave Reed an almost invisible nod. I want to see you later, and looked away. He'd want his cut of that liter. Hey, Reeve, you friggin' wanked yourself deaf? That was Vance. He said dish out the chow already. It was just noise to reassure themselves. Reeve moved at his own pace because he could afford to. Like Marino, nobody was really going to risk fucking with him. You better clear your plates or I'm going to force feed you the painful way. Yeah, just get the fuck on with it. Some guys ate in their cells and some preferred the table. Edwayne, the indie sympathizer whose folks came from Pell's, still kept to himself in his cell at the south of the floor. He'd sabotaged a munition supply train in the Pendulum Wars and taken out half of Dormera with 700 civilians in the explosion, which put him in the same league as either a really prolific serial killer or a half-hearted grub. Reeve wasn't sure if that made Edwayne a terrorist or a successful enemy agent. He didn't fit in here any better than Phoenix did. He was the last to get fed, always. There was no reason for it except for the position of his cell. Reeve leaned on the rusting iron doorframe. Edwayne was poring over a piece of paper laid out on his bunk, or at least a patchwork of paper scraps that had been stuck together somehow like some kind of quilt. The choice is casserole, casserole, or casserole, Reeve said. What's that? Map. Edwayne turned it carefully so that he could see, holding it up by the corners like a delicate piece of lace. My worry map. Reeve filled the bowl and placed it on the small rickety table in the cell. Edwayne needed keeping sweet because he had skills that would be useful in an emergency. If he could blow up a train, he could do plenty. There weren't many technically minded killers left in here. You want to worry me too, Reeve said. Is that it? Edwayne indicated lines drawn on the map. Pieces of it were actually torn out of the copy of the Jacinto Daily that had been doing the rounds, the map graphic that showed how far the grubs had advanced. Edwayne must have thought the detail was pretty important to forego wiping his ass on it. This is how far they've come in the last 5 years. He indicated another very old scrap of newsprint right on the edge of the map. If they carry on at this rate, then we'll be overrun. Reeve stared at the paper. Damn, the guy must have saved odds and ends from the newspaper over the years and stashed them away. But he was an agent, a guy who was trained to operate behind enemy lines. This was the way he thought and worked, always keeping an eye out, always assessing the risk. Surrounded, maybe. This place is solid granite. But the sky isn't. Edwayne rolled up the map with slow care, like it was some ancient parchment in the National Museum of Ephyra. They have rivers and brumacks almost as tall as the walls. And on that day, we'll be fish in a barrel. We're trapped here. He looked up at Reeve for a few moments, almost smiling, as if he enjoyed seeing the penny drop so slowly. They'd had 10 years to obsess about this, but somehow Reeve, like everyone else here, thought in terms of grubs being beneath them, the literal monster under the bed. They didn't really do air raids. They didn't have paratroopers. They didn't need to. Not yet. Well, shit, Reeve said. If they haven't done it yet, they have a very long list of targets, I imagine. You want to wait to find out? You suggesting we do something? Oh, yes, I am. Over or under? I think we can tunnel. Come on, that's the whole reason this place was built where it is. You can't. We can. It's just going to take a long time. Edwayne stood and picked up the bowl of casserole. I'm getting out, even if the rest of you want to wait for those things to come and get you. The prison where people are too scared to try to escape. Only the cog could be so blindly obedient. But the government would move us out before then, surely, and this place is... shit. Maybe nowhere near as safe as we thought. No, they might not, and they might not even be able to when the time came. Blindly obedient. Edwayne had a point. Reeve realized that he was getting just as dumb and soft after so many years in here. Okay, he said. Are you telling me to be conversational, or telling me because I can get resources? Edwayne just raised one eyebrow and dug into the brown slurry, jabbing his fork around to find solid lumps. When did any of you cog ever have a conversation with me? Okay, I'm in. Reeve leaned out of the cell door to check the rusting, tin-faced clock on the wall at the far end of the floor. Nico Jarvie was still leaning on the gantry rail, ignoring Gallego, but he stared in Reeve's direction and tapped one finger discreetly on his wrist. Gotta go. I'll be back later. Nico Jarvie was probably going to go apeshit at him for letting Marcus run into trouble. Reeve parked the cart in the passage outside the kitchens and headed back to the latrines. If the Slab had the equivalent of a DMZ, of a no-man's land, of a diplomatic neutral zone, then the latrine block was it, a place where scores were settled, deals were done, and the unwary or weak discovered in the hardest way of all what it meant to be the bottom of the pile in a men's prison. Jarvie was waiting for him, arms folded, ass resting on one of the wash basins. Somewhere in the building, the dog started barking again. Sound traveled through conduits and vents and emerged in misleading places. Okay, what did you expect me to do? Reeve said, deciding to get his shot in first. You were the assholes who pulled him out and beat him up. I was off shift, Jarvie said quietly. Is it my fault your buddies can't read the memo? Didn't say it was. He started it with Marino. Okay, he was defending Chunky, but he should have known better. Jarvie was still very quiet, almost preoccupied. He had his keys in his hand and was staring at them as if one was missing and staring would bring it back somehow. Well, he's pissing blood now. Campbell busted his kidneys. When he comes back onto the wing, you're going to look after him like he was your virgin little sister, you understand? That means protecting him from himself, basically. Whatever it takes. I can't be here 26 hours a day. You want the smokes, you play sheepdog, that's the deal. You want the liquor, though. You know, I think I'd prefer Phoenix in one piece. I get it. Jarvie had to be on some kind of payola to look after him. You're getting a lot more than smokes for this. Jarvie looked at his keys again and shook his head. That frown wouldn't go away, the kind of frown you got when you were looking at something that upset and disgusted you. No, you wouldn't get it. Just keep him alive. The man's not well. And go get him something to eat. Come and knock on the security door when you're ready. The trouble with the Slab was that there was nothing to do in here but obsess over a small amount of information. Reeve tried to keep things in proportion, but the place was cut off from reality and the rest of the human race, and for all he knew, the rest of Ephyra might have been charcoal by now, except for a charade maintained by the warders. He fished around in the vat of casserole with a ladle to find as many decent chunks of vegetable and protein as he could, then headed for the security door that would let him into the next block. If Marcus is that important, just ship him out of here. Simple. Reeve rapped on the door and listened for the long sequence of jangling keys and sliding bolts. The door swung open and Jarvie gestured him through. As he followed the warder up the passage to the infirmary, he looked up through the grating that formed the gantry-level walkway and saw Gallego and Campbell staring down at him. It was hard to imagine Campbell belting anybody. Of all the staff here, he was about the mildest. Reeve thought that all the way down the passage until Jarvie opened the infirmary door and he caught sight of Marcus standing at one of the basins with his back to the door. For a moment, Reeve thought he was wearing some discolored purplish tank top. Then it all suddenly made sense. He wasn't. That was his skin, for fuck's sake, and the color was one vast bruise. No, it was a mass of overlapping welts and bruises. Reeve felt his stomach starting to churn. How the hell was Marcus even standing up? "Phoenix, bed!" Jarvie barked. "Bed rest, orders!" Marcus half-turned, hands still in the sink. Reeve, transfixed by that terrible bruising, could see what he was doing now. Marcus was washing his singlet. A couple of wrung-out pieces of fabric, socks or briefs maybe, sat on the soap holder. Seeing a guy like that, and in that state, doing his laundry, just stopped Reeve in his tracks. But he was a soldier. They had their routine, Reeve knew, and they had to keep their kit clean and tidy. "I'm fine," Marcus said. His face didn't look too bad, apart from a swollen lip and a black eye, but the rest of him was another matter. He was breathing like it hurt. Shit, it had to. "I'm done here." "You're not fine." "Urine's clear." Marcus wrung out the singlet, whipcord muscles knotting in his forearms. "Can't stay here forever." He shook out the singlet and frowned at it for a few seconds as if he was trying to work out which way was up. Then he started to try to put it on over his head, but as soon as he raised his arms, Reeve saw him flinch. He couldn't manage it. "Hey, leave that. We got some work shirts that do up at the front," Jarvie said, holding out his hand for the wet singlet. He walked up to Marcus and looked up at him like a worried dad. Reeves brought food. Sit down and eat it."
Marcus took a few moments to think about it, then sat down on the edge of the bed with elbows braced on his knees. He hung his head and ran his hands over his face for a moment, like a guy waking up after a heavy night's drinking. Jarvie squatted to look him in the eye.
"Look, Phoenix, I've told Reeve here that if you get so much as a splinter in your ass in the future, I'll have his guts for garters."
He gestured to Reeve to bring the bowl of food, then took something out of his inner jacket pocket, a few sheets of folded paper that he placed on the bed cover.
"It's his job to look out for you. Now damn well read this letter, eat the sodding food, and write back to your girl. I've even got the paper for you, understand? I'm going to get that shirt."
Marcus's jaw was set, but Reeve could see embarrassment getting the better of him. He blinked a few times.
"Okay."
Jarvie gave Reeve a scowl as he left. Get on with it or else. Reeve handed Marcus the casserole and a spoon. Marcus tried a mouthful or two, but gave up pretty fast and put the bowl down on the cabinet next to the bed. Reeve waited to see if he was going to open the letter, but he just stared at it, through it, expressionless. Reeve had never felt a damn thing for any stranger, and made sure he kept things that way. But this unlucky bastard wasn't a stranger now, and Reeve struggled to work out why.
"Just read it," Reeve said. "Write back. I know it's tough, but you've got to survive somehow. You've got to hang on to something. Maybe she'll visit."
Marcus looked up at him, now completely unreadable.
"If she came in here," he said slowly, "it'd break her heart. And if any of you assholes looked at her, I'd know what you were thinking, and then I'd have to fucking kill you."
He said it very quietly, very matter-of-fact, as if it was some necessary thing he really didn't want to do but would have to. It wasn't even a threat. It was a prediction. Reeve wasn't easily intimidated in his line of work, but Marcus was something far outside his daily experience. It took Reeve some time to work out what was bothering him. Damn it, he felt wrong. It was wrong to upset Marcus. Not because he was perfectly capable of snapping someone's neck if they pissed him off, but because he radiated some kind of unshakable decency.
Holy fuck. Am I finally going nuts in here? What the hell's that all about?
Reeve could switch off guilt and remorse with a single thought. He'd never given a rat's ass about what his targets felt, because that didn't do anybody any good and it didn't change what he had to do. But this was like tormenting a caged lion in some run-down zoo, pointless and demeaning because the creature just didn't belong there and couldn't use its lethal power. Marcus radiated a kind of battered nobility. There was no other word for it. Reeve didn't need to know he had the Embry star to see he was a hero.
"Okay," Reeve said. "You get in any more fights, I get stomped. Do we have an agreement? Think of my ass even if you don't care about your own."
Marcus had shut down again. There wasn't a flicker on his face now, and that odd light had gone out of his eyes.
"Hoffman." "You keep saying Hoffman. Who's Hoffman?" "Colonel." "Oh, right. You think he's asked for special treatment for you. Actually, this came from the chairman's office." "Yeah, Hoffman."
Marcus stood up and cast a shadow, the sure indication that the conversation was over. But he had that letter and the blank paper clutched in one hand, which Reeve took as a good sign.
"Okay, I'm done. Where's that shirt?" He walked to the infirmary door and rapped on it. Jarvie came back a few moments later and thrust a threadbare gray shirt at him. Reeve helped him put it on, and he shoved the letter and paper inside before straightening up and doing a credible impression of someone who wasn't in pain at all as he walked back down the passage toward D-Wing. Jarvie selected a key from the bunch chained to his belt, then caught Reeve's arm as Marcus walked ahead. "Not one scratch," he mouthed. "Not one fucking scratch, okay?" Reeve nodded. Yeah, he got it. Marcus paused at the next set of locked doors, and Jarvie opened and relocked them behind him one at a time. Maybe it was an army thing, but Marcus never moved his head when he walked into any space, just raised his eyes or stared straight ahead. When the inner doors to the main floor opened, it took maybe 20 seconds for the buzz to run along the cells and get the inmates to come out and watch. Marino was standing there too, leaning against the wall at the far end and just telegraphing unfinished business. Reeve's heart sank. Marcus was going to be bounced back to solitary in seconds. The silence was awful, and the dogs had started up again. Whatever the hell was making them bark was suddenly irrelevant. "Here we go," Reeve sighed. Then Marino pushed away from the wall and ambled back to his cell. Lucars, still staring at Marcus, started clapping. Then Vance picked it up, and then Chunky. And in seconds, Marcus was getting an ovation like some goddamn concert pianist. From the look on his face, he would probably rather have taken a punch in the mouth. Reeve could only describe it as baffled dismay. And Marino, is he biding his time? "Shit," Marcus grunted, then nodded and headed for his cell, walking a little stiffly, but walking at all was a massive show of strength. In Slab terms, he'd acquired a battle honor. Everyone knew by now what had happened to him, even if Reeve would still have to update them on just how bad a beating Marcus had taken. Whether he liked it or not, he was a goddamn hero all over again. Reeve got the feeling that was the last thing Marcus would ever accept that he was. Chapter 8. "I insist that you check on Phoenix personally at least once every 3 months, and I want a phone update every week. I know how easily the Slab loses inmates, and if you can't manage it, I'll do it myself." Chairman Richard Prescott to Dr. J. S. Andrus, Senior MHO, COG, DOH. COG Research Station, Azura. Late gale, 11 AE. Adam realized how few pictures of Marcus he'd salvaged when he tried to arrange them on the wall by his workstation in the main laboratory. He had 8. Marcus aged 4 with Elaine, Marcus at 10 when he'd started at Olafson Intermediate School. Damn, he came home with a black eye the very first day. And then 6 of Marcus from enlistment to the day he'd received his Embry Star. Adam tended to think of those as Marcus the man, but he'd been an unsettlingly adult little boy from the time he'd turned 5, when Adam had returned from deployment to Kashkur. He'd become a little adult while Adam's back was turned. Marcus decided he had to be the man of the household, because Daddy was away fighting the war and saving people. He'd asked why Daddy had to go to war, and Adam had told him he couldn't let the other gears down. "They're my friends. They're the people who'll look out for me so I don't get hurt. We take care of one another." Adam would never forget the rapt look on Marcus's face when he told him that, and how this small child had declared that he was going to be a gear too. He never wavered from that day onward. He kept his word even at age 5. And I wondered why he defied me to enlist, did I? I made it sound worth leaving your family for. So much loyalty and love and devotion in it. I never gave him enough of that at home. He had to find it somewhere, and he found it with the Santiago family and 26RTI.
Adam held 2 pictures of Marcus side by side, the one taken in his Olafson school uniform, and the one in the Royal Tyrant Infantry No. 2 service dress on the day of his passing out parade, and was struck yet again by how old and serious Marcus looked in both.
Yes, I remember how he got that black eye. Defending Carlos Santiago when he hardly knew him. Even then, instantly loyal, willing to do anything for his comrades.
Adam ran his thumb gently over the parade photo, wondering if it would fade in the bright tropical sun slanting through the window, and decided not to risk it. He'd have nothing left of his son if he lost those pictures. He paused and touched the photo to his lips, so proud of Marcus that it hurt.
I wasted all those years, and now I'll probably never see him again. My boy. My wonderful boy. Did I ever tell him that I loved him?
Sir? The voice made him jump. It was Captain Dury. Adam turned around, embarrassed, and slid the photos into his inside jacket pocket.
I'm sorry I was miles away.
We found it. Dury held out a perfume bottle with amber liquid slopping around in it.
I found it when we offloaded today. It must have fallen down a gap in the Raven's deck when we transferred your effects.
It was a nice euphemism for kidnap, but what else did Adam deserve? This was a kindness he hadn't earned. The bottle was the last remnant of Elaine's perfume. He folded his fingers around it and almost let tears overtake him, and wondered what kind of man went to all that trouble to find something so apparently trivial for a traitor, for someone who'd failed to warn humanity of approaching genocide. Dury was a battle-hardened veteran with something of the look of Hoffman about him, not so much his actual appearance, but the clenched jaw and visible disapproval of old money and ancestry. Adam tried not to mistake Prescott's orders to placate him for actual sympathy.
Thank you, Captain,
he said, pocketing the bottle.
This means a great deal to me.
Dury pulled up a chair and sat opposite Adam, with his elbows braced on his knees and fingers meshed as if he had a pep talk to give him. Adam was getting used to the Onyx Guard wandering around Azura as casually as infantry. He used to think that 26RTI, his own regiment, was the sole elite unit that defended the heart of Tyrus. But how wrong he'd been. The Guardsmen were now the defense force for Azura, as well as personal security for the chairman, complete with artillery and an air wing. They weren't ceremonial, and they weren't just black ops. This was where all the senior command and best scientific minds had been relocated after being declared dead or MIA. Adam was struggling to get used to this parallel world, this afterlife of elite souls in their well-fed, well-equipped, hidden heaven.
No, not souls. Ghosts. I am, anyway. A ghost. I'm truly dead.
And he'd caught sight of Julian Bissell. Bissell, whose memorial service he'd attended. Bissell, the Octus Medal pharmacologist. Bissell, who hadn't been missing, presumed dead at all, but was strolling around the grounds with his wife. His wife was alive. Elaine was not. Adam found himself still looking, still hoping that he'd been wrong about the remains he'd found in the hollow, and that this was another one of Prescott's elaborate cover stories. But it wasn't. Elaine was gone forever.
The chairman's going to call you later,
Dury said, jolting him out of his fermenting anger.
I don't want you to worry because everything's all right now, but your son had a spot of trouble at—"
"Oh, God!"
Adam's stomach plummeted. "No." Dury raised a forefinger without unmeshing his hands. "Hear me out. He's okay. He got in a fight and one of the guards assaulted him."
"Assaulted him?"
Adam's worst expectations rocketed from idling to overdrive.
"What the hell do you mean?"
"I'm not going to bullshit you, sir. One of the guards has a son at the front, and he laid into Marcus with his baton. Put him in hospital, basically. But he's up and about now."
Adam felt physically sick. All he could think of was Marcus, utterly alone, utterly without hope, being brutalized by thugs and perverts in that stinking hole. He'd fight back and get himself killed. Would they even tell him if Marcus was dead? Adam had no way of verifying anything. He wanted to run to Marcus and get him out of there. But he was on the other side of Sarah, a prisoner himself.
"Why are you telling me this?" he asked.
He caught a movement in his peripheral vision. He must have raised his voice because some of the technicians had turned around to see what the commotion was. He lowered his voice to a hiss.
"Is this the game you're playing? You let my boy be abused and tortured, and then tell me all about it to ensure I behave? Because if you think that's an effective way to motivate me, you've failed."
Adam leaned as close to Dury as he dared without letting his own rage tip him into grabbing the man's collar.
"Do not touch my son. Don't even think about it, do you understand? If I save Sarah, then I do it solely for him. For the day he's released, this is all about him."
Adam realized he'd said much the same to Mira, and that he meant it. Sarah was worth nothing if he lost Marcus. It was just a ball of rock and assorted organisms without him, not a living world. No wonder Marcus had dropped everything to try to save him. This was the example he set his son, to abandon duty for family. Perhaps set too late, but better than not at all.
And that's how it should be. I see that now. I should have seen it long ago.
Dury didn't even blink.
"I was just telling you everything, sir. If I was threatening you, you'd know all about it."
"Prove to me that he's alive."
"I'll see what I can do."
Dury leaned back in the seat, hands on his knees now.
"Look, the chairman rarely gives his word, but in my experience, when he does, he keeps it. And you and your son aren't exactly blameless, are you? So I think we're all going to have to learn to trust one another."
"Marcus served front line for nearly 15 years. He's not a coward. You know he's not a coward."
"Oh, I don't doubt your son's guts, sir. He's probably just like too many other poor bastards. He's finally succumbed to the stress. But as things stand, he's escaped a firing squad, and you should be grateful for Prescott's intervention."
Adam found himself sliding down into the abyss, searching for a deal, a bargain, a threat, anything to get Marcus out of there before it was too late. The prospect of his getting killed in combat was a nightmare enough, but that prison would be a slow, agonizing torment that would be far worse.
"You could bring him here," Adam said.
"If he's going to be in his 70s before he's released, if he lives that long, then he could serve his sentence here. I'd be a damn sight more motivated." Dury gave him a long look, then stood up. Adam knew they had an audience, but he didn't care now. He had no dignity left.
"When you talk to the chairman, you can raise that," Dury said.
Now he looked awkward, folding his arms as if he didn't know what to do with them when he wasn't holding a rifle, just like Marcus.
"We have a new resident. Might be of interest to you." They've just flown him in from the Slab."
For one blissful moment, the crushing tension in Adam's chest relaxed, and he expected the next word to be Marcus. The relief perished instantly, because he could see from Dury's grim expression that it wasn't. And he hated him for getting his hopes up and then dashing them, even though the man hadn't said a word or even implied it. It was delusion born of futile fear, grief, and self-loathing.
"Who is it?" Adam asked. "A prisoner. William Alva. A volunteer." "A volunteer for what?"
Dury shrugged.
"I'm not a doctor, sir. That's up to you and Dr. Bacchus. Anyway, I imagine anything beats getting glass and turds in your food and a broom handle up your ass. He's a pedophile, sir. 3 murders. Little boys."
The captain was a strange blend of the erudite and the profane, and seemed to know how to balance the mix for maximum impact. He gave Adam a polite nod and walked out of the lab, boots clicking on the polished cream terrazzo floor. Something had now numbed Adam. He tried to work out if it was what happened to pedophiles, or what might be done to Marcus, or what this Alva thought he'd volunteered for. He turned around in his chair to see where Jerome, one of the senior geneticists, had gone.
"Rex, was this Esther's idea?"
It wasn't what Adam was thinking at all.
"Marcus, what the hell have they done to you? Did she ask for volunteers?"
Jerome stepped out of the alcove where he was prepping slides.
"No idea, Professor."
"Well, he can't possibly know what he's volunteered for, so I'll be damned if I'll take advantage of him."
"Who?"
Adam couldn't tell if Jerome was playing dumb or genuinely so absorbed in his work that he hadn't heard the conversation. It was hard to ignore an Onyx guardsman and an angry discussion in a quiet lab, but Jerome might well have been the man to manage it. He gave Adam a baffled frown as he walked out and went in search of isolation. Ironically, Adam felt physically better than he had in a long time. His ribs weren't fully healed, but he was getting more exercise simply walking from office to office around the Azura complex, and the food was better. Back home, he'd been able to get hold of the best that Jacinto had to offer, even when supplies were running low. But the menu in the island's many facilities brought home to him just how desperate things really were back on the mainland, and how low his expectations had sunk.
"And they say they're having to make cutbacks."
The tower where his quarters were located rivaled the best hotels he'd known before Sarah had been ripped apart and burned.
"By me. I made the burning possible, didn't I? And the maelstrom. Damn, they even used my power generation research. I'm complicit in everything, whether I realize it or not."
He walked through the plush lobby, all mahogany and jacquard hangings, and thought he recognized the statuary in a few of the niches. Yes, it was from the Ushayev collection that his father had given to the National Museum on permanent loan. He thought of the ancient silver Kashkuri horse figurine he'd found himself in the looted ruins of Shavad's museum, and finally put to rest the regret about lost art, just as Helena Stroud had told him to.
"Marcus."
Adam stepped onto the elevator, an open platform that allowed residents to take in the full majesty of the vast vaulted lobby with its glass dome and slanted sunlight playing on ceramic containers of rare plants.
"Oh God, Marcus, what have I done?"
He took a slow step to the edge of the platform and looked down. Various people milled around with no apparent sense of urgency, and apart from the housekeeping staff who moved unnoticed in the shadows, not one of them was an ordinary human being. Elaine, can you forgive me? I've let you down. I didn't look after Marcus.
He had to stop this. He had to focus. He was no use to Marcus in this state. He strode down the wide carpeted corridor, boots almost silent on the thick pile, and shut himself in his apartment to sit at his desk with his head in his hands, just trying to center himself enough to come up with a plan. He'd had what felt like 5 minutes' peace when there was a tap at the door. He could release the lock from his desk. There was no point pretending he was out of town after all. "Come in," he said, pressing the release button. Esther Backos stood in the doorway, looking irritated.
You know you've switched your phone off, don't you, Professor?
Adam hadn't. He looked at the buttons on the handset and tried to work out when he'd pressed the wrong one. "I'm sorry, it's not been a good day."
I need to talk to you. Rex said you were concerned about something.
"I don't have time for this. Go away. Apart from what's happening to my son." Adam knew the gossip would be circulating faster than a particle accelerator. He allowed himself a little display of acid. "Yes. I'm told we brought in a volunteer for tests."
I find myself in the position of having to come to a physicist to ask for permission to make a clinical decision.
Backos made it sound like consulting a leper on manicure techniques.
We know this organism jumps the species barrier somehow. We absolutely have to do human tests as soon as possible.
He's a prisoner, and he can't possibly give informed consent for something like this. We don't have the information to advise him. We're floundering ourselves.
He rapes and kills children.
Is this some kind of high school ethics debate?
He's not being forced. He might not be harmed at all.
Backos looked like a perfectly pleasant, reasonable woman. She wasn't a monster.
He can repay his debt to society.
This isn't ethical. And neither was the Hammer of Dawn. Go on, say it. Go on, let's tie ourselves in knots again. Just because I did one terrible thing doesn't mean I can breeze straight into another. Backos looked fed up with him, arms folded.
This world will die of ethics, Professor. I don't like decent but dead. I prefer alive and remorseful. As do you, obviously.
This was the thin end of the wedge, easy to embark on when the victim was stereotypically repellent. But Adam feared the slide along the continuum to the moderately antisocial, through the undesirable and disenfranchised, and ultimately to the helpless who simply couldn't defend themselves. But the world's being poisoned, not just humanity, everything. The situation's different. No, this is exactly what ethics were designed for, the tough times, the extreme times. Adam sat back in his chair, scarcely able to believe he was taking this stand for the lowest form of human life when his own son was suffering and the entire world was under threat. It was the right thing to do, but he didn't trust his motives, and he struggled to work out whether he just wanted to persuade himself he was a good man who'd made some bad choices. In the end, it made no difference to William Alva. "You will not use that prisoner," Adam said quietly. "But I'll find you a human tissue alternative."
Oh, it's a case of teach yourself molecular biology in a weekend, is it?
Some things became very clear very fast. The lightning bolt of clarity over big issues had hit Adam more than once in his career, simpler than choosing between tea or coffee, instant in the panoramic and perfect view of the crisis that it gave him. "I'll do it," he said. "I'll be the test subject. Use me.
House of the Sovereigns, Ephira.
Colonel, I'd like 5 minutes.
Prescott's voice cut through the hubbub of conversation in the crowded corridor outside CIC. There wasn't really enough room for HQ personnel in the building, but all Hoffman had to do was wait a few more months and the grubs would grind the cog down to the right size to fit. He debated whether to pretend he hadn't heard and just stride out the door. But the corridor was now lined with trestle tables for relocated personnel who didn't have workstations, and it was a classic choke point for an ambush. He was stuck in the kill zone. At least Prescott had learned something in his brief time as a gear officer then.
Chairman,
Hoffman said, turning.
Here or in your office?
Prescott beckoned him to follow and headed for the men's bathroom.
Great. A piss-pot parliament. Maybe he thinks I'll respond better to the common touch.
But it was closer than walking back to Prescott's office. Hoffman followed him in, cast a wary eye around for boots under the stall doors, and leaned against the green and gold tube-lined tiling with his lancer over his shoulder. Saw teeth clinked against the ceramic.
I can't help but notice a general depression settling in HQ, Prescott said. I need to know if it's about the situation generally or a reaction to Phoenix's sentence that's lingering rather too long.
Hoffman held Prescott's gaze for a few beats while he worked out what the hell the man was actually driving at. Prescott knew damn well what the state of play was. He had that politician's radar, that ability to taste the air like a cobra and work out where the despair, weakness, and hope was trying to hide before he uncoiled and sank his fangs in it.
You want me to order them all to cheer the fuck up then, Chairman?
Hoffman hurt. As the weeks went on, he felt worse about Marcus and less able to understand either his own reactions or Marcus's behavior. Dom and Anya weren't exactly ignoring him, nothing so hostile. But the looks on their faces said he'd cut their hearts out and that nothing would ever be the same again. A desperate thought went through his mind.
Look, if you said the word, Phoenix could be out of there tomorrow. Call it what you like. Stick him in a penal battalion, the suicide squad, however you want to dress it up. But he could be back on the front line in 26 hours. And what message does that send to the other gears? That we need every man we can get?
Hoffman had once thought he could guess where Prescott was heading, but he'd been left in his dust for the last few years.
I did it by the book, Chairman, because that's exactly what Sovereign's regulations are for. They save us from not knowing what to do when guys we like and admire break the rules. No favor, no prejudice, no argument. Phoenix did it. I wish to God he hadn't. We miss him. Hell, I miss him. But what do I do? That's my point. If he returns.
Prescott was staring at something on the tiles just above eye level. He reached out and rubbed at the gleaming ceramics with his forefinger, and then inspected whatever had come off on his fingertip.
If he returns, it causes offense to the comrades and families of the men who died. It signals a breakdown of discipline. It may even look as if we care more about the sons of the elite than about the average gear. So you're actually telling me no change, then? Have I missed something? No. I plan to reassure Phoenix's comrades that he isn't being starved and violated in prison, which might be something of a compromise. He's already getting into fights, and he's been beaten up by the warders. I've asked for a regular medical report on him with proof of current welfare. God damn. Does Anya know? Maybe Marcus had really cracked up after all, whatever the medics had said about his mental state. He had a hell of a temper, but it had always been channeled into the right places until now. Is he okay? He's a tough man to kill. It wasn't an answer. Are you ordering me to release him or not, sir? Ah, Hoffman finally got it. Or so he thought. Prescott did want Marcus freed, but he didn't want the responsibility if there was a backlash. If so, you have to order the Judge Advocate's office to do it under the Fortification Act. I don't have authority over a civilian prison. Hoffman struggled to work out Prescott's strategy. The JA's office was a 22-year-old asthmatic admin clerk with terminal acne who'd failed the fitness requirements to enlist front line, so he wasn't going to put up a fight. And the judiciary was reduced to magistrates' courts that handed out fines for petty crime in the shape of reduced rations, or a firing squad for the really serious offenses. A dying world didn't have the resources to waste on trials, ordinary prisons, or appeals. So whatever Prescott wanted, Prescott could simply have. One gear, even a guy like Marcus, couldn't possibly have any political value for him. Adam Phoenix had been a man Prescott liked to keep sweet, but he was dead. Nobody seemed to be running the technical side of the war effort now. For a moment, Hoffman tried to imagine what Adam's reaction would have been to his son's disgrace. It was painful. No, Prescott said. I'm just going to monitor the situation, and I want you to keep me apprised on general morale. Like I don't do that every chance I get, anyway. Hoffman was now too confused and busy to worry about Prescott's agenda any longer, and he had to see Anya with the bad news. Great. Very good, sir, he said flatly. I'll update you later. Hoffman escaped while he could and wove his way through the congestion in the corridor to the ops room. There were two captains ahead with their backs to him, lost in conversation as they ambled along. Regimental cap badges were now largely sentimental rather than organizational in an army shrunk to almost nothing by the war, and even rank didn't work the way it used to. But Hoffman clocked the officers almost subconsciously as Sovereign's hussars. Then he caught a waft of the conversation. Makes a change for 2-6 to deal with their miscreants instead of pinning medals on them. And that was it. That was just what he needed to press the button after weeks of 2-hour naps instead of real sleep, and with the weight of guilt crushing the breath out of him. He took 4 fast strides and almost tailgated the 2 hussars. Yeah, Captain, but my miscreant gave every drop of goddamn sweat he had for 15 years before he disobeyed me, so I'll thank you to keep your fucking opinions about my boys to yourself, Hoffman snarled. The 2 officers turned around, stunned by the outburst, and even took a few paces back. You got somewhere else to be? My apologies, sir, one of them said, but it didn't look like he meant it. Won't happen again. The busy corridor was completely silent for a few seconds too long as the officers walked off double time. Hoffman wanted to vanish into the carpet. But he would have felt far worse if he hadn't spoken up. Okay, he knew 2-6 RTI's reputation, earned over centuries. Too much influence on policy, too much of the defense budget, too cocksure of itself. And he knew his own reputation, too. An over-promoted grunt who would never have an officer's polish or judgment as long as he had a hole in his ass. But I got the job done. Until now. He strode into ops with his head down, wondering how the hell he would get his gears back on task if he couldn't move on himself. Anya still smiled when she saw him, but it looked like an effort. Her face was a lot thinner. The gray shadows around her eyes said she'd spent last night either crying or lying awake in utter misery. "When did you last eat, Lieutenant?" he asked quietly.
"I'll get something later, sir."
"I'll make sure you do." Hoffman should have done this over a coffee, but he hated keeping anything from her. He just had to package it right. "Prescott's decided to keep more of an eye on Marcus's welfare. Seems he got in a scrap or two, but he's okay now. Has he written back?" Anya tried to put on her coping face, but she wasn't doing a very good job of disguising that fear in her eyes.
"No. Dom's still trying to get a visit arranged. Everything takes so damn long."
"Is the goddamn prison dicking with him?"
"No, I think Marcus is refusing to see him. Dom thought he might."
Anya suddenly looked down and took an unnaturally keen interest in the papers on her desk.
"Wants us to forget him."
Shit. That was something Hoffman should have seen coming. Marcus always got unswerving loyalty without even trying, but he didn't want it. Maybe I should have handled him, sat on it, dealt with it inside the tent. But it was way beyond too late now, and veering between remorse and justification wasn't going to resurrect the Gears who died at Chancery. "I'll see what I can find out," Hoffman said.
"Anyway, sir."
Anya looked up again, freshly composed. Egel walked by just behind her and glanced at Hoffman with that look that said, "Bastard."
"Guess who showed up? Private Salton's back. Do you want to see him?"
"Where is he?" The sniper hardly ever came back to base, living like a feral cat far outside the wire for months at a time, watching and waiting, just a voice on the radio. The stranded didn't come in to volunteer intel. Pad went out and got it. "I'd better debrief him."
"Gone out to the unknowns for a smoke."
"Okay, Lieutenant. Keep me in the loop. I'll be on the radio." Hoffman went out the back entrance to the vehicle compound, an open space that had once been rose gardens but had been leveled to create space for the drawdown from Ephira. Some things were sacred, though, and nobody was going to dig up the gardens that continued beyond the retaining wall, the tomb of the unknowns, the cemetery for the Cog's fallen war heroes. The gravestones mostly had names, except for the one genuinely unknown, with the eternal flame set in a plain black marble chalice on the chipped gravel surface. Hoffman wouldn't allow so much as a single pebble to be touched. But then nobody had asked. He made sure he walked through the cemetery at least once a week to pay his respects. As soon as he turned left at the end of the wall and walked through the archway, he could see Pad's red hair like a beacon, albeit a fading one now. He was looking down at one of the headstones with his long-shot sniper rifle and a couple of locust weapons slung across his back. Judging by his position, he was at Carlos Santiago's plot. Okay, fine. Hoffman could guess how today was going to go. He walked slowly up to Pad and stood beside him. The man's hair was now streaked with white, lightening into a sandy orange in that way that redheads often did as they aged. But the South Islander tribal tattoos on his pale skin were as intensely dark blue as ever. He'd shaved. Sometimes he'd come back unexpectedly from some god-forsaken shithole, and the mix of stubble and tattoos made him look like a scarecrow whose stuffing had burst out, his cog-issue chestplate and boots the only indication that he was a Gear and not some stranded hermit. Hoffman waited for him to turn his head. He never expected Pad to snap to attention when he was lost in thought, or maybe prayer, at a graveside. Eventually, Pad let out a breath, and his shoulders relaxed. "Prayer, then. Say one for me." Sir, Pad said quietly. Good to see you, Pad. Hoffman would normally have slapped him on the shoulder, but these weren't normal times. Instead, he leaned over and placed a fragment of dark green granite on the headstone. All he could see at that moment was a 20-year-old Marcus Phoenix digging a small hole in the chippings on that grave with his knife, and burying his Embry star within an hour of receiving it from Chairman Dalyell. Damn, you're looking thin. What the hell are you living on out there? Pad fumbled in his belt pouch and took out some tissue paper and what looked like tobacco, then began rolling a smoke. You know us islanders. We can always live off the land. Found something else to smoke, too. The grubs can't detect this stuff as easily, either. That hinted at times when they'd spotted him. Hoffman would inquire later. Come on, let's go to the mess. Fill your boots. Proper food, not dead rats. Lighter, sir. Pad lit up and inhaled. He was right. Whatever he'd dried for that smoke smelled faintly like silage, nothing pungent at all. I need to ease myself back into being around people again. He jerked his head at Hoffman to follow, and they walked off in the direction of the vehicle compound. Pad was now probably his oldest friend, his last buddy from the old days, the only one left from the men who had served with him at Anvil Gate. It was easy to tell him things. Pad had his own troubles, of course. He'd never been the same since his spotter, Baz, had been killed, and then he slid a little more after the hammer strikes, but when everyone expected him to do a bardry and blow his brains out, he just slogged on. Eventually, he'd found some sort of peace alone out there on long-range surveillance duties in the wastelands. Islanders were quietly tough, both the tribal guys like Ty and the white colonial stock like Pad. Hoffman had never known any of them to give in to the shit life dealt them. Pad motioned Hoffman into the pack horse, smoke dangling from his lip. Okay. Tell me what I've missed while I was off camp, sir. It's Vic. Nobody else was left to call him Vic anymore. He needed to hear his own name. Vic, who used to be a regular gear like you, not the CDS. The pack horse was a little haven of sanity once Hoffman shut the driver's door and turned the key. Pad rested his long shot on the open window as they rumbled over the carpet of debris that was now the highway into the southern boroughs of Ephyra. For Hoffman it was almost like old times, long before the grubs emerged, a precious connection to the sergeant he'd once been, blissfully uncomplicated days when all he had to do was survive a contact, make sure the enemy didn't survive his, and RTB with all his platoon intact. I suppose this is about Marcus, Pad said at last. Just talk some sense to me. I haven't had a conversation for months. Don't even talk to myself much now. You forget how to eventually. So consider this avoidance of skills fade. Hoffman scanned for movement in the rubble. No officer loses this much sleep over busting one single gear. Well, there you have it. Pad leaned on the passenger door and tried to brace his elbow to scope through with the long shot. You're not an academy boy. You never started out seeing gears from the other end of the telescope. It's the sergeant in you. Paternal, you know? Yeah. And tribal. 2-6. We unvanquished don't do that kind of shit. That's for other regiments. Pad lowered his long shot and leaned back a little. Blimey fucking O'Reilly, Vic. If Anya hadn't been the one to tell me, I'd never have believed Marcus would do that. He must have cracked. Poor sod. Never thought he would. But for the grace of God and all that. Medics say not.
They would, Pad said. Nobody wants to admit everyone's getting totally fucked up. Bad for morale.
He held the smoke out to Hoffman. Hoffman took a deep drag for the first time in many years, a habit he'd given up to keep Margaret happy.
But if he is, what do you do with him? Have we got any psychiatric hospitals left that aren't worse than the Slab? No. Does he need to be in one? Probably not. What if you put him back on the front line and he does something even worse? See, this is what you forget, Vic. All those other scenarios besides the should I or shouldn't I have busted him. There's no good outcome, whichever way you cut it. He did it, and everything flowed from that. I don't want to, but I think I'm in danger of focusing on his bad side to make me believe I was justified. Yeah, but you'll never be able to hate him. He's a bloody good bloke. Never gives a shit about himself. Part of you won't forget that. I wish I could. Anyway, you realize this is all academic, don't you? Because he'll never serve 10 years, let alone 40. Life expectancy in there is about 2 years. Best average I've ever heard is 5. I meant the grubs are going to be all over the plateau long before then. He's tough enough to survive in the Slab, so he'll still have to get out years before his sentence is finished. Have you thought about that?
Hoffman hadn't. It bothered him that such a simple, logical thing hadn't occurred to him. Yeah, that would be a great comfort for poor Anya. Don't worry, sweetheart, your man's going to endure years of total animal degradation, then the grubs will invade, and he'll end up in a penal squad. It'll all work out fine. Go right ahead and plan for a happy ever after. The conversation was distracting Hoffman, but he still had his subconscious tuned to the road. The pack-horse vibrated slightly every few seconds. It might have been the effect of the shifting rubble beneath the tires, or even a resonance from a misfire or something. But 10 years of surviving locust attacks told him to assume the worst first.
What are those assholes excavating out there, Pad? Well, without the utility guy's seismometer network, I'm guessing. But they're definitely busy. Lots of spoil heaps. Suggests small pockets of soft material being dug out because they've hit so much granite. That slowed them down a lot.
The pack-horse was 5 or 6 kilometers outside the wire now. If Hoffman had swung right, he would have been able to see the forbidding outline of the slab perched on the top of the granite cliff.
How the hell did you evacuate all the civvies?
We didn't. We lost a lot. Still doing the head count.
Bugger!
Pad suddenly slapped the dashboard like a driving instructor making a pupil do an emergency stop.
Whoa, stop!
Hoffman slammed on the brakes. Pad was out of the pack in a second and crouching by the door, long shot aimed to the left. Hoffman grabbed his lancer from the back seat and worked his way around to Pad at a crouch.
What is it?
Pad held his breath for a few moments, pointing slowly into the rubble.
30 meters, he whispered. Practically right on top of it.
Hoffman suddenly caught the slightest movement, something small and close to the ground like a rat. And then he realized he was looking at the tips of a corpse's legs as it tried to emerge from a hole almost dead ahead. Like a spider making its way out of a plug hole, it felt around gingerly for a while, blindly tapping and probing. It was impossible to tell how big the thing was until more leg appeared. Stones and dirt kicked up as it shoved more debris out of its way, and then the first 2 joints of 2 of the legs became visible. Hoffman guessed it was much smaller than he'd expected, maybe 2 or 3 meters tall. They were normally huge bastards, bigger than a centaur. Pad sighted up.
Ever used one of those mini excavators in the garden?
I never had a garden, Hoffman whispered, raising his lancer. Why?
Doesn't matter.
Pad dropped slowly onto his right knee and braced his left elbow on the other to steady his aim.
Leave this one to me.
It was a very close shot for a sniper, ludicrously easy. At this range, though, it was just a case of hitting the thing before it burst out and jumped. They could cover a lot of ground before they dropped. More legs unfurled from the hole, 6 tapping feet scrabbling for purchase. The second joints were visible. Yes, a small one, relatively. Hoffman prepared to empty a clip into it whether Pad stopped it dead or not. The thing almost bounced for a moment, like a swimmer trying to get a bit of momentum going to heave himself out of a swimming pool. Then it lunged. Crack! Hoffman saw the carapace shatter and fluid jet into the air almost before he realized Pad had squeezed one off. The single long-shot round could stop a truck, and it had to, because the chamber only held 1 bullet. The corpser managed to heave itself clear, but then flopped down onto the hole again, legs sticking out at bizarre angles. Hoffman laid down a few short bursts to make sure it wasn't getting up again, but by then Pad had reloaded and put a second high-velocity round into it. It crumpled in slow motion like a collapsing building. They waited, listening. Corpsers were usually the pathfinders for grub insertions, tunneling through the ground ahead of the drones. After a long minute, it didn't sound as if it had company.
Okay, let's test the theory, Pad said.
He stood up and trotted over to the dead corpser. Hoffman covered him, still not convinced that he wasn't going to find himself on top of another e-hole. Pad prodded the body with his boot.
There you go,
he said. He squatted and tried to get a grip on the body, but there was nothing to grab hold of. He gave up and pulled out his fighting knife to poke at the soil around it.
Bloody hell. Imagine finding this in your bathtub.
Just tell me, Pad.
I've been keeping a log of corpses' sizes for the last couple of years.
Well, there's not much entertainment where you are.
You can tell by the size of a corpser what the geology's like.
Pad managed to shift the corpser about 1/2 meter. A chunk of carapace and flesh fell away like a steel drum full of jelly.
The smaller the ones they deploy, the narrower the fissures in the granite, and it means they can get a lot further into the plateau than we thought. If they can't get a grub through a hole, I bet they'll send in tickers now. Anywhere.
Hoffman walked back to the pack horse. He felt better for having discharged his weapon, as if he had some control of the situation again. The reality was that he had no goddamn handle on it at all.
Well, shit, Pad, he said.
We're fresh out of good news, aren't we? Pad kicked the chunk of corpser around like he was warming up for thrashball, apparently oblivious of the fact that they were in grub territory. But then that was where he now lived his life, a hybrid of stranded and gear.
Hey, I ran into a 4 Eli patrol a couple of months ago. First time I've ever seen that coal train guy. Hell, he's big. They've got this mouthy little gobshite corporal called Baird, though. He needs a good kicking.
He walked back to the pack horse, rolling another smoke, and flopped into the passenger seat.
Come on, Vic, he said. I'm ready to face people again. Let's eat. And just accept there's not much you could have done differently for Marcus.
COG Research Station, Azura. William Alva was a really charming man. Out of his prison overalls, he looked like a kindly grocer on his day off, and he was clearly both stunned and happy to be on Azura. Neville watched him strolling along the cliff pathway between the headlands as he paused to admire the bobbing lavender heads of wildflowers. It was like walking a potentially boisterous dog, keeping an eye on him in case he went off worrying sheep and upsetting the locals. "So we're taking our pet Nance for a walk." Dury ambled beside Neville, one hand resting on the sidearm in his holster. "Aren't you supposed to have vivisected him by now?"
"No, I'm a physicist," Neville said. "We bang bits of metal together and do sums."
"I'm serious, Dr. Estrom. If he isn't going to be kept locked up in the hospital, I've got a serious security problem. And a public confidence issue." Azura had everything except a prison. Neville wondered if that was sheer naivete about the capacity of people with high IQs to commit crime. But when the COG built this facility in the Pendulum Wars, a prison was probably the last thing it thought it would need. One thing it did have was a school with nearly 100 pupils, because this was where the COG planned to rebuild civilization. The chosen elite had families. At least one generation had already grown up on Azura. And word was now getting around that they not only had a convicted pedophile in their civilized paradise, but a homicidal one at that.
"See Adam about it," Neville said. "He says he's taken all the samples he needs for the time being. Can't they lock the guy away in the isolation ward?"
"That's not exactly secure. He's not just a nonce, he's a nonce who's been in the slab for 20 years and learned a lot of extra bad habits." And that's where Adam's son was right now. Neville had met Marcus a few times and never known quite what to make of him, but he knew every damn thing about him, or at least as much as Adam did, and Neville wasn't convinced how much that actually was. The two of them didn't seem to talk anywhere near enough. When they did, it wasn't always frank. Neville knew because Adam had the conversations with him that he should have had with Marcus.
"He told me he lied to Marcus as a kid, lied by omission about why Elaine went missing. Didn't tell him he found she was still going on expeditions to the Hollow. The whole Phoenix family's built on silence."
Alva stopped at the cliff edge and gazed out to sea, probably marveling at the maelstrom, the impossible artificial storm that should never have been there on such a lovely day. Dury ground to a halt with Neville. It was as if they were maintaining a cordon sanitaire to avoid breathing anywhere near a pervert. "How's the working relationship with Professor Phoenix?" Dury asked, taking a twist of rag paper out of his pocket and flipping it into his mouth. It was a bag of nuts or something. "Can't have been easy for you, putting the knife in him like that after all those years." Ouch. But Dury was right, if brutal.
"Don't you already know the answer?"
"Look, I'm Special Forces, not Intelligence Services. Which we haven't got now, and they were useless farts anyway. It's a genuine question."
"Well, we're certainly not as close as we used to be," Neville said sourly. "And I don't want to be here anyway."
"Well, you're stuck, Doctor. Your brother was Duke of Tolan's, wasn't he?"
"Yes."
"I know you kept trying to enlist. I respect that."
Dury, chewing thoughtfully, watched Alva, eyes scanning without moving his head.
"Now I've got to try to rub along with you brainiacs and boffins on a day-to-day basis, and I can't always tell if you're bullshitting me about what needs doing or not. If you say something has to happen, and from a security point of view I don't agree, then I have to make the call. In this case, you've got a nonce to do experiments on, but he's swanning around doing nothing. I was expecting him to be shot full of pathogens and too buggered to be a danger to anyone."
"You watch too many movies."
"Prescott had him brought here, and that's one guy who definitely knows the difference between reality and fiction. So what's going on?"
"I honestly don't know, Captain. I'm not a biologist."
Neville realized Dury had a point.
I know biologists do some research on tissue samples, but for other things they need to observe the results in a whole organism.
Well, let me put it this way.
Dury shoved the paper bag back in his pocket and started walking again. Alva had moved off.
If that whole organism up ahead ends up raping or killing a kid here, I'm not going to be amused. So I'm going to have to lock him up somewhere, and preferably not one of the hospital wards.
Okay,
Neville said. It didn't seem unreasonable. Why did he need to ask? Maybe he was more worried about upsetting the scientific community here than he let on.
Go ahead.
Is he a biohazard?
Neville had the feeling they didn't even know yet. If Dr. Backhouse hasn't quarantined him, he has to be safe to handle, in a manner of speaking. Dury seemed to be considering that. Then he frowned, dropped his shoulders, and let out a parade ground yell that made Neville's spine stiffen.
Mr. Alva, time's up! Let's get you back to your presidential suite, shall we?
Alva turned around like a man used to being told where to go and what to do. He walked back toward them, frighteningly normal and pleasant. Neville found himself backing off, more because he was repelled by the idea of the man than by the chance of being contaminated by him, if he was infected anyway.
This is really, really nice, Alva said, all smiles. What a lovely place. And how are you feeling? Dury asked. What have they done to you so far? Oh, just blood tests and skin samples.
Alva patted Neville on the arm as he passed him to walk ahead of Dury. It made his flesh crawl for no sensible reason.
Small price to pay for being out of that place.
Neville had to ask. He knew damn well that Adam would have already. Did you see Marcus Phoenix?
Alva nodded. The gear? Oh, yes.
How is he?
How do you expect him to be? It's a vile place. Do you know him?
It would be old information anyway. Neville found himself peeling back onion layers of motive and double-dealing and just gave up. Maybe it was simply just as it looked. Backhouse had wanted a live human subject, and nobody would miss a pedophile or shed a tear for him if it ended badly.
Sort of, Neville said. Not very nice to tell him his dad's dead, though, is it? I mean, that poor professor, but I understand. And it's not as if I can ever go back, is it? Very true.
Dury motioned Alva to move on.
You certainly won't be leaving Azura for the foreseeable future. Suits me, said Alva. Thank you.
Dury took a few paces and then turned to look back at Neville as he unslung his lancer.
You going to see the prof?
Yes. Neville's eyes were suddenly on the rifle. It wasn't so much that Dury looked as if he was worried that Alva would slip away to prey on some kid. It was the rifle itself. Neville had seen lancers hundreds, thousands of times, so much part of the gears around him in Jacinto that sometimes he didn't even notice them. But now he did, and there was something he needed to do. Captain, can I ask a favor of you?
I'll do my best, Doctor.
Would you train me to use a lancer, please? For whatever favor you want in return. Dury took a few seconds to nod.
Certainly. Every man should know how to handle a firearm these days.
Civilians in Tyrus weren't routinely armed. That was how much faith the citizens put in their gears. And, well, think of something by way of payment.
Reach gear proficiency, Dury said, almost smiling. That'll be my reward.
Neville pondered that as he watched him walk away, then carried on up the cliff path to the observation point.
He cut through the water gardens with their tinkling streams trickling over gold stone and headed back to the Landa Tower. He tried hard to care about Alva, but he was still tormented by the what-ifs of alerting the world to the existence of the locust before E-Day. The platform elevator to the top floor rose at a leisurely pace, giving him time to marshal his thoughts.
I need to thrash this out with Adam. I can't spend the rest of my life being cooked by my own anger.
It was surprisingly hard to stay angry. Neville knew people who kept grudges for years, polishing them to a perfect, hateful brightness, but he didn't have the stamina for that. It was an animal, he decided. At some point it became detached from its source, a creature in its own right that needed care and feeding, and then it became like a pet that had outlived the first few days of novelty for a spoiled child. It was a source of guilt. You had to take it for walks, while all the time you wished someone would take it off your hands. Neville felt he had to be outraged by Adam's arrogant irresponsibility because the man had done some appalling things, but what he'd done was so vast that it was impossible to connect to the human scale of it.
Like the hammer of dawn.
I suppose I killed millions too. Billions, maybe. My calculations, my work. Yet I never so much as threw a punch at another human being. If he had to work on being outraged, then it probably wasn't the feeling that was tearing him apart. Maybe it was being excluded. Adam had been a mentor, a friend, almost a father for 15 or 16 years, and that had to count for something.
But he confided in me.
It was years too late, yes, but he told me.
He couldn't tell Marcus. He couldn't tell his own son.
Either he thought I'd understand better, or my anger and disappointment was easier to take than Marcus's. Only the people you truly cared about had the power to hurt you. The Landa Tower became more of a maze on the top floors. Neville left the main lift and worked his way up smaller elevators to the penthouse suite. No wonder Esther Bacchos was so pissed off about Adam's arrival. He hadn't even been on the must-take personnel list, but he ended up with the best apartment and effective control of the Lambency project. A damn physicist, too. Feathers were ruffled, and there was no terror and destruction outside to focus minds on the real issue, as there was in Jacinto. Neville walked down the corridor and rapped on the door of the penthouse. It opened remotely, because when it slid open, Adam was sitting at his antique mahogany desk shuffling papers. Neville had never been up here before.
Hi, Adam.
It was easier to plunge in on an impersonal note.
Why the sealed door?
I have a small lab up here, Adam said. It's all designed for containment of some kind. I don't think it was meant for a physicist. He managed a sad smile, then stood up. Come in, Neville. Coffee machine's working. Just like the DRA, isn't it? Neville sat down on one of the sumptuous red leather sofas. The suite of rooms reminded him more of Haldane Hall than the office, and he wondered if Prescott had moved Adam here like a kindly zookeeper because it was similar to his natural environment, or if it was simply the easiest place to keep an eye on him.
Are they keeping you up to speed about Marcus?
Adam disappeared into another room and came out with a silver coffee pot and 2 porcelain cups. Yes.
And?
He's not thriving. He ended up, well, getting a thrashing. Neville had already heard the gossip, but it didn't make that any easier to hear straight from Adam. It was hard to express his genuine sympathy without making Adam feel even worse.
They're taking it out on him, are they? Neville said. I'm really sorry. Honestly.
Should be me in there, shouldn't it?
I didn't say that.
No, I did. Look, proper brown sugar lumps, no saccharin.
Adam plopped the sugar into the cups.
I can't complain about being confined here when he's going through that. So, are we talking again?
I suppose we are. Look, you're in trouble, and you probably spent more time and effort on me than you did on Marcus, and I can't just forget all that.
Neville said it sincerely, but he saw Adam wince.
I'm not going to pretend I'm not, well, disgusted, hurt, shocked. I've still not worked it all out. I still can't believe you did it. But we're both prisoners, and we can do more to solve problems if we're not embroiled in some feud.
The silence hung there. Adam probably needed to feel he wasn't alone, and this was maybe the first time that his self-sufficiency had buckled in his adult life. Neville felt for him. It was impossible not to. He wasn't malicious, just surprisingly naive for a man with such a prodigious intellect and real combat experience. The interesting thing about being a traitor among scientists, Adam said, is that they don't resort to a lynch mob. We're also very civilized. Sometimes I wish people would just punch me and get it over with.
Sometimes I feel like I could oblige you.
I have no defense other than naive overconfidence.
You know how hard I'm trying to come to terms with what you did? Neville asked. I started thinking that if you'd sounded the alarm as soon as you knew about the locust, then perhaps we'd have launched an early strike and actually wiped them out before they emerged. But then we wouldn't have found out about the lambent. So there might have been purpose to this.
Or we might have cooperated with the locust on research and found a solution.
If you'd believed that was possible, you'd have done it.
I would.
Is there anything you're still not telling me about this?
Like the sires? I knew nothing about that. I know almost nothing now.
Neville realized he was grasping at anything that might vindicate Adam. He'd heard the gossip about the sires.
The cog had its own mucky research. That might have been enough to justify keeping the existence of the locust and the lambent from Adam's political masters. But life wasn't that simple, and Neville accepted that there would never be a neat, clear-cut answer that would put things right for him again.
I just ran into our resident pervert, he said, forcing himself to change the subject.
They both knew where they stood now.
Alva. Seriously, Adam, are you really using him for research?
Adam sipped his coffee in silence for a while, glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. The gilt clock on the mantelpiece clicked with a slow, steady heartbeat.
No,
he said at last.
I'm not.
Enough secrets, Neville. I've told Esther this and I'm telling you, but I'd rather that was as far as it went. Prescott mustn't know.
Know what?
I've done enough morally dubious things in my life, and I don't need any more on my conscience. I've forbidden Esther to use him. I'm inoculating myself with the lambent pathogen.
No, hold it.
Neville's scalp tightened.
Stop right there. I'm not a biologist, but I know that's not inoculation, that's infection. Are you insane? You don't know a damn thing about this organism.
I need to provide Esther with data on how it reproduces in a whole organism. We can't do this with tissue samples alone. We have to know what this thing does before it jumps the species barrier to us.
You have no idea what it'll do to you. No goddamn idea at all. And you're just helping it jump, haven't you? What the hell are you thinking?
Adam held up his hand for silence, doing that little dismissive headshake that he always used to trash a suggestion. There's a long tradition in medicine of self-experimentation among doctors. We wouldn't have a cure for gastric ulcers, or half of our anesthetics without their taking that risk.
Doctors, Adam, not people with doctorates, medical doctors, men and women who knew what they were doing.
But they didn't. That's what experimentation is.
You've already done it, haven't you?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Neville found himself looking into Adam's face for signs of symptoms. He had no idea what form lambency might take in a human, but Adam looked worried and tired, nothing more than that. He'd been looking that way for a long time, so he was fine by Adam Phoenix standards. "It's a wonderful incentive for finding a cure anyway," Adam said.
"That's not funny."
Neville gestured to his coffee cup. What if this is airborne or spread by contact? He tried to stay rational, but the primal fear of contagion was hard to keep in check.
"How the hell do you know you're not going to transmit this to everyone else?"
"I handled it without full biohazard procedure for years, and I never developed symptoms. That's why I had to inject it."
"So how are you going to hide this? I think you should come clean with Prescott. Don't you ever learn?"
"Esther simply passes off my results as Alva's. He has no idea what we're doing. He gets vitamin shots and gives tissue samples. Simple."
"He raped and murdered small boys, someone's sons. Forgive me for going out on a limb, but if you don't know if this is lethal and you tell him so, what's unethical about doing it? And shouldn't he pay for what he did?"
Adam stared into his cup, frowning. Then he looked up. "And shouldn't I?" That was it. Neville was incensed. Adam was getting his science confused with his piety.
"Is that it? Atonement? How does that help us? How does risking the life of our leading weapons scientist make sense when we're losing a war? Damn it, Adam, that's selfish!"
It was the first time Neville had dared to say that they were losing. He hadn't even realized he believed it until the words erupted from him. But it was just a matter of doing the math. The human population was now less than 0.1% of the total it had been before E-Day, even on the most generous estimate. They needed a miracle, and science didn't do those. And yes, he thought Adam was being a martyr. Adam cradled the empty cup in both hands like a fortune-teller reading the grounds. "I'm just a bomb-maker, Neville," he said, "who happened to have a brilliant wife who left some valuable notes. But I was also an officer in the Royal Tyrant Infantry, and I never asked my gears to do anything I wasn't ready and willing to do myself." Neville had never served. It ate at him. It was hard now to get through the day without thinking of Emil, and how that was what it meant to do the right thing. Sacrifices had to be made.
"Okay. You can infect me as well," he said. "More test subjects, better data. I'll do it."
"No," Adam said. It was a voice he rarely used, his Major Phoenix persona. "You will not. And that's an order." Chapter 9. "Phoenix won't cooperate. End of story. I've examined him, and he's obviously under a great deal of stress. Not really surprising given the state of the prison, but he's not presenting as mentally unfit on tests. I suspect he's giving me the answers he knows will fall in the normal range. He knows how to sound perfectly fine because he's probably been living behind that facade for years, and he's highly intelligent. This is a man typical of his social group, the archetypal stiff upper lip of the founding families, and the unwillingness of the gear to admit what he sees as weakness. He wants to be punished. He feels he's failed his comrades and disgraced his family name and regiment, and the thought of being set free but relegated to a civilian on top of that ignominy, and a mentally ill civilian at that, is almost worse than the prospect of death or a life sentence for him. That, unfortunately, makes him NFT, normal for Tyrus. By the way, who's Carlos? Dr. Monroe Allen, consulting psychiatrist, in an informal note to the Judge Advocate's office. Copy to Chairman Prescott. Check before adding to redacted file. The Rusty Nail, Colonna Street, Jacinto, Bounty, 11 AE. Everyday routine places had gaping voids in them now, and not just because the grubs had destroyed them. Everywhere that Anya looked, Marcus was not there, and he would not be there again. She walked into the Rusty Nail, usually her last port of call when looking for him when he was off duty and not answering his radio. It wasn't as if he took much downtime anyway, but when he went to ground, and it was almost always when yet another gear he knew well had been killed, this was where he ended up. He'd park himself on a bar stool, order a shot, and sit there staring into the glass for hours. It was usually only 1 or 2 drinks, the bar staff told her. Once, though, they said he'd worked his way through a whole bottle of Marenday apple brandy and walked out 6 hours later, still remarkably steady on his feet.
I know. He showed up in my quarters, fell asleep on the bunk as soon as he took off his jacket, and I had to leave him there when I went on watch. The only time he ever stayed the whole night, and I wasn't even there.
Curzon. That was all he'd said by way of explanation. Roland Curzon. He said he'd hit him once. It took Anya some time to work out that the fight with Curzon had been when they were kids, and that the grown-up Curzon had just been killed on foot patrol. Marcus never forgot a damn thing. Not a name, not a call sign, not a detail on a map, or anyone he felt guilty about. "You going to come in?" the barman called. It was Chaz. He put a small beer on the counter for her, slopping it from a glass jug. "Haven't seen you in here for ages." Anya stood in the doorway, looking instinctively for a battered tan leather flying jacket hunched over the bar, but knew she wouldn't find it. She walked to the counter and picked up the glass, conscious of the look she was getting, but then it was always like that. She was usually the only woman in the bar. That didn't normally bother her because most of the guys who drank in there were gears, HQ support staff, or medics from JMC, and she knew plenty of them by sight. But this time she felt exposed and resentful. That was the word. She resented anyone drinking there when Marcus couldn't. It was a strange mix of emotions. "I'm waiting for Dom," she said. "Hasn't come in yet." Chaz leaned on folded arms. "Hey, I'm really sorry about Marcus. Don't worry. He's as tough as old boots, and that place is going to have to shut down anyway when the grubs get there. They won't wait 40 years. And if they do, then we won't have a problem anymore, will we?" It was an interesting thought, but the kind of dumb, dishonest, but well-meaning reassurance people gave each other when there was no real hope. Anya looked for a spare seat at the bar. If she sat at a table, she'd be inviting company that she didn't want. One of the brand-new second lieutenants, Donald Matheson, was at one of the tables, but he seemed to be getting up to go, probably on his way to play thrashball again. He was a nice kid, always cheerful, always volunteering, always on the go. He'd have his own platoon in a month or 2. Kid. God, I'm 30. Even if things work out, I'll be pushing 70 when Marcus is released. It didn't matter. He was hers, and she was willing to wait forever if that was what it took. She'd made up her mind 12 years ago, after the medal investiture, with her mother's posthumous Embry Star in her hand, and the loss still so raw that it almost stopped her breathing. Carlos was dead, too. Marcus was in pieces under his I'm just fine shell. Unfamiliar alcohol, a desperate need for comfort when the world hurt so much. And then he walked her back to Helena Stroud's silent, empty apartment, and their hormones and shared misery took over.
"We shouldn't be doing this," he said. "Not an enlisted man and an officer." "Okay," I said. "We'll just have to be discreet." Sneaking time together was a thrill at first. Then it got to be a habit, a dirty little secret. And that wasn't what I wanted at all. What's the opposite of a platonic relationship, where you've got the guy's body but you never lay a finger on his soul? There's got to be a word for it.
Anya took a few pulls at the beer. They must have been brewing wheat this time, oddly sweet stuff, and swirled the dying foam around the sides of the glass. She'd never known Marcus's mother, but she'd known his father well enough to understand how fixated both of them had been with their research. Marcus had every possible comfort as a child except time and attention. Their concern was always for his future. It was never for his here and now. Chaz rattled an empty jug on the counter in front of her. "You want a top-up?" Anya was caught out by her empty glass. She'd been sitting here longer than she realized. There was still no sign of Dom. Well, it was just beer. It wasn't as if she was in here every night getting hammered. She hardly drank.
"Why not?" she said. "Thanks, Chaz." "Come on, Dom."
She had bad news for him anyway, but it wasn't as if he didn't know it was coming. The JA's office confirmed that the only appeal possible had to be against sentence, and as it had already been commuted from the death penalty, the only route left was medical.
Why the rules? Why do we still have damn rules? The whole world's been reduced to one city. We're under martial law, and we cling to rules that aren't relevant any longer.
She checked her watch. 18:05 hours.
"What are you doing now, Marcus? Did you get my letters? Are you reading them? What are those animals in there doing to you? Why won't you let me visit?"
"Hey, Anya." Someone slid up onto the stool beside her. She heard the whisper of fabric and caught the scent of carbolic soap with a top note of liquor. "You okay?" It was Barry, one of the trauma surgeons from JMC. She couldn't recall his surname, or if she even knew it. There was a kinship between doctors and CIC gears because they worked in the same meat-grinding operation. Anya deployed men, listened to them getting hit and yelling for Kazovac, and men like Barry tried to put the pieces back together again in ER. This was the nearest bar for the medics to flee to after their shift and find some oblivion. Man down, man down. She must have heard that thousands of times over the last 13 years, and it still turned her gut over every time. The call would go down the line and she'd hear it over the RT, just as she'd heard her mom. Man down, T4, T1, T damn well dead or crippled.
"I'm waiting for Dom," she said.
"Oh, I see."
"No, not oh, it's not like that."
Anya bristled more at the idea that Dom had given up on looking for Maria than the suggestion she'd hopped beds now that there was no more Marcus.
"He's been in town trying to raise funds for Marcus's appeal."
Barry just looked at her.
"You get prisoners in from the Slab occasionally, don't you?" she said.
Her glass was empty again. Damn, she had been in here a long time.
"What state are they in when you see them?"
Anya knew she was putting him on the spot. She watched him blink. She watched him put his glass to his lips to buy time while he found the kindest way to tell her what she already feared she knew. "What do you want?" he said at last. "What do you want to hear or the truth?"
It had to be done. The truth.
Shit, I thought you might. Chaz appeared like a ghost and topped up Anya's glass as if she was going to need it. Barry held out his as well. Well, the biggest cause of mortality is other inmates. A knife in the back, blunt force trauma. Look, we don't get many, really. 3 since I started at JMC. Normally they sort their own crap, and there aren't that many men there now anyway. It's been distilled down to the hardcore ones who are too evenly matched to get a result. He paused as if he realized he'd worded that a little too brutally. 2 years life expectancy was about right in the past, but the fittest have survived. We had one come through the door the other day, but, well, he was shipped out again. Nothing wrong with him, so I imagine he's back inside now. Anya didn't know what kind of look she had on her face. She knew that she felt weepy, but she'd always been good at gritting her teeth and hiding it, or so she thought. Barry twisted on the stool a little and looked into her face. Have you heard from Marcus?
He won't see me, and he hasn't replied to my letters.
Might not be getting them.
He told Dom that we both had to forget him, and that's the last thing he said. Why the hell am I telling him this? To hear it out loud so that I finally believe it? How am I ever going to do that?
Come on, Barry said. How long have any of us got? I could be dead tomorrow, and so could you. How old are you, 35? You're still young.
30,
Anya said, teeth gritted and suddenly feeling unreasonably pissed off. Well, you're gorgeous. You could have any man you want. Anya couldn't look away from the beer. She was angry, but it was a formless, vague resentment. It wasn't explosive. It was just simmering. It was about everything. Mom pulling that crazy stunt, Grubbs, Marcus being gone, Marcus doing insane, stupid things, Marcus throwing away what little they had, Hoffman doing what he had to, but mainly Marcus. How could you do it to me? How could you leave me here like this? I know I could, she said, daring to admit for once that she knew she was beautiful. She'd never felt this acid before. Which is why I want Marcus. The alpha female has a right to the alpha male in the pack. Then Barry put his hand on her elbow. Somehow it slid to the top of her thigh. She froze. It was the kind of thing Marcus would never, ever do in public. And that was why it pissed her off. Not because Barry was groping her, but because she wished that Marcus would at least have held her hand in public. Just acknowledge their relationship and not pretend he wasn't sleeping with her. There were too many dead for anything else to matter, too few chances to live. Sweetheart, Barry said, if you wait for him, that damn thing's gonna heal over before you get laid again. So she hit him. It came out of nowhere. Tempers always did. Even as she felt her fist connect, she was off the stool and nose to nose with Barry, somehow both grieving and furious at the same time. She didn't know how hard she'd hit him. He was just sitting there with his hand to his jaw, wide-eyed, but her right hand was one white-hot ache for a moment. Yes, I'm saving it for him, okay? Everyone turned. It's him or nobody. That's what I'm going to do. Keep your hands to your damn self. The adrenaline ebbed so fast that she felt as if a plug had been pulled. Her instinct was to apologize, but Barry had already slid off his stool and was backing away. I'm sorry, he said. Look, I know I was out of line, okay? Forget I said it. I'd better go. Anya had to get a grip. And she still had to wait for Dom. She climbed back on the stool as the doors closed behind Barry and tried not to meet anyone's eye. Chaz managed it, though. I'd better stick to soda now, she said quietly. Chaz nodded, polishing a glass on a grubby rag. Uh-huh. Her knuckles were starting to hurt. When she checked them out, the skin was broken and weeping watery blood. She sucked the joint ruefully, just as a hand touched her shoulder, and she swung around ready to lash out again. "Whoa," Dom said. "What's wrong?" Anya was just relieved to see him.
"Sorry, I made a fool of myself. Had a beer too many. Barry, the surgeon, the one with the blonde sideburns. He felt me up. I hit him."
Dom was all instant indignation, an outraged brother ready to defend his sister's honor. "Right. I'm gonna go break his fucking legs. Asshole, where did he go?"
"Dom, just leave it."
She gripped his forearm. He hadn't even changed out of his combat rig, just taken off the armor plates and put on a jacket.
"It wasn't like that. He's a nice guy. I just lost it. It's Marcus. I'm just angry all the time."
"You're going through a kind of mourning thing," Dom said. "When Benny and Sylvie got killed, me and Maria had bereavement counseling. They tell you all kinds of useless shit, but some of it's true, like getting angry with the person who's gone, feeling they've run out on you, all kinds of crazy mood swings. It passes."
"I know. Remember?"
"Yeah, sorry, shouldn't have said it like that. But just remember, this is sort of like—" Dom trailed off. He didn't get as far as saying death. "But if that guy's hassling you—"
"He isn't."
"Okay, but if he does, you tell me, okay?" Dom stared into her face for a few seconds, waiting for the kill order. She couldn't have wished for a better friend. Then he settled down next to her, apparently satisfied that gutting Barry could wait until tomorrow, and folded his arms on the counter. "Well, I did it. Took goddamn months, but I did it."
"What?"
Anya grasped at every straw and felt a fool for it.
"What have you done?"
Dom took out an envelope. When he folded back the flap, it was stuffed with ration coupons, the real hard currency in Jacinto. The only way to build up a pile of those was illegal, the black market, or even claiming rations for people who were dead but had somehow missed being recorded as deceased. Either way, Dom was on thin ice. "I sold my Embry," he said. That broke her heart. What made it worse was looking into Dom's face. He shone with pure devotion. He never once asked her what she'd done with her mother's medal. It appalled her that she hadn't volunteered it, and she wasn't even sure why she hadn't.
"God, Dom, I'm sorry."
"Hey, don't be. Some dick's prepared to starve a neighborhood because he wants a medal he didn't even win. Works for me."
"Look, I've still got Mom's."
She was complicit now, offering to get involved in his coupon deal.
"Take it back to him and swap it."
Dom smiled sadly to himself and put the envelope back in his jacket. "Nah, that's all you have left of your mom. Marcus buried his in Carlos's plot as soon as they pinned it on him. Mine's mine to give for him." He took off his jacket and laid it on the counter, then nodded at Chaz for a drink. Anya always found it hard now to take her eyes off the tattoo on his arm, the heart-shaped one that said Maria. Dom knew exactly what it meant to love one person and never want another. Yet he still gave up time that he could have been searching for Maria to help Marcus. Tears pricked at Anya's eyes.
"Okay. The JA says the only appeal we can possibly lodge is on medical grounds, but it's a long shot," she said, wiping her nose discreetly on the back of her hand. "If they find he's not responsible for his actions, then the guilty plea can be set aside. But then he'll end up being discharged from the army anyway. He won't be pleased about that, or being labeled mentally unfit."
"I don't care if I've got to paint him green and tell everyone he thinks he's a goddamn tree," Dom said. We get him out, then we worry about what to do next.
So what do we do now?
What?
We can't make contact with him. No visits, and we don't know if he's getting letters or just ignoring them.
So I'll get Hoffman to talk to Prescott. He'll get things moving. Then we hire a proper lawyer, not some clerk from the JA's office.
He must have seen the expression on her face change.
Hey, Hoffman's wife was a lawyer. He said she was a frigging demon with judges. Damn shame she's not still around. He took a swig of beer. He'll put some pressure on him. The old man feels bad about Marcus, Anya. You know that. We'll sort it, okay?
Dom said it all with confidence.
Any man who could spend so many years looking for his wife in the wastelands outside the wire wasn't going to be daunted by a prison system or red tape. Anya felt he wouldn't even be put off by a whole locust army if it meant saving Marcus.
Be alive for him, Maria. Please. I want to see Dom happy again. He deserves it. So, what do you want to do tonight? She asked.
It wasn't a matter of taking in a movie or a meal, even if such civilized refinements still existed. There were only two things on their agendas, either worrying about Marcus or worrying about Maria.
Patrols said some new stranded moved into Lower Jacinto. I'll drive.
Dom drained his beer. No, bike, he said. Less fuel, less hassle.
He ran his hand over his Maria tattoo again, a desperately sad caress.
You and me, Anya. We're both in the same boat. They're out there, Marcus and Maria, and we have to bring them home, no matter how long it takes.
Yes, it was we.
It was very much we. She had a brother by default, and that made things a little easier to take.
I always said you were one in a million.
She patted his back. For a moment he felt like Marcus, the t-shirt warm and slightly damp down his spine, and that comfortingly solid feel of muscle and bone.
Better make that 1 in a billion.
The Slab, southwest Jacinto city limits. Dury brought the car to a halt 20 meters from the entrance and looked up at the prison's granite facade. It looked like a lonely fort set on a finger of rock that jutted out from the core of the plateau, separated from the nearest buildings by a broad no-man's land of scrubby heath that had been the Wenlow Heath Park when there were staff still around to maintain it. The gold lettering on the peeling board mounted to the side of the gate said CPSE Hesketh. Dury appeared to be troubled by it. He frowned. I never knew it was called that, he said, ducking his head back inside the car. I thought it was just Jacinto Maximum Security Prison. There was more than one in my father's day. Prescott gathered his thoughts. He had never needed to visit Coalition Prison Service Establishment Hesketh on any fact-finding missions in his early career, and he had certainly never expected to be personally acquainted with anyone serving time in there. Expensive things, prisons. They divert our resources simply to keep men idle. Not a luxury we can afford, although in this case it's probably a necessity. Are you ready then, sir? I think so. Permission to speak freely? As always. They're going to shit themselves when they see you. They're only expecting me and a minion. Yes, I imagine it'll have a laxative effect. Prescott's father had taught him that the best fertilizer for a farm was the master's boot on the soil, although David Prescott had never actually farmed. He'd simply owned a number of them. They'll never know if the next inspection will be a personal one, so a very cost-effective long-term deterrent. Dury got out and opened the rear passenger door of the staff car. Prescott stepped out into an overcast day to feel the spittle of light rain on his face. It was going to turn into a downpour soon. At this moment, as he strode up the short path with Dury beside him in anonymous cog armor, just a cavalry unit insignia stenciled on his plates, no indication of which guards regiment that was, he knew someone inside the prison had spotted them. They'd have to be monitoring the exterior. Dury rapped on the small door set in the huge twin gates, once painted gloss black and now simply faded and matte. It took some time for it to open, so Prescott wondered if he was wrong about monitoring. The uniformed warder who appeared at the door looked at Dury, then at Prescott, and the show started. "Yes, officer, I'm Chairman Richard Prescott." "Oh. Sir?" Prescott just inclined his head politely and let Dury do the introductions, now clearly unnecessary. "Chairman Richard Prescott to see Prisoner Phoenix," Dury said. He held his helmet tucked under one arm, the better to look the crew-cut, hard-faced bastard who got results. "He's a busy man, so can we crack on with this, please?" Prescott stifled a smile. It was good to see someone with a talent for political theater. Dury was naturally easygoing, except when he needed to be otherwise, and had he come from the right family and gone to the right school, then he would have had a fine career. Perhaps he might even have been a political rival. And for a moment Prescott felt that thrill, that beginning of an adrenaline rush, at the thought that Dury might have given him a run for his money, or even trounced him. "We find what pleasure we can in the jobs we do. That's the secret to doing them well, especially the more unlovely work." "Sorry, sir, come in," the warder said. "We weren't expecting you, or else we'd have had someone here to meet you." Prescott followed Dury through the inset door, ducking his head slightly to step in, and the warder walked ahead while talking to someone on his radio in an anxious whisper. "Nico. No, it's the chairman. As in Prescott." "Yes, Prescott. How the hell should I know?" "Okay, yeah." The place was typical of the institutions built before the coalition of ordered governments had been formed. Classic Tyran architecture, military and utilitarian. High walls, an open courtyard for vehicles just inside the double gates, with the accommodation and office floors looking down onto a central parade ground that housed a statue of Nassar Embry in armor, with the uplifting inscription, "I am responsible for myself and my actions." It was the opening line of the Octus Canon, the affirmation of citizenship sworn by every man and woman in the cog. "Yes, Embry, I fully understand my responsibilities. Were things simpler in your day? More black and white?" The windows, ceiling height, arched at the top, mullioned, were falling apart, and one on the east wing was minus most of its leading, but the overall grandeur hadn't been diminished. Prescott caught a glimpse of solid square archways leading off like undercrofts in the buildings with smaller courtyards beyond. The granite-paved path, sets missing and grass growing in the cracks, led up to main entrance doors that had seen better days. When he looked right, he could see greenery and realized the complex actually had gardens. "What's that?" he asked, pointing. The warder followed his finger. "That's where we grow food, sir. We're pretty self-sufficient. We have to be." Dury caught Prescott's eye accidentally as they waited for the doors to be unlocked. The captain was looking up at the impossibly high, slippery walls made of solid granite blocks. Prescott could read the man easily. No, nobody was going to escape from this place any time soon. Then the doors swung open, and Prescott felt he had walked into the underworld. It was hard to say which hit him first, the darkness or the smell. A ceiling of skylights, many of them cracked or broken, cast pools in the gloom, and old tungsten light bulbs struggled to illuminate the hallway ahead. The smell hit him in waves, first mold, decay, and damp, and then the inhabitants. He'd expected the institutional aromas, stale cooking fat, urine, disinfectant, and the sheer maleness of it, more so even than in an army barracks, where some of the residents were still women. But there was also a bitter smell of feces, not the usual drain smell that pervaded a shattered city, but something else. It was different. He assumed it was poor cleaning or broken plumbing, until he heard the dogs barking. Of course, they had guard dogs here. The smell was their waste. By the sound of it, there was a good-sized pack of them. Then a siren started up, a single, steady note every few seconds, and a countdown began on the public address system. 1 minute to lockdown. It was almost a dark parody of the ever-present public address system on Azura, not the soothing tones of long-dead Niall Sampson, but a gruff, bored voice of someone who didn't much like his job. "Just getting the prisoners back in their cells, sir," the warder said. "Officer Jarvie will be with you soon. He's the senior officer. We don't have a governor, just a dozen of us, and we run the place ourselves." "How? You have some very dangerous men in here." "Oh, we found a way, sir. We're locked off from the inmates. They have to run their own daily routine, cook and clean the place, and if we need access to them, then we've got secure separation zones. And the dogs." The man nodded as if he was talking about a much-loved elderly gun dog rather than what the frantic barking and snarling suggested to Prescott. "They're really scared of the dogs, sir. Cheap and effective." Other than the dilapidation, the smell of dog feces, and the sliding metal bars across every door, this place could have been Prescott's old preparatory school, as it might have looked after decades of neglect. The ornately carved moldings, wooden paneling, and tiled floors reminded him of the alien place where he'd found himself one day just after his 5th birthday, clutching a small suitcase and ready to be turned into a little gentleman. He cried himself to sleep every night in the dormitory for weeks, until he accepted that his life wasn't going to be like that of little boys whose daddies were ordinary men. His duty would be the service of the nation. He would learn his father's trade and become a statesman. And so I did. Prescott followed the warder up creaking metal stairs, Dury close on his heels, to an office that seemed more like a store cupboard. It was probably easier to keep the smaller rooms heated. He accepted a seat and the offer of a cup of coffee, and the door closed. Dury pulled out a chair and sat down. The dark walls were depressing, and a threadbare oriental rug dotted with dark stains did nothing to soften the impression of a decaying mausoleum. "I'd top myself if I was stuck here for sure, sir," Dury murmured. "Yes, Mr. Alva must be relieved to be out of it." Dury was about to reply when the door opened again and a different warder appeared, a slight man in his 40s who looked as if he hadn't slept in a long time. No, he wasn't actually slight, he was just average, a normal man on normal civilian food rations, not a frontline gear. Prescott adjusted his mental scale accordingly. "Mr. Chairman, sir," the man said, taking off his dark blue cap. "Officer Nico Jarvie. I'm sorry, we were expecting a clerk to visit Phoenix. You want to see him yourself, yes?" Prescott made a snap judgment on Jarvie. A regular man who does what's asked, tries to be fair, struggles to make ends meet with rations. Dury's background check said Jarvie's wife was an ER nurse, and like too many couples on Sarah, they'd never had children. "Yes, thank you, I would," Prescott said. I know Phoenix socially. I knew his father very well.
The past tense wasn't a clever act, because the Adam Phoenix that Prescott had discovered this year was one he really hadn't known at all.
May I see him here? Of course, sir. We're fetching him now. No handcuffs, by the way. I find that distasteful. And as you can see, I do have my close protection officer. Understood, sir.
Jarvie darted away. Dury sat watching the door like a cat staking out a mouse hole. Yes, Prescott did know Marcus socially. Not well, of course, but he'd met the tall, awkward, painfully skinny 9-year-old who Adam had introduced at the opening of the All-Fathers Library extension that the Phoenixes had funded, and later the young gear who'd enlisted rather than accept the vast privilege and automatic Army commission that men of Prescott's and Adam Phoenix's class were born into. He'd shed his well-spoken, well-heeled, well-connected upbringing and taken on the mantle of an ordinary working-class gear. Prescott expected to see Marcus a little the worse for his time in prison, but he wasn't prepared for what walked through the door. Marcus came to a halt in an at-ease position, hands clasped behind his back and boots apart, as Jarvie stepped to one side and tried to disappear. Prescott had only ever seen Marcus in armor and that black bandana headgear he seemed to prefer to a helmet. Without those trappings, in just pants and singlet, he was a different creature.
Marcus?
Prescott stood up. The display of courtesy and the familiarity had its calculated purpose, including stopping short of holding out his hand for shaking. But he was genuinely shocked by the state of the man. Marcus was powerfully built, and it would take a prison years to erode that frame. But there wasn't a scrap of fat visible on his arms or face, and his skin looked wasted and dry. He seemed to have lost at least 10 kilos. Prescott was sure it wasn't just an illusion from seeing him out of armor.
Before we start, may I say how sorry I am about your father? Sorry. Yes, I am, but not in the way you think, of course. On the other hand, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never actively lied in my career. I've just omitted details. Every word I say is technically true. And you're not a player in this, are you? You're collateral damage, just a gear, an unlucky gear, the poor damned infantry. I'm not going to add to your misery. Chairman, Marcus rasped.
He looked Prescott straight in the eye. He had that permanent look of weary disbelief, as if he didn't believe a damn word anyone told him, and that it saddened rather than angered him. He had his father's eyes, but what dwelt behind them seemed very different. One thing was clear. He'd finally given up.
What do you want?
Prescott glanced past him at Jarvie.
You don't have to feel inhibited by the staff. Are you being treated well now?
Marcus blinked.
They haven't ruptured any of my internal organs this week, if that's what you mean, Chairman. Yes, I'm sorry about that incident.
Prescott could see a few old, yellowing bruises on Marcus's shoulder, but that could have been anything.
That's why I'm here personally, to make sure that doesn't happen again.
He got the silent response. It didn't look like insolence, and Marcus seemed baffled, if anything. Then he morphed into the Marcus that Prescott always suspected was still there, the son of the Phoenix dynasty. His voice took on its patrician vowels again.
Tell Hoffman, he said, to stop atoning. I did it. It doesn't even matter why. I deserve my sentence. It's not his problem anymore. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this has nothing to do with the Colonel. I'm sure. Like it or not, Marcus, your service record means your sentence was commuted for a reason. Not that I can tell you the primary one, of course. It was better for troop morale that you weren't executed, and one day the COG may have need of you again. You know the situation out there better than anyone.
Prescott thought it was worth dropping that lure in front of him. It happened to be true. There would inevitably come a time when a gear with his exceptional skills was needed for a suicide mission, and Prescott could keep him alive in here awaiting that day, rather than risk him dying on the front line, but he skipped that detail. The effect of those few words was fascinating. Marcus's eyes changed immediately. The light came on again. His blink rate increased, and he seemed to have some color back in his face. In any other man, Prescott thought, it would have been the prospect of release. But this was Marcus Phoenix, and his motives were very different. He wanted to atone. He wanted to sacrifice himself, to die for the COG. No, for his comrades, more likely. Penance for all the men who died because of him. That was why he thought Hoffman was atoning. That was why he chose that emotional, almost religious word, because that would have been his response had he been Hoffman. It was pitifully innocent. Prescott squirmed behind his facade of concerned calm.
I do,
Marcus said at last. He switched back again to the voice he'd adopted, rough and uncultured, matching the tattoos and stubble that seemed to be a defensive facade of his own.
Will you do something for me, Chairman? If I can?
It would soothe Adam. Adam needed to focus on his research.
What is it? Tell Private Santiago and Lieutenant Stroud to get on with their lives and forget that I exist. If they see me like this, it'll just...
He trailed off. Prescott nodded.
Very well, but I suspect they won't listen.
Marcus nodded as if a spell had been broken, then turned his head slowly and looked pointedly at Jarvie. He wanted to go. Prescott wasn't used to being dismissed, but he was too unsettled by the meeting to take offense, and Marcus was just an unlucky bystander caught in the blast, of no individual political importance beyond securing Adam's cooperation. Jarvie looked to Prescott, and Prescott nodded. Marcus walked out. Prescott could have sworn his spine was a little straighter than when he'd walked in.
Officer Jarvie, Prescott said. I'll be going now, but can you assemble your colleagues at the exit, please?
Timing was everything. Word would go around this small community in minutes, and now was the time to reinforce the message. By the time Prescott had taken a slow walk down the stairs with Dury, 4 warders were lined up by the door, and Dury had already ensured that this shift contained 2 of the men who'd assaulted Marcus. Prescott smiled at them. When accompanied by harsh words, that always chilled the blood more than a display of temper, his father had told him.
Understand this, Prescott said. You will treat Phoenix humanely. If you don't, and I see the slightest hint that he's been mistreated again, I'll personally ensure that you're all conscripted and given a hazardous deployment alongside Phoenix's comrades, who will be told who you are and that you abused him. They're Royal Tyrant Infantry. They're very loyal to their brothers, and they're not squeamish. Do I make myself clear? I'll include inmates in that, too.
Jarvie didn't blink. Prescott respected that. Campbell, the one Dury had identified as bearing the grudge, looked sullen.
The other 2 warders just stood and took it. "Yes, sir," Jarvie said. "Understood." "Very good. I'll see you next time, then." Prescott swept out and didn't look back. He probably would never need to visit in person again. He waited until Dury shut the car door behind him and took a deep breath. Dury started the engine and headed back to what they both knew simply as Sovereigns. "Never seen you rattled before, sir," Dury said. "Unless you wanted to be seen that way, at least."
Prescott wondered why he'd dropped his guard even by a fraction. Sometimes he found it hard to distinguish between accidental displays of emotion and those deliberate ones so practiced that they'd become unnoticed, automatic.
"Yes. It's hard to see a man with that pedigree reduced to such squalor," he said. "So I'm only letting my class prejudices show, Paul. Don't mistake me for a kind man." "Wouldn't dream of it, sir. Just not callous or sadistic. Necessity, Paul, necessity."
When it came to saving what was left of Sarah, of Tyrus, Prescott was willing to do anything, and nobody could doubt that after the hammer strikes 9 years ago. Marcus Phoenix was just collateral damage. But at least it would make talking to Adam on the phone tonight that much easier. Marcus would survive. Prescott was certain of that. The Slab, late fall, 11 AE.
"Did you hear?" Lucard said. "Campbell's son's been killed. Grubs ambushed his patrol."
He was on his hands and knees on the flagstones next to the boiler room, taking his turn to move the spoil from the tunnel, while Vance did some digging below. The distant thump of artillery and the occasional noise of a raven high overhead penetrated from the outside world.
"Ah, shit,"
Vance's voice wafted up from the hole.
"Campbell's gonna be phoenix hunting to make himself feel better then."
Campbell had backed off Marcus since he put him in the infirmary, or at least Reeve hadn't seen any attempt at physical violence. The verbal abuse was pretty consistent, but words never killed anybody. Maybe it was because Marcus had changed. Reeve wouldn't have described it as perking up, because Marcus still looked as miserable as sin, but he definitely had something on his mind, and it had all followed Prescott's visit. Maybe he'd been promised parole. Maybe it was nothing at all. For all Reeve knew, Prescott might have been his dad's best buddy. Whatever it was, it seemed to have lifted the guy just a little.
"Well, Jarvie's gonna have to keep Campbell on a leash," Reeve said. "I only signed up to keep you assholes from killing our soldier boy."
He paused. He didn't want to look like he'd gone sentimental on Marcus.
"Smoke's available in return for reading material."
"Does Phoenix know something we don't?"
Lucars knelt back and looked toward the door that led out to the kitchen gardens. That was where Marcus spent his work time when he wasn't on the cleaning roster. When he couldn't dig or rake or weed another square centimeter of soil, or when it got too dark to work, he'd quit, take a shower with his back to the wall, and shut himself in his cell until it was time to start all over again.
"He's eating and doing his exercise. What did they do, threaten to shove that half-assed feeding tube up his nose and make him eat?"
Vance nodded absently.
"Yeah, maybe he heard what happened to poor old Brendan. Get that tube wrong and those fucking things kill you."
Ed Wayne kept looking toward the door to the gardens.
"So go ask the COG if he'd like to contribute to the effort now."
Reeve knew the old war hadn't gone away for Ed Wayne. He still called Gears COG like it was their rank. He regarded himself as a political prisoner, as if what was in his mind when he blew the shit out of Dormera made him better than Reeve.
who didn't have anything in his mind on anything at all when he squeezed the trigger, except getting paid and not getting caught. "He doesn't want to escape," Reeves said. "He's doing his penance." Ed Wayne watched the debate, calculating something on the back of a piece of cardboard. Reeve loaded the soil and stones into a small bucket and walked them out casually via the latrines and into the lean-to tool shed by the exit to the gardens. From there it was simply a matter of scattering the soil on the vegetable beds. Few of the closed-circuit TV cameras still worked, and the guards didn't give a shit anyway. The trees were busy dumping their leaves in the yard, and the air smelled of damp decay. It was only outside that Reeve connected with time, and was reminded that it wasn't the same day he was experiencing over and over again, but the unstoppable procession toward death. He could do without all this connection to the seasons shit, thanks. The artillery noise was a lot louder today. It was so frequent, such a part of the daily soundtrack of life, that Reeve didn't take much heed. Sometimes he really didn't even notice it. It was only the way Marcus reacted to it that made him take an interest. Those sounds said something different to him. That was his old life, his buddies, his family, and he stopped digging to watch. Reeve could almost see him filling in the gaps and reading information from the sound that Reeve never could. He looked up in the direction of the noise as he broke up the soil, lips slightly parted, as if he was going to say something to himself. A different man from the one who'd walked in looking like everyone's worst nightmare. He still looked intimidating in a bar brawl kind of way, but the pants that had been a proper fit were now loose, and his belt, yeah, he could have ended it for himself any time, was several notches tighter. He'd lost a lot of muscle. The end drooped from the buckle, 10 centimeters at least. "Hey, Marcus?" Reeve called. But Marcus didn't look up. Maybe he hadn't heard him. He went on digging, occasionally bending down to fish something out of the soil, brush the dirt off with his thumb, and put it in his pocket. Reeve had found his own blade that way, a broken kitchen knife that could still be honed and used defensively. "Marcus?" Marcus finished turning over the soil and stood staring at it like he'd dug a grave. Then he stepped back and leaned on the shovel, looking up into the sky. A lot of guys did that, but not in the way Marcus did. Reeve saw what had grabbed his attention. A Raven helicopter chattered overhead, and Marcus tracked it, slowly and sadly, watching it until the sound faded and it was gone. Maybe he had a way of recognizing individual choppers, and realized he knew the pilot or something. Then he wiped his hands on his pants, shouldered the shovel like a rifle, and looked across the garden at Reeve. "What?" he called. "You done?" "Maybe." "You want to join us?" "Yeah, cocktails on the terrace." Marcus stabbed the shovel in the dirt again and went back to digging. "Sorry, no tucks." "We're doing some home improvements. Plumbing." "I know." "Come on, Marcus, for fuck's sake, buck up. Or at least help us out." Marcus froze with the shovel just above the soil and gave Reeve that look, the one where he turned his head really slowly as if he was daring him to repeat some insult before ripping his head off. Reeve could read bits of him now. Not the whole man, because this guy was an expert at keeping the shutters drawn, but enough to understand the landscape of where he could and couldn't tread. "What do you want from me?" "You shouldn't be in here. You of all people. They need you outside whether they admit it or not." Maybe provoking him, pressing that machismo button would put some fight back in him. He had a temper. He just had to harness it. "Don't let the motherfuckers win." It didn't work. Marcus looked unmoved, not galvanized. Thanks for the concern, but don't try to psych me up. Okay, I tried. And when are you going to read your goddamn letters? Marcus went on digging like a machine and didn't respond. You ought to know, Reeves said. Campbell's boy's been killed. Try and stay out of his way and don't piss him off.
Marcus's rhythm faltered for a second.
Poor bastard, he said.
Reeve wandered off and watched from the door, waiting for Marcus to give in out of boredom, but he just finished digging and walked over to the carp pond to stare into the murky water and lob small things to the fish. He was probably feeding them leather jackets or other pests he'd dug up. Reeve gave up and went back into the maintenance area, working out another tack to try later.
So the cog sends his regrets, does he? Ed Owain said.
He held out his hand to help Vance out of the hole.
Pity. Everybody needs a hobby.
Reeve shoved the buckets into the janitor's closet, not that anyone was going to be checking.
The screws must know we're up to something. Nobody spends this much time cleaning the place.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but they're not going to rock the boat.
Vance squeezed out of the hole like a gopher.
If they weren't here, they'd be cuddling a Lancer with a bunch of drones up their asses. And so would we.
And so would everyone who got out of here, probably. Escaping was the less suicidal of two options, but it still meant walking straight out into a war zone. Reeve kept trying to recall the routes and safe houses he used in the city, but that had been before E-Day, and everything he saw from the outside world told him that once he got beyond the Slab's walls, there'd be nothing left that he recognized except the landmark buildings in the center of Jacinto, like the Octus Tower, the Gannett Mausoleum, and not much else. He'd be like a paratrooper dropped into enemy territory without a map. They all would, except Marcus. And he didn't look as if he was planning to come along for the trip. Gallego and Parmenter were up on the gantry when Reeve walked back into the cell block. Parmenter had Jerry with him on a leash, which was unusual in itself, because the dogs normally stayed on the ground floor. Reeve could see the mutt shifting unhappily from foot to foot on the metal grid, probably because his pads kept slipping between the gaps. Or maybe he didn't like heights. That was interesting. This was the handover between shifts. Reeve was watching for Campbell. He was definitely back, despite losing his son, because Reeve had seen him walk past the security doors. Marino sidled up beside Reeve and stood watching too.
We're all back to normal again, are we?
No. Campbell's son bought it.
Oh. He'll want to express his feelings to Phoenix, then.
Phoenix is the chairman's anointed. Campbell can't touch him now.
Chairman's an hour away in heavy traffic and only knows what he gets told. Takes a minute to settle a score.
He hasn't got a score.
Gotta take it out on someone.
Reeve was still watching Jerry, trying to work out how to make use of the dog's weakness. It might come in useful one day. The animal was standing still, ears pricked forward and staring down through the grid, but then he threw his head up and looked around as if someone had yelled at him. Parmenter put out a hand to steady him.
You okay, boy? What is it?
The other dog started barking somewhere behind the wooden shutter. Reeve looked around to see who was coming in, but the main security doors stayed shut. Jerry started whining. Marcus stepped out of his cell and took slow, careful paces down the hall with his eyes fixed on the paving slabs, as if he was looking for lost keys or something. Reeve watched him. He tilted his head slightly, not focusing on anything. The dogs were still barking. It wasn't their usual crazed frenzy sound, more sporadic and hesitant. A kind of whistling in the dark for dogs. Marcus pointed down at his boots.
You can't feel that? No. Marino had suddenly taken an interest. What is it? Grubs. Marcus shrugged and turned back to his cell. Reeve realized he had something in his hand, a strip of metal or something that he was fiddling with. Must be excavating something big. God damn it, underneath us? No, a few clicks away probably. Marino wasn't easily rattled. Reeve wondered if Marcus was just winding him up, but the dog seemed to be able to sense it too. Maybe gears were more attuned to small vibrations because they had to react to them. Nobody in the slab had ever had to learn and read the danger signs for real. They were still cocooned in granite. Is he fucking with me? Marino demanded. No, he's just being a gear, Reeve said. Another reason to get off his case. You think the screws are going to hang around and evacuate us if those things show up? Watch Marcus. He'll know before we do. He left Marino to ponder that and wandered across to Marcus's cell. Marcus was sitting on his bunk, holding that damn envelope at its corners between thumb and forefinger. Reeve could see what the metal thing was now. It was sitting on the bunk, a broken knife or a piece of metal strap from a crate. It was the first time Reeve had actually seen him with a blade, another subtle hint of a changing attitude. Reeve decided to give him another nudge along the path. What's this? One of those cabaret acts where you guess what's written on a piece of paper without looking at it? I'm wondering how I get back to solitary since you ask, Marcus said. Reeve ignored the piss-off message. Come on, read it. How long have you been incubating that letter under your mattress? Marcus would have punched him out or walked off by now if he'd really been offended, Reeve decided. Marcus stared at him for a few seconds. His expression had upgraded from the usual just fucking kill me look in his eyes to grim distraction, which was progress of a kind. Then he peeled back the flap of the envelope, took out the folded paper, and carefully extracted a photo while keeping it face down. He must have spent forever feeling that envelope and being too scared to look at the photo, and he still is. Poor asshole. It would have been good manners to turn away while Marcus read, but Reeve needed to see his reaction. He wanted to watch it transform him. Dumb and sentimental, maybe, but seeing other guys find a way to hang on helped Reeve keep going himself. But Marcus wasn't transformed, at least not in the right direction. He clenched his jaw, suddenly expressionless again, but his eyes were brimming. So she'd either dumped him or not dumped him. It was hard to work out what he really wanted. Then he did the unexpected and held the photo out to Reeve, not even glancing at it. So it had to be one of her. Or maybe her now getting married to his best buddy. You going to look at it? Reeve asked. Are you? Wow. Weird. I thought he'd punch the shit out of anyone for gazing on her frigging sacred countenance. Okay. But what do you want me to do then? Just understand, Marcus said. Reeve wasn't expecting her to be a complete dog, but he wasn't expecting her to look like that either. She was the kind of woman that heroes got issued with. It was a strange snapshot in an office, as if that was all she had to send him. Or maybe it was a day that had some special meaning for him. Okay, I can see why you're cut up, Reeve said. But I'd keep going if a terrific piece of ass like that was waiting for me. There was every chance that he'd given the wrong answer, and that Marcus was now going to break his neck in a couple of efficient seconds. but the guy just held out his hand for the photo and put it back in the envelope without looking. Then he stuffed the envelope in his pants pocket. Reeve bunched his fingers into a pen grip and mimed scribbling. "Go on, reply to her." Marcus just shrugged. But there was a definite change in him. The reminder of the world he'd lost had upset him, but he was obviously thinking something over, and maybe that had given him the nerve to finally open the letter. "I've got KP duty," he said, standing up. Ah, he hadn't used that term before. The army in him was seeping out again, which might have been a good sign. "Aren't you supposed to be nursemaiding me in case I drown in the goddamn soup?" "Yeah, I need to guarantee my smokes," Reeve said. "Is it the chairman gonna drop by again to chew the fat with you? Wow, for a social outcast, you still move in some fancy circles." Marcus grunted. He walked out and glanced up at the gantry, Reeve right behind him. Campbell was up on the metal walkway all on his own, elbows resting on the rail, head down. And when he looked up again, it was pretty clear that his mind wasn't on the prison or anything happening inside the walls. All the little tics and gestures that the world outside might miss were magnified here, where there was nothing else to do except focus on the tiny community that Reeve was now stuck in. Then Campbell seemed to notice Marcus and spat over the side again. Reeve expected Marcus to just ignore it like he'd done before, but he stopped and turned square on to Campbell. "I'm sorry about your son," Marcus said. "I really am." Campbell looked at him for a second. Reeve expected some reaction, but he just turned his head away. It was hard to tell if that had made things worse or not. Marcus walked off, and Reeve thought nothing more of it. They had to pass through a stretch of corridor with open security gates at either end that closed top to bottom, and Marcus was a couple of meters ahead of Reeve when one started to slide down. Marcus glanced over his shoulder at the noise. "Shit!" Reeve darted forward and scraped under the gate. It was a simple reflex, nothing calculated, just catching up with Marcus and not getting separated from him. But then the next gate at the far end dropped down, and the metal clip slammed closed with a clunk. Marcus looked around, checking out what was now a cage. All the exits leading off the passage were kept locked, keeping the inmates' territory separated from the staff's. Reeve's gut nodded. "Hey! Open the goddamn gates, will you?" Reeve yelled. Only the warders could operate these gates, and they almost never came down here. This wasn't going to turn out well, he knew it. "Yeah, funny, Campbell. It's you, isn't it? Stop jerking us around. We got work to do." "Shit." Marcus looked from door to door. "I think this is for me, Reeve." "Well, I'm stuck in here with you. Great." "He's just going to come in and smack me around." Damn, Marcus took it as a minor inconvenience. He was watching the side doors. That was the only way Campbell could come in without Marcus getting out. "Don't get involved. Stand back. I know how crazy losing someone can make you." "Campbell?" Reed didn't know if he could hear him, because he didn't know where he was. "Campbell, just stop this shit, okay? You're not an asshole. Just fucking stop it, okay?" "Leave it," Marcus said. "Just stand back." "He better have some backup." Reeve wasn't going to do any damn standing back. "Because he's not built to take me on his own, let alone you." Marcus was watching the end door. There were two on the right, one on the left. They all led out to the main lobby by one route or another. Marcus spun around to the door nearest him like he could hear something. Then Reeve heard a thud and the sound of a latch swinging back. Suddenly he was looking straight at two charging Pelesian guard dogs. A split second, a blur of black and tan and white. He hadn't even heard them bark. They hadn't. It was silent and instant. One cannoned into his chest and knocked the breath out of him. He hit the floor, cracking the back of his head, and the next thing he felt was red-hot, searing pain in his raised arm, then in his leg. Maybe he shrieked. It was all noise and slow-motion pain, as if his arm was pulling apart like cooked meat, hot and wet. One dog's muzzle was right in his face. Reeve felt its teeth sink right to the bone of his forearm as it shook him like a rag. He could feel his leg being ripped apart too, but the sensation was somehow a long way away and happening to someone else. Marcus was yelling at him. "Curl up, Reeve! God damn it, curl up!" Shit, he was trying to. Then the light above him was blotted out, and all he could see past his arm was Marcus astride the dog. Its bite started slackening off. It took Reeve a moment to work out that Marcus was throttling the animal. He was twisting something one-handed, then brought his fist down hard on the dog's snout. The pain shook through Reeve from arm to spine to leg, and the dog slid off him like a heavy sack of potatoes. Reeve raised his head, suddenly aware of the other dog again. Now that one broke off from him and went for Marcus. Marcus was on one knee anyway, so it didn't knock him over when it sprang. He ducked. It caught him full in the face. For a moment Reeve thought it had him by the throat, but Marcus had its scruff gripped in one hand, stopping it from pulling away, holding it so tight to him that Reeve wondered if he was trying to crush its windpipe the hard way. For a moment it looked like he was punching it in the gut. He was yelling his head off like he was bayoneting an enemy. By the time Reeve had dragged himself clear, the dog was yelping and twitching on the floor between Marcus's knees. Reeve tried not to look at his own arm. "Is that piss?" Reeve asked. There was a puddle. It was a dumb question, but the first one that came into his head. "Fuck, Marcus, are you okay?" Marcus knelt back with his hand pressed hard against the right side of his face. He was clutching a short strip of metal in his other hand. The spreading puddle wasn't piss. It was blood, and both Marcus and the dog were covered in it. His blood? Mine? The dog's? Someone was yelling and arguing behind the door. One of the security gates lifted, clanking and squeaking. "Yeah, the bastard's bitten me, that's all." Marcus took his hand away and looked at his palm. A bite? Shit, it was way more than that. There was a jagged rip from his right eye all the way down through his lip, raw and bloody, but he didn't seem to realize the mess he was in. "If I ever see a friggin' dog again, it'll be too soon. It's ripped your face open." Marcus didn't seem to be taking any notice. "You just gotta keep your head. Don't let them pull away. That's how they tear flesh." "Nice plan, but it didn't do you much good." "Have you seen the state of your arm, Reeve?" Reeve tried not to look. He knew it was shredded, but as long as he didn't look, it wouldn't hurt. Then he looked, couldn't work out what was shredded flesh and what was torn shirt, and felt his guts start rolling. Boots clattered down the passage, and Reeve found himself looking up at Jarvie and Chalcross. "Holy shit," Chalcross said. "Parmenter's gonna do his nut about the dogs." "Just shut it, Dan. Get Reeve on his feet." Jarvie hauled Marcus upright. "Bollocks. This is all we need. Come on, Phoenix. Press your hand on it. Come on, hard." So this was shock, was it? Reeve was losing chunks of time. He couldn't remember stumbling down the passage and through another set of security doors, but he was in the infirmary now, lying on a bunk and trying to look at his ripped arm while Chalcross kept pushing it down and swabbing it with a wet rag. Reeve twisted his head as far as he could and saw Marcus sitting with his arms folded tight across his chest, while Jarvie did something to his face. Jarvie was putting in stitches. Marcus took it with a slight twitch each time the needle went in. "Keep still." Jarvie finished stitching. He tried to stick a dressing over the whole length of the wound, but it wouldn't adhere. You need to go to JMC, Phoenix. What? So they can do this all over again? Just give me some antibiotics. Yeah, and what am I going to tell Prescott? Your problem. How about Reeve? He's lost blood. Get him to JMC.
Marcus got up and walked over to Reeve, leaning over him and ignoring Chalcross.
God, his face was a mess. He was lucky he hadn't lost an eye. His speech sounded slurred. How do you feel, Reeve? I think I've lost my smokes for the week, Marcus. Anyway, hey, I could have bled to death back there, thanks. No sweat. Sorry you got caught up in it.
Chalcross stepped back.
I'm going to call a medic. Both of you damn well shut up and lie down. You're still losing blood.
Chalcross disappeared. Jarvie took a look at Reeve's leg, shook his head, and went after Chalcross without comment, slamming the orderly station door behind them. No wonder they were shitting themselves if what Jarvie had told him about Prescott was true.
Well, that gets me off the kitchen roster.
Reeve felt his stomach shaking as if he was going to laugh, but he wasn't.
You're going to have one hell of a scar, Marcus. Yeah.
Marcus looked different now, and it wasn't just the blood still trickling down his face. He looked lit up. It was the only way to describe it.
So when Jarvie lets us out of here, you need some help digging, I'm in.
Did I hear him right? Reeve couldn't work out what had turned him around so fast. Maybe he'd misunderstood him.
I thought you wanted to rot here for your sins, all noble and shit. I can rot later.
Marcus straightened up with a real set to his shoulders. He was talking to himself now. Reeve realized he must have been through a lot worse than this on a pretty regular basis, because he now seemed absolutely calm, completely focused on the next thing he had to do.
I need to get out of here. I need to kill some fucking grubs.
Chapter 10. The patient sustained a serious laceration to the right side of his face, approximately 11 centimeters in length, and extending from the lower right orbit to the upper lip, the result of an animal bite. I was asked to treat him approximately 2 days after the wound was sustained. There was no damage to the eye. The laceration was relatively superficial, with no damage to the bone, but the buccinator and orbicularis oris muscles required dissolving sutures. The nerves of the zygomatic and buccal branches were undamaged, so he should regain full facial movement when the wound heals, although he may experience permanent loss of sensation. Scarring will be conspicuous, but discoloration and depth may reduce over time. Early intervention by the prison staff with oral antibiotics appears to have prevented infection, always a considerable risk with animal bites. I have enclosed a series of photos of the wound for your records. May I remind you that treating such injuries within a facility like CPSE Hesketh is unsatisfactory, and all future incidents should be handled by JMC ER. Dr. J. Asandris, Senior MHO, COG DOH, in a report to Chairman Richard Prescott regarding prisoner B1116/87, Phoenix, MM Archive Note from Ms. J. Beston, Secretary to Chairman Prescott, not to be included in redacted file. The Slab, Gale, 12 AE.
There's a word for you, Reeve said. Obsessive. 40.
Marcus grunted under his breath, hauling himself up again with an overhand grip.
41. 42.
Marcus was doing chins from the exposed steel joist in the ceiling. The joist ran through every cell on the main floor and should have been boxed in, but maybe the governor who supervised the last half-assed refurbishment 50 years ago
had decided the inmates would appreciate a nice sturdy beam to hang themselves from. Reeve found it handy for drying laundry. It was in the right position to hang a sheet for some privacy, too, but if he put up a screen, it only encouraged some bastard to find out what he was doing behind it. The screws hadn't been down on the floor to check inmates at lights out for years, anyway. 44, 45. The dogs started barking somewhere else in the building, a noise that was routine to Reeve but always seemed to put Marcus on alert. This time he barely broke his rhythm. The fight was back in him, and Reeve could trace it back to an exact moment. He'd watched it ramp up. A little more steel in Marcus's spine after Prescott spoke to him, enough to make him read the letter from his girl, and then the clincher, the dog attack. Looking back, it was like Marcus needed to convince himself that he could still fight and that he had a reason to, and then the adrenaline of fighting for his life and winning had thrown that switch again and made him realize what he did best. He was a gear. His purpose was to kill grubs, and he could probably do it with his bare hands if only he could get out of here. And that seemed to be what he was working toward now. The guy wouldn't let himself off the hook, though. He was only keeping himself combat fit and helping dig the tunnel because he was planning to get out and kill as many locusts as he could before they finally killed him. It was slowly starting to make sense to Reeve, but only because he'd finally managed to see the world as Marcus saw it. Or a glimpse of it. Nobody really gets inside his head, I'll bet. Not so sure I'd want to be, either. Reeve could set his watch by Marcus. He had the zeal of a guy with a deadline to meet. He finished his set, dropped back onto the floor, shook out his arms, pulled his elbow across his chest a few times to stretch out, right, then left, then stepped up onto the bunk to reach the joist again. It was an underhand grip this time. He did another 50 chins, then dropped down and took a breather, hands braced on his thighs. The big scar from his run-in with the dogs was still a canyon across his face, a deep gouge with ragged edges, but somehow he made it look like an accessory instead of a disfigurement. They said your life story showed on your face. Reeve was pretty sure he could read Marcus's. "I'm charging admission," Marcus said, straightening up. He still sounded slightly slurred. His mangled cheek was going to be stiff and numb for a long time. "You should try it. Physio for that arm of yours." "I can't fucking grip now, and you know it." Yeah, the arm was a mess, and some of Reeve's fingers still had no feeling in them. He'd have been an out-of-work assassin now. "We've got bigger problems." "What?" "They're shutting the psych wing. We're going to be down to 6 warders soon." Marcus just looked at him, then swung onto the joist again, one-handed this time. "Why?" "Jarvie says they've drafted some screws." Marcus's face fell as much as an already unsmiling guy's ever could. It was one of the few times Reeve was certain he knew what he was thinking. It should have been him going back to the front line, a proper gear, a man who wanted to fight again and knew exactly how. "Campbell?" Marcus asked at last, grunting with effort. "Nah." Marcus went silent for a moment, probably counting. Reeve waited for him to finish his set and drop down. "Shit." Marcus dusted off his hands with more concentration than was necessary. "Can't be their reward for taking chunks out of me, then." That didn't mean anything to Reeve. "He's backed off you, hasn't he?" "Yeah." "So who's left?" "Jarvie, Parmenter, Ospin, Chalcross, Campbell, and the night shift guy. What's his name? Ling." Marcus seemed to be checking the list mentally, frowning. Then he shrugged. "The shithole runs itself. They just watch. Why is it a big deal?" Do the math, Marcus. It takes 12 of them to run this place, and that's because they need to wrangle the loonies in the secure wing. 2 guys per shift can't do that. So they're either going to let 'em mix with us.
Marcus looked around like he'd heard something and went to the cell door to look up in the direction of the gantry. He always seemed to pick up sounds Reeve missed. Maybe it was all that practice at listening for grubs.
Yeah, that'll pass the time, Marcus said, distracted, and walked out onto the central floor. He called out, "Officer Jarvie, any mail?"
Reeve stepped back to watch. It was the first time he'd ever heard Marcus raise his voice by even a fraction. Jarvie, scarf wrapped around his neck and arms folded tight against the cold, looked down over the rail with an apologetic expression.
"Nothing today, Phoenix."
Marcus just nodded at him and looked lost for a moment. It was the kind of exchange that would have earned a few catcalls, at the very least, for anyone else. But Marcus had somehow managed to step outside the pecking order of the prison. In the world, but not of it. Who said that? I can't remember, but true. Marino ambled down the hall like an NCO coming to see what all the noise was about. Marcus never made eye contact with him now. Reeve studied their body language with the eye of an expert, because in here there wasn't much else to do except watch other people, part entertainment, part survival. Marino walked like he owned the place, as he pretty well did. But he never stood too close to Marcus, blocked his path, or crossed the invisible line that marked the boundary of his open cell door. For his part, Marcus didn't do that square-on gesture, the way he'd sometimes stand with his shoulders set and fists clenched at his side as if he was spoiling for a fight. The agreement was silent. Marcus wasn't going to kiss Marino's ass, but he wasn't interested in being top dog either. He had other things on his mind. That didn't stop guys treating him as if he had some authority, though. Marino was still visibly edgy about that. Marcus seemed to be reassuring him that he could keep his poxy job as king of Turd Hill.
"You got a problem, Phoenix?" he asked.
It was the sort of question that could erupt into a fight without the slightest effort. Reeve's arm was too damaged now to be useful in breaking up a brawl, so he just prayed that Marcus wouldn't take the bait.
"Yeah, I'm not getting any letters from—"
Marcus skipped half a beat.
"My girlfriend."
Reeve realized it was the first time he'd actually used the word. He hadn't even said her name, not once. If Marino had been working up to try to put Marcus in his place once and for all, the answer had totally disarmed him.
"Shit, man," Marino said. He shook his head. They take time to get used to it. She'll write. And if she doesn't, you can forget her."
So it was Marcus's turn to be taken aback. He blinked a couple of times.
"Yeah."
Then he went back into his cell and carried on with his exercise routine. Marino looked at Reeve and tilted his head slightly. What's up with him? Reeve did a discreet head jerk for Marino to follow and walked a little way down the hall. There was an argument going on somewhere. It sounded like Seffert and Van Lees going at it in the kitchens over that goddamn radio and who had broken it. The kitchens were the warmest place in the Slab in winter, and it attracted too many volunteers for the space available. Tempers frayed. But shit, no radio. That was their last independent link with the outside world.
"Look, all Marcus is interested in is getting out and killing grubs," Reeve said. "He's made it his mission." "Yeah, he's unhinged, I know. I feel kind of sorry for him. Still all loyal to the assholes who put him in here." "I don't think it's that simple." "Maybe not. said Marino. Now let's get down to the real problem in here. Not that we have any formality going with the screws, but what are we going to do when our new guests arrive from the psych wing, as they surely will? Your call, Dan. Who've we got in there?
Reeve tried to remember. It hadn't seemed important to know who the criminally insane were, except out of idle curiosity and something to gossip about, because everyone had assumed they'd never have to rub shoulders with them. They had to be kept separate.
Well, there's Ruskin, the guy who chopped up mailmen in 8 bits.
Reeve recalled the newspaper headlines.
Then there's the serial rapists, Beresford, Tasman, the guy who went nuts with the automatic rifle in the Tolan supermarket, that arsonist they took years to catch. Yeah, picking the most sociable out of that bunch is going to be tough. Are they going to let them out with us? It isn't going to happen, Marino growled. Or if it does, it won't be a situation that lasts more than a few hours. We're kind of picky, considering, aren't we? We're the ones at risk here, buddy, Marino said. Not the public and not the screws. If the nutters end up killing half of us, it's a result for them.
It wasn't as if any human rights do-gooders were going to rise up and object. Reeve wasn't sure that there were any left.
Wouldn't they have done it by now, if that's what they wanted? No prisoners and the screws end up at the front. Yeah, but Campbell probably wants that. But some others don't.
Marino didn't so much shove Reeve in the chest as tap him in the sternum in a way that said he could have used a knife instead if he'd felt like it.
You're the one who's matey with Jarvie. Go sort it out. I'm going to make sure everyone else is prepped for a little self-defense.
Marino walked away, hands in his pockets, and disappeared into the kitchens, probably to secure blades and anything else that might come in useful, or at least to make sure the psych wing inmates couldn't get their hands on them. Reeve felt threatened for the first time in years. The Slab wasn't the nicest resort on Sarah, but at least, once the worst excesses had passed and folks had generally settled down, it had been far safer to be inside its walls than out since E-Day. Now that was all starting to change again. He looked around to see if Jarvie had returned to the gantry, but Campbell was up there now, looking like a ghost next to Chalcross. Shit. So Chalcross was going to be handed a lancer and told to do the business, was he? It was a shame the warders didn't have a better working relationship with Marcus. He had to have a whole stack of tips on how not to end up dead. Campbell was looking down at the main floor. He didn't seem to be focusing on anything at the moment, though. Reeve found it hard to think of him as a poor bastard because his arm was never going to be right again after the dog attack, and he had a chunk out of his calf big enough to put a fist in. But Campbell looked utterly fucked. Losing an only son had to be goddamn hard. So many folks couldn't have kids at all. It made things that much harder. But Campbell wasn't a bad guy. Funny. Marcus had just accepted that fear and eventually bereavement made Campbell take it out on him. He didn't think it was sadistic at all, just desperate. Not that being understanding made a goddamn difference to Marcus. He still had a slice ripped out of his face that was going to give him trouble for years to come. "Hey, Marcus?" Reeve went back and stuck his head into the cell. Marcus was doing crunches on the floor now, boots up on the bunk. Reeve waited for him to finish. He took a damn long time. "You done? Tunnel time. We might need it sooner rather than later if we end up sharing the floor with our unhinged colleagues." Marcus got to his feet, picked up his prison-issued jacket, and strode after Reeve in the direction of the boiler room. "Maybe they'll be really tolerant." "Shit, that's not funny."
We'll be okay with the rapists.
They're not all in for doing ladies, Marcus.
Terrific.
You still got your blade?
Yeah. Hate messy cuticles.
Wow, you've perked up some lately.
Sooner we finish this tunnel, the sooner I get to kill grubs. Motivational.
Not down to your girl, then. Has she got a name?
Yeah.
It's Anya, isn't it?
Marcus slowed and turned, all frozen menace. Reeve almost tripped over him.
I don't want to see that name scrawled on the latrine wall with any interesting comments. I'm guessing you'll keep it to yourself. Course I will.
Marcus picked up his pace again.
You know it's going to take a year to dig beyond the walls, don't you?
What do you call her?
Anya, I mean. Lieutenant.
Oh, I get it.
No, you don't.
They were in the boiler room corridor now. Marcus seemed not to understand that a bunch of people stuck in jail, with their contacts outside either dead or keen to forget them, found a new guy and his personal soap opera enormously interesting.
I said a year. We better dig faster than the grubs, then.
Reeve looked over Lucar's head and peered down into the hole. He couldn't see anyone down there now, so they'd turned a corner. All he could hear was quiet scraping and the occasional rainfall sounds of soil falling. Ed Wayne hauled soil across the floor on an old sack and began piling it into buckets.
You know you're going to hit granite any minute now, Marcus said.
He got on his knees and stuck his head down the hole.
If you carry on digging a shallow shaft, you won't get under the walls. You're going to have to dig down first.
Exactly, Ed Wayne said. That's why we're going for the utility conduit.
That's not a good idea.
You got a better one?
No.
So you finally want to slum it with the criminal types then, Cog?
Marcus stood with his hands on his hips, feet apart, and just stared at Ed Wayne without blinking. Ed Wayne didn't look away. Reeve began to worry that this might go on for hours.
We're all criminal scum here, Reeve said. Give it a rest, Indy, will you? Just let the guy dig.
Okay. Time for your shift, Cog.
Ed Wayne took it with a raised eyebrow.
Get Vance out.
Marcus called Vance, and the guy eventually shuffled out of the hole holding a small trowel. No wonder it was taking forever. But there was no point using the shovel when there was so little soft soil to excavate anyway. Vance handed Marcus the trowel and clambered out.
I think I've found it, he said. I can't tell how big it is from the exposed section, but it's that rigid plastic they used to use.
The grubs had made Marcus the buried infrastructure expert, Reeve reckoned. He must have seen more ripped-up foundations, smashed pipes, and soil than anyone in here.
I'll check it out, he said. If it's the composite I think it is, then we'll need to shatter it to get in. We'll need a hammer, not a cutting tool. Where are you planning on coming up, anyway?
Ed Wayne took a folded sheet of rag paper out of his back pocket and unfurled it in front of Marcus, standing over him.
Here, he said. About 700 meters out. There should be an inspection hatch, or at least there was one when I was first briefed. What do you mean, briefed?
Back in the war, both you and I remember, Cog. 100 useful facts for a saboteur about the enemy and its heartland. Your electricity company built inspection plates every kilometer inside the borough limits.
Marcus looked up for a moment, shoved the trowel in the waistband of his pants, then swung his legs into the hole and lowered himself in. Reeve heard him slither around the curve of the tunnel.
There was no headroom to stand up, and he'd have to turn himself around in the shaft to go head first along the opening to dig flat on his stomach or side. It wasn't a job for the claustrophobic, and it wasn't easy for a guy as tall and broad as Marcus. He was just determined to do it. Reeve wondered how the hell they'd pull him out if he got stuck down there. It got hotter than a steam bath after a few minutes' sweaty work, even in this freezing weather, and passing out from dehydration was a real danger. Short sessions were the only way.
You still think we're going to be safer outside than in? Vance asked, wiping his face on his sleeve.
If they open up the psych wing, for sure, Reeve said. He stuck his head down the hole. 10 minutes, Marcus, then we swap, okay? He heard a growl that might have been agreement, and turned to keep an eye on the old tin-faced clock behind a locked glass scuttle high on the wall. 8, 9, 10, 11 minutes passed. There were still chunking, scraping sounds coming from the hole.
Hey, Marcus, come on, time's up, Reeve called.
Found something, Marcus said.
It was another couple of minutes before the digging noises stopped and were replaced by shuffling and heavy breathing. Marcus squeezed his upper body out of the hole, glazed with sweat and looking even more pissed off with life than normal, and folded his arms on the edge.
What is it then?
Edwin asked.
I've exposed the conduit. So now we can start making an opening into it. It's going more smoothly than I expected. You might want to revise that. What size aperture did you think it was?
Edwin shrugged.
2.5 meters, that's standard.
Marcus heaved himself out of the hole and stood up.
Make that a shade under 1 meter, he said. I can see the degree of curve. We're going to have to crawl out of here like cavers, single file, not walk. We can do that, Edwin said, not missing a beat. Any other little downbeat messages for us?
Yeah, Marcus said.
Did I ever tell you how the grubs got into the center of Aphira?
Staff Admin Office, the Slab.
Fuck him,
Campbell said, squatting in front of the wood-burning stove in the staff room. He opened the glass-fronted metal door and threw something in, making the flames lick up the front.
Fuck him.
The flames roared and then died down while Campbell stared into them. Nico only half glanced his way to see what had caused the surge of heat in the small room. He was lost in accounts paperwork for the meager supplies from Jacinto and waiting for a phone call back from the health department.
Fuck who?
He asked.
I'll forget it.
Nico never pushed Campbell lately. In a world where everyone was bereaved, he was handling his son's death worse than average. He hardly spoke, and when he did, he was a negative, quarrelsome guy Nico didn't recognize. But he'd backed off Marcus Phoenix after setting the dogs on him, and that was all that mattered. For some reason, he'd expected to be conscripted into the army with the others, and seemed upset that he hadn't. Nico was still trying to work out if that was part of Chairman Prescott fulfilling his promise to punish them if Marcus was mistreated again, or something else entirely.
What are you burning?
Nico asked.
Paper. I'm damn well freezing.
Yeah, well, we can't turn the heating on yet, so don't blow all our combustible waste at once, will you? Campbell went on tidying up the office. Nico bent back over the paperwork. He had no idea which prisoners were safe to move out of the secure unit or what to do with the ones who weren't. He was waiting for a call back from a psychiatrist with guidance on who was most dangerous, as if any shrink still working there had any goddamn idea about that, and the call still hadn't come.
When did the ones who need medicating last get their drugs? I can't even remember. We haven't had any psych drugs for years. We could just leave them in there, Campbell said. Okay, they don't get any exercise. They have to wash in the basin in their cell, so frigging what? We've got the death sentence for any number of crimes now, but we're wasting time and resources on prisoners who'd be shot today. Well, there's your answer, Nico said. There was no martial law in force when they were sentenced. We're still pretending the world's nice and normal out there. Laws and regulations, my ass. Yeah, because the more we cut corners on this stuff, the less civilized we let ourselves become. Where do you pick up this bullshit? Nico wasn't sure. Something at the back of his mind said that he had to hang on to some rules, however pointless they seemed, because they were all that was left of normal cog life as he knew it. If they tossed everything over the side, things would descend into anarchy. Even the stranded had rules. Campbell mooched around the office, lifting stacks of paper and dusting under them with a cloth that might once have been white. He moved Nico's half-full coffee cup, complete with the spoon resting in it, and wiped under that, too, then put it back down again on the ring-stained desk. The spoon tinkled gently against the porcelain. He walked away and it tinkled again. Nico's first thought was floorboards, but it went on tinkling when Campbell stood still. Nico stared at it. The spoon shivered for about 15 seconds before it stopped. Grubs, he said. Campbell stared at the cup for a few moments. How much digging are they doing if they can shake a building on granite bedrock? Who knows? We should shut this place down. Everyone said it, and it always begged the question. Why a government that could and would take the most extreme steps to survive the grub onslaught would draw the line at wiping out a handful of pariahs. Perhaps the only reason was the same as Nico's own, that throwing all the laws and rules to the wind brought the world too close to a place they wouldn't recognize and wouldn't be worth saving any longer. They always said terrible things crept up on you a slice at a time. But even when moral corruption approached by slow stealth, a man could sometimes still see the line in the sand. Maybe Prescott did. We'll shut it down when we're told to, Nico said, and checked his watch. If the shrink didn't ring back in an hour, he'd have to leave the call to Parmenter, who couldn't take an accurate note of a phone call to save his life. Until then, we do the business, okay? Come on. There's a supply drop later today. Canned meat, possibly. Any ammo? We're almost out. Don't think so. They had a couple of rifles and 4 boxes of ammo, and each warder had a sidearm with enough for 1 reload each. So far, they hadn't needed to use it, and it was hoarded like the imperial jewels of Kashkur just in case. We never get ammo. Powdered milk, though, they promised. Better keep Ospen out of that. He had the last consignment. You know what? I'll unload it myself and hand it to Marino. That's the only way the goddamn inmates stand a chance of getting any of it. Why does that matter to you if you think they're all scum? Because it's my job to ensure they're treated humanely. Doing the right thing when I don't want to is called being a fucking adult, okay? Nico wished he hadn't snarled at the guy, but then reminded himself what he'd done to Marcus, who still worried him. The man wasn't moping around waiting to die these days, but he still wasn't the full buck. He'd switched into a grim, obsessed, focused state, as if he knew something the rest of them didn't and was waiting for an order. Are those bastards up to something down there? Campbell asked. It's all a bit too quiet. Keep your fingers crossed that they're trying to escape. Campbell seemed to find some more waste paper to burn. Nico glanced at him, distracted from the phone for a moment, just to check that there wasn't any space left on the back of any of it that could be written on. It looked heavy with ink, airmail paper, or something flimsy. It occurred to him that it might have been letters from his son. He didn't dare ask. There was no telling why a bereaved father might do that, and why he might do it here rather than at home. "You should send that stuff for repulping," Nico said carefully. Campbell tossed the last of the pile into the stove. It flared again. "I can't be asked. Just burn it. Use the ash on the gardens." The phone rang, and the wisdom of recycling was forgotten. If it wasn't the Department of Health, then it would be the Justice Department or Prescott's office, and neither was going to have anything uplifting to say. Nico picked up the handset. "CPSE Hesketh, Officer Jarvie speaking." "Dr. Wilson here. You wanted a risk assessment on your psychiatric inmates." Nico fumbled for a pencil and flipped over the pad of requisition forms to use the blank backs. There was nothing much to requisition now. "That's it. I need to know who the risks are if I transfer them into the main cell wing. We're down to 50% staffing levels. I'm worried about whether they can be let out to mix with the regular inmates." "Well, you say they're not medicated. So your big risk is Ruskin, because we've got him down as a schizophrenic as well as his other issues. But then you probably already know that if he hasn't been on his tabs for a while." "I just need information. I have to clear the wing and shut it down." "There's no guarantee they won't harm each other or themselves." "I don't think any of their families are going to sue us somehow." "Okay, keep Ruskin on his own, and if you can keep him locked up all day, that's good. The rest, the arsonist will probably be worth keeping an eye on. The others are probably more danger to themselves." I waited hours for that professional opinion. Would anyone notice or even care if we shot them? Not that we've got enough ammo to spare for that. If they knew... we lost control of this place years ago. "Terrific," Nico said. "Thanks, Doc." He put the phone down, resigned to leaving Marino to sort out the mess. Campbell looked at him expectantly. "So?" Total waste of time. Come on, let's go prep Ruskin to move." It was a baton and handcuffs job. It was bad enough taking him out of the cell to let him use the showers, because that meant shutting off the main floor to stop him getting access to the regular inmates and taking him down there personally. That wouldn't get done now. Might as well get it over with. "Okay, who's doing it?" "You and me." Campbell closed the stove door and reached for his baton, hanging on the back of the chair from a leather strap. "Parmenter better let the dogs out then. Lockdown." The solitary cells, the psychiatric wing out of necessity, were pretty good accommodation compared to the main floor, at least in the summer. The cells were dark, but they were cool and quiet. Nico sometimes wondered how he'd cope in here, and decided that he'd do better with privacy than living on the main floor like a mannequin in a shop window. "Hey, Screw!" a voice yelled from down the corridor. That was Beresford. "Jarvie, is that you? There's water in my goddamn cell. No ice. Look, it's damn well freezing." Nico gestured to Campbell to stay put while he checked it out. "What do you mean, water?" He walked along the row of doors. "Where?" "On the floor. It's been seeping up through the flagstones." Nico made sure he had his baton ready with the leather loop firmly around his fist. He'd never had any crap from Beresford, not for a few years anyway, but he never quite felt easy around the guy, even though he wasn't violent toward men. Nico opened the door and motioned Beresford to stand at the back of the cell. He was right about the water. Nico could see the shimmering reflection in the light from the overhead grill. The floor wasn't awash, but there were small, glittering puddles in the indentations, the deeper ones opaque with frost. His first thought was that the toilet or wash basin was leaking, but he checked the U-bends and the seals, and they were bone dry. "I see little bubbles sometimes," Beresford said. "It's coming up from underground." "I don't think we're on a stream or a spring or anything." "So? Where's it coming from?" "Well, you're moving upstairs anyway, so you won't have to worry about it." Nico shut the door behind him. "We'll move you out next." "It's probably condensation," Campbell called. "No, there's water seeping up through the floor," Nico said. "And don't say call maintenance." It wouldn't have been the first time they had to shut down an area because the wiring had perished or something structural had collapsed and there was nobody to fix it. "Must be recent." Campbell yelled out, "Anyone else got water in their cell?" "Me, sir." That was Lupinski. His cell was on the same side of the passage as Beresford's. "Just a bit under the sink this morning. Frozen now." "I bet it's the goddamn grubs," Campbell muttered. "They've shifted a watercourse or something when they've been digging." "Don't let them in," Ruskin whimpered. "Don't let them in here, please." "It's okay, the grubs don't have keys." Nico would have felt sorry for the guy if he hadn't known what he was in for. "They'll have to put in for a visiting pass." Ruskin didn't have crazy mailman-eating cannibal tattooed on his forehead. He was a thick-set, chubby guy in his 50s, all dark curly hair shot with gray. Someone Nico would have taken for a short-order cook if he hadn't known he'd been a teacher. The lack of exercise in solitary showed. All Ruskin cared about was that no strangers came to his door. Nico could piece that one together just about. "Promise?" Ruskin said. "Come on, Ruskin." Nico stood at the open door, shaking the handcuffs. He'd never had a problem with Ruskin. Most of the time he just seemed terrified of noises and voices, but there was no point getting careless. "We're moving you." Ruskin backed away a couple of paces. "Where?" "Somewhere nice and dry." Campbell was right behind Nico, probably looking menacing by Ruskin's standards. Nico didn't look over his shoulder. "The water's leaking up from the bedrock. You'll have your own cell, don't worry." Ruskin edged around the walls of the cell like a rat laying down a scent trail. He knew the drill. He held his hands out for the cuffs. His breath made little clouds on the cold air. "I don't want anyone calling at my door," he said. "You promise me, okay?" "No strangers," Nico said. He'd work it out once that door was locked behind him. "Come on, buddy." The dogs were barking their heads off behind the wooden door as the countdown siren sounded. Once outside the relative soundproofing of the Secure Wing's thick granite walls, Ruskin caught the full impact of it. Nico had a grip on his right elbow while Campbell flanked him on the left. They stopped in front of the door and waited. 3, 2, 1, lockdown, the PA system said. The barking was manic. In a way, Nico was glad that Marcus had managed to kill some dogs because it had taken away a little of their boogeyman status. Parmenter was worried he'd lose some more of his precious puppies now that Marcus had proved they weren't unbeatable, so if he set them loose, he now released the whole pack. Nobody, not even Marcus, could deal with that unarmed, but Parmenter was still worried that somehow he would. For a quiet guy who was actually no trouble, Marcus managed to scare the shit out of everyone. Nico got on his radio. "Dogs back in yet?"
Clear,
Parmenter said. Campbell opened the door, and the two of them shoved Ruskin inside to start the long walk. Nico knew it would have been a little easier if he'd moved Ruskin at night, after lights out, because now he had to run the gauntlet of the inmates watching balefully from their cells. The mood on the floor was sullen. No catcalls or barracking, just a wall of silent stares that said, "Not in my backyard." Nico understood. Okay, it was dumb for one bunch of killers and worse to look down on another bunch of killers and worse. But that was humanity in a nutshell, and prison was no different. The slightly more decent folk of Slab society did have a practical point, though. Nico really didn't know what the psych wing guys would do, and 2 warders per shift wouldn't be able to go through the secure routine with them in here any more than they would in the solitary wing. He'd worked it out. They'd have to time it all to coincide with dogs out time. Nico turned his head. Marino was just watching, leaning on the horizontal panel, arms folded through and around the bars. A few cells along, Marcus wasn't taking any notice at all. He was doing crunches, boots up on the bunk, arms crossed, as if he had an upcoming fight he needed to be fit for. Reeves said it was all harmless military stuff that kept him busy and not to worry about it, because it beat getting into scraps with Marino. Ruskin didn't stop to stare at Marcus, but he certainly gave him a worried look as he passed. "Nothing to worry about there, Ruskin," Nico said, pushing him along a little faster. He opened the cell door manually with the key and shoved him in. "I'll bring your blankets and bedding up in a minute, okay?"
Lock it,
Ruskin said.
please.
Poor sod. Nico turned the key and rattled the bars to reassure Ruskin that nobody was going to get in. Sometimes he felt guilty for having any sympathy, but he judged the men by how they treated him in here. It was impossible to think of the crime and not react to the human being standing in front of him. He just couldn't keep up any disapproval or anger because there was nothing going on to refuel it, at least not with Ruskin. The kitty fiddlers were another matter. It was hard to look at a guy who did that kind of shit and not be reminded of it. But what really kept his loathing fresh and sharp-edged was that none of the ones here seemed at all sorry for what they did, and they still tried to connive and manipulate every chance they got. They were the creepiest, most worthless bunch of fuckers he could imagine. A cannibal was a peach by comparison. Campbell paused and looked around the floor, then up at the gallery. From down here, the place was an amphitheater. Nico caught a whiff of his mood. This was how it would be from now on, except on shift handover. 2 warders on their own, surrounded by a bunch of men with nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing at all. An island in a shrinking world under siege beyond the walls. Somewhere in a passage beyond the wing, the dogs were barking. It seemed to be a constant soundtrack for life these days. "Let's go," said Campbell. Nico passed Marcus's cell again and paused. There was always some laundry strung in a neat line from the faucet on the basin to something Marcus had managed to hammer into the wall between the blocks. That army discipline hadn't left him. "So you wrote at last," Nico said. Reeve had passed him an envelope a couple of weeks ago to stick in the outgoing mail to sovereigns, painstakingly addressed in small, precise letters. Nico had had no direct conversation with Marcus since his last Keep Prescott happy medical examination. "Good call." Marcus took a few more crunches to react. Thanks for the paper. The Slab wasn't much of a kingdom, and Nico was only the senior warder because nobody else wanted to take responsibility. But he was a god here, and a god had choices, a menu of thunderbolts and blessings. He decided to use his omnipotence for a change. He opened the cell door. Come on, Phoenix. Now what have I done? Just move it. Marcus got to his feet, and the first thing he did was look at Campbell, arms at his sides but fists clenched. Nico read that more as a self-conscious guy not knowing what to do with hands more than getting ready to swing, although Marcus was more than capable of that. Campbell read it another way entirely. The rest of the wing seemed to get the same idea, too. The yelling started as Marcus stepped out. You give as good as you get, Gear, someone yelled. Yeah, how many of you is it going to take to put him down this time? Assholes! Hang in there, Phoenix. It was inevitable, Nico supposed. It hurt. It shouldn't have, but it did. But he couldn't start justifying himself to inmates or bargaining with them about why he was taking Marcus out of his cell. They'd fixed on Marcus as some kind of touchstone, their guy, their champion, and while they probably would have yelled for any other guy they thought was going to get a good hiding, Marcus had become symbolic. They thought he didn't belong here. Maybe they thought none of them belonged here either. Campbell locked the door behind Nico and let rip. What the hell are you doing? Mind your own business. Nico shoved Marcus ahead of him toward the stairs. I mean it. Thin out. Me and Phoenix need a talk. Campbell stood in Nico's way for a moment and then seemed to work out something. He probably thought Nico was doing a deal to use whatever value Marcus had for Prescott to squeeze some supplies or other advantage out of the system. That was fine. He could go on thinking that. It wouldn't piss him off, whereas knowing that Nico was treating Marcus like a stray in need of scraps definitely would. Campbell shrugged, ran up the stairs ahead of them, and disappeared through the door that led out onto the next gallery. Nico steered Marcus to the staff room, pulled out a chair, and sat him down at one of the desks. He dragged the phone across the scratched and varnished wood. Then he slopped some coffee into a mug and put it in front of him. I'm going to take a walk, he said. 10 minutes. Call your girl. Dial 8 to get an outside line. Drink the coffee. Then I'll take you back. Marcus looked up at him as if he was mad. Can't do that. Can. Do it. Marcus would change his mind about 10 seconds after the door closed. Nico shut it behind him and made a deliberately noisy exit down the passage to sit out the 10 minutes on the battered leather sofa outside the staff toilet, where he could also keep watch to stop Campbell coming back. The dogs started barking again. The sound drifted through a grating in the wall. Sometimes they barked like they were having a noisy conversation. Sometimes the barking was frantic and let me at 'em. At other times it was just sporadic, a kind of what's going on or where is everybody. Parmenter seemed to know what they said. He was the only guy willing to get down among them. 10 minutes. Time was up. Nico went back, rattled the door handle by way of warning, then opened the door. Marcus was still sitting at the desk. The phone was exactly where Nico had left it, but so was the mug, and Marcus had finished the coffee. He was staring at the desk. So is everything okay? Nico asked. She got your letter? Didn't call, Marcus said. Thanks anyway, appreciate it. Why the hell not? I can't do that to her. She damn well needs a call, man.
Marcus just raised his eyes, not his head. He was suddenly the sergeant explaining something to a dumb recruit.
She stopped writing. If she's found someone else, the last thing she needs is some fucking pathetic call from me making her feel guilty for getting on with her life.
Nico just didn't get it.
But you wrote. You don't censor the outgoing mail, do you?
Marcus had that I get it look.
You don't read it?
No. I just put it in the admin box for sovereigns, and one of us drops it off every week.
Then you don't know what I wrote.
What do you want, Marcus? He didn't call him Phoenix. It just slipped out.
What do you really want at this moment?
Marcus rarely faced people when he spoke to them. Not that he talked much. He normally looked somewhere else, but never gave the impression he wasn't listening. In fact, his focus seemed a bit too intense on whatever he wasn't looking at. Nico wondered if there was anyone he looked full in the face and had a proper conversation with. He looked straight past Nico through the arrow-slit window that gave a small, mean-spirited view of Jacinto's ornate towers.
I want to pay for what I did, he said. I want the people I've hurt to be happy again. And I want to use whatever I've still got left in me to kill grubs.
There was no answer to that. Nico wondered whether to walk away again and see if he changed his mind, but it didn't look likely. He picked up the cup and tilted it at Marcus to ask if he wanted a refill, but Marcus shook his head and got up. He always decided when the conversation was over, nobody else. And he wanted his punishment. Nico was surprised he'd accepted any coffee at all.
We're all allowed one slip, Phoenix, Nico said.
Marcus walked ahead of him down the metal stairs and waited patiently at the door to D-Wing as Nico unlocked it and gripped the bolt. This time he turned around and looked Nico right in the eye, almost too close to be comfortable. But he seemed less focused on him than ever. His mind was definitely on something or someone else. Nico could see that distance in his eyes.
No, Officer Jarvie, Marcus said. I'm not.
Escape tunnel, the Slab.
You still wasting your time?
Marino wandered past the excavations outside the boiler room.
You ever thought this through? Like where you're gonna go when you get out?
Out, Edwayne said. Reeve watched the theater between Edwayne and Marino as he dragged more buckets of gritty mud out of the tunnel on the end of a rope. Vance was down there at the moment, scooping out cupfuls in a session rather than bucketfuls. The utility conduit had leaked and filled up with gravel and silt over the years, so it saved them no time, but at least it gave them some kind of reinforcement for the tunnel roof. It was heavy going. 2 years of patient digging hadn't gotten them to the line of the wall yet, according to Edwayne's map. Lucars was waiting his turn with the digging.
Out means rejoining COG society, Marino said. Terrific plan. No papers, no ration book, so they'll treat you as stranded, if you're lucky. And you know what they do with stranded guys who show up inside the wire? They conscript them. So maybe we head the other way, Lucar said. They say the stranded survive okay. Can't be much different from being in here, except you can run away from the grubs. But anything beats being in here when those things break through. Not showing much faith in our brave gears, are we? Yeah. Speaking of which, where's our certified hero?
Reeve looked up. He was Marcus's minder, and everyone knew it, so he felt he had to defend his absence from the dig.
Maybe Jarvie's holding Campbell while Marcus gets his own back. Nah, he's Mr. Clean, Marino said. He'd insist on sporting odds. Well, can't stay here all day chatting to you ladies. You might want to think about your long-term future in Jacinto, though. Edwin snorted. If Jacinto has one itself. So you'll be catching the fast train back to Pell's, then? First class? I'll be finding whatever the cogs left of my own people somehow, yes. I'll wave you goodbye, Indy boy.
Marino chuckled and walked off.
He had a point.
Once they were outside, then there was a whole new social order, and Reeve had been doing the math. Small population, much smaller space, strict food rationing. It would be hard to disappear in the city like he'd once been able to do. Maybe the stranded route was the more sensible one. Marcus would know. His intel was the most current, although Marino still seemed to have his communications channels running somehow, probably via Arthur Ospen. If any of the screws could be described as bent in the good old-fashioned way, it was him. Reeve thought of all that propaganda bullshit on the radio about how civilians were sucking it up like the gears as part of the war effort. The hell they were. Plenty would, of course, but many would be just the same as they were in the last war. There'd always be black marketeering, hoarding, and not giving a shit about neighbors or even the gears at the front. Humans were humans. The slab was distilled essence of mankind, the stuff you had to dilute in the outside world to make the species tolerable. Here he comes, Lukars said, holding up a finger. Listen. Marcus had a distinctive gait, the stride of a man used to moving in formation and at speed. He didn't walk, he marched. It was thud, thud, thud on the flagstones, and there he was at the doorway, looking somewhere between troubled and impatient. Reeve gave him a discreet once-over, just in case he'd guessed wrong and Campbell had taken another pop at the guy. No external marks, as far as he could tell. So maybe it was just Jarvie slipping him some more notepaper. Asshole. He should trust me to get that stuff to Marcus. Okay, fine. So what did Jarvie want, Cog? Edwin asked. Marcus frowned at the mess on the floor. Just needed to reassure somebody I wasn't dead yet. Well, you're alive, so you can dig. Edwin yelled down the hole. Vance, out! Vance was using a small trowel now. The space was tight, and the power cable was buried in the sludge. Nobody wanted to put a shovel through it and get fried, so it had become more like an archaeological excavation, removing a little spoil at a time. Vance scrambled out, soaked and shivering now. Marcus took the tool and the wind-up flashlight from him and eased himself halfway into the hole. He paused, taking his weight on his hands. What are you going to do if you meet a grub coming the other way? He asked. What are you going to do? Yeah, I know how to fight these assholes. Marcus grabbed the empty bucket and tugged on the knotted rope to check it. I mean that I keep telling you we're making an ingress point for them, and you think they can't detect vibrations? So why are you digging then? Because we might just beat them to it. But the next problem we hit, we better have a rethink. Marcus dropped down into the hole, and Reeve handed the bucket down to him. After a few moments of crunching noises, it all went quiet. He was making his way down the shoulder-width pipe to the face of the excavation, which was getting further underground and more difficult to work in every day. Reeve wondered whether this was the time to simply stop him doing this and call it quits. Trying to keep him in one piece in the cell block was a waste of time if he ended up dying down there. We should put a line on him, too, Reeve said, in case we need to pull him out. We don't have another rope long enough,
Edwayne kept fetching pails of water from the boiler room. The one thing they seemed to have an abundance of was buckets. "Come on, Vance, rinse yourself. I know the warders don't give a damn, but let's not advertise what we're doing." Reeve stuck his head down the hole and listened anxiously to make sure Marcus was still digging. The pipe funneled the sound. He could still hear the rhythmic chuck, chuck, chuck of the trowel blade hacking into the silt. So far, so good. After a few minutes, Marcus tugged on the line, the signal to haul up the bucket. He'd follow behind to grab the next empty one, because there was no way to drop it down the shallow gradient of the pipe. "That's damn fast, Marcus," Reeve called. "Pace yourself." "The mud's getting softer." "What?" Marcus's voice was getting louder. "I said the mud's getting softer." He seemed to be able to crawl up and down the pipe a hell of a lot faster than the others, despite his size. "I'll do one more." "Don't push it." Reeve lowered the bucket and Marcus reached out for it. Reeve was now at the point where he wasn't keen to go any further into the tunnel himself. He'd been more or less okay as long as he could see some dim light from behind to reassure him that there was an opening, but they were so far in now that it was almost pitch black, and horribly like being buried alive. That was always a possibility, of course. He slid into the hole and stuck his head through the opening in the pipe. The smell of decay, a bit like rotting wood, was mixed with faintly sulphurous odors and something chemical, maybe the plastic coating on the power cables. "Ah, goddamn," Marcus grunted. He was a long way down the pipe, but sounded a lot closer. "Shit. You okay? We've got a problem." Reeve heard a silence, then a loud glopping sound like oatmeal boiling and throwing up exploding bubbles. The rope on the bucket went taut. Marcus called out, "I'm coming out!" "Marcus? For fuck's sake, it's flooding!" Reeve could hear exactly what was happening now. There was gurgling and bubbling and the sound of boots scrabbling for purchase on the sides of the pipe. "Oh, shit. Grab the rope!" Reeve yelled. "Go on, grab it!" He pulled. The rope came free in his hand, hauling nothing at all. The bastard thing had come loose from the handle, or maybe it hadn't, but Marcus hadn't got a grip on it, and he was down there in what sounded like rising mud in the darkness. He was still scrabbling around, still moving down the pipe as far as Reeve could tell, but the mud sounded like it was overtaking him. "Marcus! Marcus, talk to me, you there?" "Of course I'm still fucking here." Marcus was breathless. "God damn it!" Reeve did think twice, but he hated himself for hesitating. He squeezed into the pipe head first. It wasn't the smartest move either for him or for Marcus, but there wasn't another damn thing in his brain, and all he could do was take a chance. He was about 5 meters in when he suddenly found Marcus right in his face. For a second they both froze. "Back out!" Marcus barked. Reeve could see the mud below reflecting the faint light. "Now!" Reeve could only push back on the floor of the pipe with his hands as fast as he could while the freezing mud welled up. Marcus rammed into him. He kept going until his boot hit something, the cut edge of the opening, and scrambled out up the access hole. He didn't have a choice. The hole was only wide enough for one man at a time. All he could do was clear the way for Marcus and then reach down to try to haul him out. Reeve turned to Edwayne and Vance. "Grab my legs! Don't let me fall in!" He stuck his head down the hole again and slid in as far as he could. "Marcus?" He could hear the other guys clustered behind him going nuts, but he just shut them out automatically. "Marcus, give me your goddamn arm, now!" Reeve couldn't see him and he couldn't hear him. The heavy, oily sound of the mud muffled everything. He could see it spilling out of the pipe, not a torrent, but fast enough to trap and kill. Silence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Way too long. And then there was a slow-motion splashing, and Marcus corkscrewed out of the cut section of pipe, almost headbutting Reeve and gasping for breath. Now Reeve realized just how much damage the dogs had done to his forearm. He reached for Marcus and caught his wrist, so cold it felt like a corpse's, but he couldn't keep a grip. Then someone jerked him backward. "Fuck! I haven't got him, you hear? I can't reach him!" He skidded on his chest, face down on the flagstones, and for a moment he thought Marcus had slipped back down the pipe. Then he heard the coughing, and a column of misshapen mud rose slowly out of the hole. It was Marcus. He managed to get his elbows far enough out for Ed Wayne and Vance to grab him and haul him clear. For a few moments he flopped onto all fours, retching and spitting. Then he got his breath and stood up, completely caked in gritty, dark brown mud. Shit, it wasn't funny at all. It would have been a god-awful way to go. "You got a plan B?" he wheezed. "Where's the flashlight?" Marcus had a habit of getting quieter as he got madder. Reeve knew the warning signs. "How about you go find it?" "Whoa, shit!" Vance was standing over the hole, hands braced on his knees. "What the hell's that?" The mud had reached the top of the hole and was starting to spread across the floor, looking exactly like a blocked toilet discharging backed-up shit. Marcus took a few steps back. Reeve got to his feet to take a cautious look. "How much do you reckon is down there?" Reeve said. Vance stepped back as the mud spread out. "Are we just going to stand here admiring it?" "Unless you've got a frigging big cork, smartass, that's about all we can do." The pool was now 1.5 meters across, as smooth and glossy as chocolate sauce. If it kept going, it would flood the whole floor, then the whole wing. There had to be some limit to it. Reeve prayed for one. Nobody said a word for a long time, maybe a minute, because there was absolutely nothing to say, and there was no emergency service they could call to fix it. That at some point they'd have to hit an alarm or call the guards. "Maybe they'll evacuate us," Lucars said quietly. Marcus took a step forward. The look on his face said he'd seen this before, and that he'd never wanted to see it again. His whole body braced. His right hand began moving as if he was reaching for something on his back. Then he stopped dead. Reeve worked that out in a second. Marcus's reflex was to go for a rifle that no longer existed. He felt in his pocket instead and slipped out the short blade he always kept on him these days. "Check that out," he said. Reeve watched the mud shiver for a moment. Something terrible was going to burst out. He could see what was coming written on Marcus's face. Small bubbles were forming and popping on the surface of the mud, and then a dull rumbling began like a train some way off. "Get clear," Marcus said quietly. He didn't move. Reeve had no idea what he thought he could do to stop a grub with half a knife. "You heard me, go!" But they didn't have time to do more than duck. A fountain of water jetted out of the hole, showering them with debris. The plume of muddy water crashed back down on the floor, followed by a loud sucking noise, and then a long gurgle like someone pulling a plug in a bathtub. The mud vanished. Reeve stared, arm still half raised to shield himself. "Wow." Vance peered into the hole. "That did the trick. Some assholes used the damn big sink plunger somewhere down the line. Hey, look!" They gathered around the hole and looked down. It had now cleared completely and was almost clean. The toilet comparison seemed spot on now. Surprisingly, the power was still on. The boilers were still chuntering away. Either the utility company had managed to make the cables watertight, or the power supply fed somewhere else. At least we know where the water in the solitary wing's coming from, Edwayne said.
Marcus stared at him, coated in gritty mud.
No shit. So what now?
Reeve asked. Edwayne shrugged. He looked shaken, but so did Marcus.
There's got to be another way out. Call me when it's done,
Marcus said and stalked off. Reeve went after him.
Hey, Marcus. Okay, it could have been grubs, I know. You don't know,
Marcus growled, not looking around. He was heading for the showers, leaving a trail of muddy prints.
You haven't been outside since before E-Day. You've got no damn idea at all.
Marcus strode straight into the showers and turned the hand wheel. The first shower made strangled noises, but no water came out. The next shower head rattled and then spewed a torrent, and Marcus stepped under it, boots and all. The shower heads were clogged with all kinds of shit from the deteriorating pipes, and the perforated plates were breaking up, so it was more like a jet of water from a garden hose than a decent shower. He stood there, jaw clenched, staring at the mud spiraling down the drain. The grit settled in the ridges of the shower tray. He gulped a mouthful of water from the jet and swirled it around in his mouth like he was cleaning his teeth, then spat a few times. He didn't look at Reeve once. Reeve leaned against the wall, feeling like he'd almost let him die. Chunky and a couple of other guys appeared in the doorway, probably wondering what the noise was.
Shit, I thought you were gone, Reeve said. Look, I did my best, buddy. I tried to pull you out. I know.
Marcus spat and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand again, then looked past Reeve toward the door.
Beat it, Chunky. Show's over.
Reeve didn't look to see if they'd left. He didn't need to. For a moment he thought Marcus was shaking, but he was just shivering. There was never hot water in the washrooms, even in the summer. It was cold enough to stop your goddamn heart.
You okay now? Lost a guy a while ago, he said. Drowned in cement.
Shit. It was an explanation of sorts. Maybe he was shaking after all. Reeve didn't ask for details.
Look, why didn't you run if you thought it was grubs? What the hell did you think you could do without a rifle?
Marcus took off his boots to rinse them. Reeve was only just starting to understand just how much the guy ran on hard-wired reflexes. He'd never had time to think things through. He just had to rely on stuff he'd been drilled to do so often that he did it without thinking, and got it right the first time, because if he hesitated, he'd be dead. That wasn't the kind of killing Reeve had been used to. He'd always had time to plan, to perfect his shot.
I don't like confined spaces, Marcus said at last. I don't like the dark. And I don't get on with dogs. So I make myself face it.
That was some admission.
Yeah, but grubs, it's what I'm for. I kill grubs.
You've never chickened out of anything in your life, have you? Never lost your bottle? Marcus shook out both boots and tossed them onto the dry floor. He frowned like he was genuinely trying to remember something.
Never heard that one before,
he said, rubbing his fingers through his hair.
Yeah, I've lost my bottle. Lost it today, in fact.
He didn't elaborate. Reeve decided not to press it. Marcus switched off the water and shook himself, then went to go back to the boiler room.
What are you doing? Gotta check out that pipe again. Marcus, there's a fine line between facing down fear and being a total fucking idiot, Reeves said. You're well across it. You got a better idea? Not yet. How do we get hold of a geological survey map? Why? We need to know where that water's coming from. We need to find another way out. We've just blown more years of work. Well, I've got another 30-odd left, and my diary's clear. The dogs were still barking somewhere. They just didn't stop now. Marcus didn't seem bothered that he was putting on wet boots, but maybe he was used to a lot worse in the field. Reeve had only seen the war on the news and then tried to follow it on the radio when the television broke down for good, but it didn't tell him a damn thing. Marcus hadn't exactly spent his time telling tales from the front line, but just watching how he behaved told Reeve everything he needed to know. "You've beaten the odds," Reeve said. Marcus checked in his pocket for his blade. "What?" 2 years. It was journo bullshit, Reeve was sure, but everyone quoted it. That's what they always say is the average life expectancy of a guy in here. For a moment he thought Marcus was going to smile. No, that wasn't going to happen now. And maybe the wound to his face meant it never would. But he nodded. "Imagine that," he said. Chapter 11. This isn't like the Pendulum Wars. This isn't a case of whether we'll be occupied and whether we'll all end up speaking Pelesian or Austrian. It isn't a case of how we'll handle being swallowed up by an enemy empire. This is a war of survival. We win or we die. There's no middle ground, no surrender, no terms. This is a war for survival of the human species, and that changes all the rules, people. Colonel Victor Hoffman, reminding his junior staff of the stakes post-E-Day. Bastion Row, Central Jacinto, Bloom, 12 AE. "Hey, Dom, you missed Pat again." Sirotki's voice boomed in Dom's earpiece, complete with loud engine noise in the background. He flinched and turned the volume down. That was the problem with wearing a radio off-duty. The background noise wasn't there, and it was easy to leave the earpiece on max. Damn, he was going to be deaf by the time he was 40. And he'd missed Pad Salton yet again. The guy had become a ghost. Dom was beginning to wonder if he'd just gone UA a step at a time over the years and Hoffman didn't have the heart to have him arrested. He'd never been quite right after the hammer strikes, those god-awful patrols just after the fires died down and the entire landscape was shrouded in thick, dark gray ash, like filthy snow. God damn, you know when I last saw him? It wasn't Sirotki's fault. The guy was just passing it on. Dom carried on walking along Bastion Row, picking his way between piles of brick rubble. 8 years ago, maybe more. Look, if we run into him again, you want me to pass on a message? Just tell him to get his ass back into HQ more often and have a beer with his buddies. Will do, 239 out. Dom had no idea where Sirotki was. He could have been flying recon or just standing next to his Raven in the maintenance bay while the ground crew were running engine tests. Not knowing precisely where people were was starting to trouble Dom at a level he knew wasn't healthy. He knew what caused it. He just couldn't stop himself doing it, that was all. Bastion Row had been one of the most expensive pieces of real estate in Jacinto before E-Day. It was the sort of place Dom would take Benny and Sylvie for walks when Maria needed a bit of peace and quiet to get on with the chores, playing tourist in his own city by staring at the homes of the wealthy. The properties were a couple of 100 years old, 4-story ashlar-fronted townhouses or office conversions with tall windows and ornate black iron railings in front of a small forecourt basement. Sylvie was always fascinated by that. On dark winter afternoons, the basement rooms were always lit up, and Sylvie loved to peer down into them. She called them dolls' houses. Dom could see the resemblance if he tried hard enough. He stopped to look down at a potted plant pushed up against one of the basement windows, a succulent of some kind. Most of its leaves were gone, but a couple were hanging on to life with grim determination, dusty and stunted. Like most of the other windows that hadn't already been blown out by the blasts, the panes were cross-taped from the inside to reduce shattering. Sylvie would be, 14 or 15 now? I'd be worrying about her dating boys. I got Maria pregnant at 16. Yeah, I'd be a real overprotective dad. Dom buried the pang of memory and moved on. He wasn't killing time here today. He was looking for an office. Some of the houses were missing doors, blown out by direct hits from reavers, and it was hard to work out the numbering. Half the properties had unhelpful names like Oaks Villa or Tire House, because they were too posh to have ordinary numbers. The lawyer had said his office was at number 86. He kept checking and counting, peering at the doors. A face loomed up at one of the windows, blast curtain drawn back, and startled him so much that he jumped back. He wasn't wearing uniform or armor. He must have looked like a looter on the prowl. "It's okay," he said, holding his hands up. The guy behind the glass couldn't hear him. "Number 86. Dom mouthed the words again, exaggerating. "Number 86. Where's number 86? The blast curtain twitched and fell back into place. The front door opened. "This is 53, the guy said, looking him up and down. Civvies in Jacinto didn't usually have firearms, but Dom didn't take anything for granted and was ready to draw his sidearm if he had to. "Other side of the road and down there." "Thanks. Just passing through." "You a gear?" "Yeah." "Okay." So maybe he didn't take me for a looter. Even in civvies, gears were conspicuously different, bigger and healthier looking than the general population because they got the extra rations. Dom carried on down the other side of the road where the buildings were mostly intact and counted the doors until he found the one with a small engraved brass plate screwed to it. B. L. Amberley, Advocacy Services. The short path was swept clear of debris. He tried the door, pushed it open, and stepped into the hall. The place was crammed with piles of box files, books, and brown card folders stacked against the walls. "Anyone home?" "On your right," a voice called. Dom followed the voice through the obstacle course of filing and found a guy sitting at a desk surrounded by even more files. He looked like a gear dug into a Sanger. All that was missing was the machine gun. "Dom Santiago," Dom said. "You Mr. Amberley? Sorry if I'm late. Hard to find the house." "You're not that late." Amberley was about 50, balding, dressed in a sweater and casual pants rather than the office suit Dom was expecting. He gestured at a battered chair among the files. "Take a seat. Sorry about the clutter, but I had to salvage everything from the offices when we evacuated. There's nowhere else to work now." Dom eased himself into the chair and waited while Amberley rummaged through a cardboard box. Officialdom terrified him. He felt helpless and insignificant. Anya would have handled this much better, but it wasn't fair to ask her. No, this was his responsibility. Why didn't I just ask Marcus why Hoffman diverted us to extract his dad? He wouldn't have lied to me. I know he wouldn't. Then I could have stopped him and we could have sorted this out ourselves. No court-martial. Dom had turned the what-ifs over in his mind for month after month. All the things he could and should have done, Anya did too. It was all if only. If only she'd radioed the pilot and grounded the Raven. If only Dom had queried the new orders. If only... And Adam Phoenix would probably still have died. The rescue attempt had been doomed either way. Ah, here we are. Amberly opened a folder and took out a sheaf of papers. I'm sorry this has dragged on so long, but processing Justice Department admin isn't a priority these days. That's the problem with the Fortification Act being in force. Almost every crime's dealt with by summary courts. The appeal system's pretty well fallen apart. I know, sir, but you've got a response, yes? Yes, but it's not good news, I'm afraid. Amberly held out a sheet of paper to him. Dom found he was looking at the typed words without being able to take them in. All he saw was the COG Justice Department seal printed on the top of the letter. The JDs ruled that there aren't any grounds for appeal on mental health grounds, even if Mr. Phoenix agrees to one. What do you mean, agrees? You can't force the subject of an appeal to agree to it. It's not something you can force on an unwilling person. But he's not normal, sane, whatever. Can't I lodge an appeal for him? You need power of attorney to act for him, and you'd only get that if he agreed to it, which seems unlikely given his response to the idea of an appeal, or if he was sectioned by a doctor under the Mental Competence Act. But you won't get any doctor to certify him, because the medical report says he's fine. You're stuck in a loop, Mr. Santiago. There's no action you can take. But normal Marcus would never have done that. He's Mr. Perfect. He never put a foot wrong, ever. He's got to be unbalanced. It felt like betrayal to talk about Marcus like that, but it had to be done. How the hell can they say he's normal? Have they had a doctor look at him? He's examined regularly. Amberly cleared a space on his chaotic desk. But read that report. Okay, let me summarize it for you. Mr. Phoenix reacts like a normal, sane man. There's no evidence that he suffers from any traumatic disorder or that his judgment was impaired by it. Marcus always sounds perfectly normal, but he isn't. There's nothing you can do. There has to be. Amberly looked at Dom for a few moments, frowning like he was racking his brains for another answer. You want to know my personal opinion rather than my professional one? I'll take anything you've got. Mr. Phoenix has already had his sentence commuted, and that's very unusual. He's also being examined regularly, which is unheard of for Hesketh. That's no real comfort, sir. My point is that he's already being treated with exceptional leniency. So whatever favors his family is due appear to have been called in. If he's in jail, then that's because the office of the chairman wishes it, probably to set an example to any other gear who's finding life a little trying at the moment. Amberly held out his hand for the report. They're making an example of him, which is why you can do nothing. And the fact that he won't see you or his young lady and isn't responding to letters simply reinforces what I've been told, that he believes he belongs there. And I can't say if that reaction's sane or insane, but it's certainly logical given the facts. Dom was crushed. It wasn't the lawyers and the doctors who'd destroyed his hopes, though. It was Marcus. The stubborn bastard was martyring himself. This do the honorable thing bullshit would kill him. I've got to get him out, Dom said, realizing he sounded like a dumb asshole for repeating that when the guy had just told him pretty damn clearly what the situation was. His face prickled and burned with sudden sweat. I have to. Well, you've exhausted all the legal avenues. The words were out of Dom's mouth before he'd even thought to the end of the sentence. What about illegal avenues? Amberley just stared at him for a while. Dom wasn't even sure what he meant, but now he was suddenly thinking how anyone got out of the slab if it wasn't with the government's blessing or in a coffin. "We shouldn't really be having this conversation," Amberley said. "I'm obliged to advise you that planning to extract a prisoner from jail is conspiracy. But as you're my client, mentioning that unadvisable course of action remains between you and me." Dom wasn't sure what he meant by that either. It could have been a straight warning not to talk to him about breaking the law, or something else Dom didn't quite understand. He reached inside his jacket and took out the ration coupons that he'd counted before he left the barracks. A month's supply of meat, cheese, and beer, an amount that Dom could have saved up perfectly legally, but trading them for other things was definitely an offense. It took food out of the mouths of those who needed it. Amberley took the bundle and counted it, then slipped it into his desk drawer. So he was fine with illegal. That was the only way anyone could lay their hands on extra food coupons. "Is that covered by the client-lawyer confidentiality thing too, Mr. Amberley?" Amberley shrugged. "Best I can do is give you a list of my former clients with a history of that kind of arrangement. Any conversation you might have with them, well, I wouldn't know anything about that. Hesketh does have a reputation for having employees willing to enter into unusual and informal agreements to look the other way at certain times." Dom had to repeat all that to himself to get the meaning from it. "You said a list." Amberley took out a folder, thumbed through it, and then wrote something on a scrap of paper. "Here," he said. 3 possibles. Number 1 hangs out in the bar next to the ferry terminal. The other 2 both work in the emulsion depot on Durham Street. Just exercise some caution. They don't operate under Sovereign's regulations." Dom had been doing the rounds of stranded camps for the best part of a decade. A few regular criminals weren't going to be any more risky to handle. "Thank you," he said. "I'll do that." Amberley got up to see him out. "You're absolutely determined about this, aren't you?" "He's my brother," Dom said. "Why wouldn't I be?" Dom took the long way back to the barracks this time. He needed time to let it sink in that he'd done another immoral thing that would have really upset his dad. Eduardo Santiago had handed down his plain, honest code of right and wrong to his sons. No lying, no stealing, no cheating, and no picking on the weak. Show everybody respect, take responsibility for your actions, and never let your friends down. It didn't need any fancy language. There was no bargaining to be done with any of it, no avoiding the spirit of its intention. "But I'm doing this for Marcus. This isn't some goddamn theory. Where there's a clash of rules, I have to choose. So I'll follow the one that saves the people I care about." Dom ambled along the side of the highway, kicking small stones and brick fragments down the embankment. A few vehicles passed him in both directions, but it was a very quiet day, like everyone was in hiding and waiting for something to break. To his right, only a couple of kilometers away, he could see what was left of his old neighborhood, or at least where the last house he'd shared with Maria and the kids had been. It was just a house. Everything that made it a home had gone a long time ago, but it had still been hard to move out and let the government billet displaced families in it. One man didn't need a big place like that, and Dom didn't need to be cooped up with his memories. The things he couldn't bear to part with, toys, clothes, discs, were in storage at the barracks in a couple of big cardboard boxes. When I find Maria, we'll start over. A nice little apartment, like the first one we rented in Lower Jacinto." Smoke curled up in wisps right across the landscape now. Some of it was cooking fires, and some was just fires still burning under the rubble. The body recovery teams were out there too, working through the debris to identify and dispose of remains. The areas they'd cleared were full of people returning to pick up the pieces of their lives and salvage what they could, supervised by civilian police or gears. Dom hadn't seen any actual looting in years. That was dealt with instantly. Could I pull the trigger? He'd had to police food riots, and that still ate at him. Now he had a stash of illegally obtained ration coupons. You know what? I don't give a fuck. A guy's only got so much nice in him, and if you spread it too thin, it doesn't help anyone. He carried on, fingering the scrap of paper in his pocket and working up the courage to read it and do something about it. It took him a while. So this was the guy who might solve his problem. Pete Verdeer. Dom put two and two together and decided this guy had to have transport access, delivery trucks or something, because the only other ways in or out of the slab were tunneling out or using a helicopter to bypass the walls. Only the cog had helos, and nobody could tunnel out of the slab, or into it. Bent warders, like Amberly had said, paid to look the other way. But Marcus has got to cooperate. Can't kidnap him. How the hell am I going to persuade him when I can't even talk to him? Maybe Verdeer had an answer to that, too. Dom could hear a vehicle coming up behind him, slowing and crunching down through the gears. He knew the sound of a pack horse. He stopped and turned. The pack drew level with him, and the passenger window opened. "Hey, Dom." It was Rossi. Ty was driving. "What are you doing out here? You want a ride?" There was no point fueling gossip or speculation. "Just been to see a lawyer. They blew out an appeal." He climbed into the back seat of the pack. "Marcus isn't crazy. Official. They tested him, and he just wasn't nuts enough to qualify." "Assholes," Rossi said. Ty offered no comment, and the pack roared off. "So what now?" Dom wondered whether to discuss it, but decided that it wasn't fair to drag anyone else into this. "No goddamn idea." The highway led into the center of the city. As the pack got closer, the world looked deceptively normal, except for the occasional missing building replaced by a shattered bomb site, and the razor wire and sandbags everywhere. People were out and about, repairing windows and queuing with their buckets and plastic bottles at supply tankers to get water. The engineers, poor overworked bastards, hadn't reached this part of Jacinto to restore the water supply yet. "Might get a few days' peace," Rossi said. Dom hoped so. He had business to do. He'd head down to the ferry terminal tonight and look out for this Verdeer guy. Then the radio bolted to the dashboard came to life just as they were turning off for Reitman.
"All gun positions, Reavers inbound, range 10 kilometers, sectors Kilo and Lambda stand by."
Ty stepped on the gas and Dom was thrown back on his seat. There wasn't a whole lot that infantry could do on the ground when Reavers raided, except pick up the pieces, but that was enough. Rossi grabbed the handset and called in. "You are troubled, Dom," Ty said suddenly. "You're a mind reader." "I simply know you." Ty was the guy who never let life touch him, who seemed to have a haven in his head that he could always retreat to. He treated the shit that life threw at him as having a purpose and a place in the chain of events, rather than being random, unfair crap that made no sense. Got any wisdom for me, Ty?" He had to know it was about Marcus. The rest of Jacinto had settled down to life minus Marcus Phoenix, but Dom never would. "You know what my problem is." Ty nodded to himself. "There is a chain that connects all events, Dom. Our lives are all links in it. One day, at one moment, you will look back at the events in your life, and Carlos's and Marcus's and Maria's, and you will see that the chain could only ever have been made one way. You will see and understand the purpose, and you will have perfect clarity and peace." Dom's nape prickled slightly. Ty sounded certain, absolutely concrete sure. Rossi hung up the handset and chuckled to himself, not laughing at Ty, but probably embarrassed by his sincerity. Pad Salton would have told him to cut the crap and drive. He was from another islander culture entirely. He thought dead was dead, and that the only hand that guided anyone's destiny was pure fucking chaos. "Yeah, some clarity would be good right now," Rossi said. Dom couldn't answer, but he knew he'd remember Ty's advice, even if it made no sense right now, and hoped he'd recognize that peace when it came. Office of the Chairman, House of the Sovereigns, Jacinto, Bloom, 12 AE. Politics taught a man many lessons, but the most surprising one that Prescott had learned was just how much could be forgotten when it was absolutely necessary. "You can't just work with the people you like and trust, Richard. You have to learn to work with those who can give you what you need. And they may well be your enemies, or just hateful people. But you have to look beyond that at what they can do for you." Richard Prescott sat back in his leather chair and tried to recall how old he'd been when his father had told him that. He'd been about 10, perhaps 11. It sounded like an ugly, dishonest thing to do. He was at that age when friends mattered and friendships took on a deadly earnestness, and the thought of having to be nice to horrible people, not just the usual good manners, seemed awful. How did he square that with all he'd been taught about telling the truth and standing up for what he believed in? That was when he understood that he needed to be two people. The inner one who had his own rules and standards, and the outer functional shell that did what it had to, like one of those silverback loaders the operator stepped into temporarily to become a different beast entirely. He found a bridge between the two personas in never letting himself tell a lie. There was omission, yes. He would have been dangerously naive if he thought a statesman could always tell everyone the entire truth, even if he knew what it was, which quite frequently he didn't. Knowledge was never perfect. But he drew the line at falsehood. His language became precise, surgical, whole under scrutiny. Not one word, not one syllable was ever a lie. He was proud of the skill, but also dependent on it, because it was the one lifeline that reassured him he understood where reality lay, and that he had his own moral compass. He'd worked with so many colleagues who lied to the electorate, then lied to themselves, and then believed their own lies because they'd told them so often, so thoroughly, and so well. In anyone else, that would be delusional behavior, a psychiatric problem. Truth, well, not lying, is the only sanity I can hold on to. Human memory was malleable. Sometimes, though, it wasn't malleable enough. Prescott rehearsed his conversation with Adam Phoenix, due to begin when the satellite window was available in 15 minutes' time. His father would have defined Adam as one of those hateful or inimical people who had to be embraced, or at least kept under close scrutiny, because they were of use. Prescott had evolved his own way of balancing those conflicting feelings. He willed himself to see Adam as a man whose genius he needed because the world depended on it. Not, Actually, Prescott didn't have a word for it. Traitor? No. Adam hadn't backed Locust against humanity. He'd done something utterly inexplicable that transcended arrogance and shaded into destructive recklessness, and the dictionary had yet to catch up with the concept. But it was bad, and Prescott had found a way to put it to one side. It was simply too big to swallow. He could forget it for the time being. Timing transmissions to Azura was tricky. The maelstrom barrier blocked signals, and the choice was either to disable the barrier or use an adapted Raven flying at its maximum altitude as a relay. Prescott always opted for the relay. And now, how much can I withhold from Adam about his son and still feel comfortable with myself? How much is necessary? Prescott slid open the top drawer of his desk and took out the medical file on Marcus. This was his own record, the full one with all the unhappy detail, not the redacted copy that was kept for transmission to Azura. Sensibly, Adam asked for proof of Marcus's health and welfare. He seemed to avoid the obvious issue, that such things were so easy to fake that Marcus could have been long dead anyway. Somehow he'd reached a tacit understanding with Prescott that they would behave like the gentlemen they were, leveling with one another as far as they could over a rather unpleasant business. How would I feel if this were my only child and I saw images like this? Prescott tried to imagine. Sometimes he wondered how things might have turned out if he'd married a woman he cared about instead of waiting for the right political wife who was the least risk to his career, but who never came along. Power didn't mean choice. He grasped that far too late. He untied the folder's tag and took another look at the clinical photographs of the dog bite, the dispassionate record of the injury and the process of suturing it, and the progress of the scarring. No, he couldn't possibly show that to Adam, not even now. It still looked terrible. It was too distressing for a father. But he couldn't tell him that Marcus was enjoying the facilities of a country club either. Nobody thrived in that prison. If Adam asked for photographic evidence of Marcus's state of health, then some old ID photos would need to be adapted. The mental health assessment, though, Adam should see that. There was nothing in it that a scientifically literate man couldn't have worked out for himself. The only other document was the simple physical exam, height, weight, blood count, the mechanical basics. Prescott selected the material he felt fulfilled the compromise between distracting Adam from his research and being frank with him about what life in the slab was doing to his son. He switched on the scanner and fed the documents into the rollers. Then he sat back in front of the video camera, moved the mic stand across, and waited for Jillian to buzz him and tell him the link was live.
The professor's online, sir.
Nobody used the name Phoenix. Apart from the Onyx guard, Jillian was the only person in Jacinto who knew Adam was alive and where he was. Thank you, Jillian. The feed from Azura was always a little grainy. Adam suddenly appeared in frame, arms folded across his chest, seated in front of his desk in the penthouse suite. Prescott knew the backdrop all too well by now. How are things going, Adam? How's Marcus? It was always the same opening exchange. Prescott reached across and pressed the transmit button on the scanner. See for yourself. This was what ate the time on the transmission. Adam would insist on waiting for the copies of the documents to crank out of the printer at his end of the link, and then he would read them. He did it fast and knew what he was looking for, but it still took time. Prescott waited patiently and drained the last of his coffee. It was cold. Adam was staring at one report, chewing his lip. His emotional state. Can I get him any help, anything at all? He won't accept it. You've seen the report. God, he's... Adam let out an exasperated breath and looked down, rubbing his fingers across his brow. I know he can be resistant to suggestions. Please tell me he hasn't been assaulted again. No, I believe not. True, I'm not lying. And Marcus does tend to swing first, doesn't he? No more scraps with the laboring classes. Adam struggled. Prescott watched him literally squirm, shuffling in his seat. We all know what happens in men's prisons, Richard. Ah, I see. If you're asking if he's been the unwilling subject of assertive male attention, I can assure you he hasn't. Adam looked as if he was trying not to blink. I see you're always sensitive to my parental anxieties, Richard. Don't underestimate your son. He's more than capable of defending himself. The main concern with the slab is the conditions rather than the treatment, so I'll see what I can do about enhanced rations and extra blankets. Prescott didn't actually intend that as a shakedown maneuver. He'd used it as a soothing concession to move Adam on to the more pressing business of the research program, but for once, and it was rare, he'd miscalculated the effect. Adam's slightly open mouth suggested he hadn't grasped some of the fine detail. Food worried him, yes, because he'd mentioned it. Marcus was used to maximum rations as a front-line gear. But it seemed the simple mention of blankets, such a basic and invisible amenity, had shaken him. There he was, sitting in the balmy tropics, and Marcus was in a crumbling pre-coalition ruin that was mostly unheated even in the harsh Tyran winter. Oddly, that seemed to bring Marcus's predicament home to his father even more forcefully than reports of injury. I don't know how he's going to last 30-odd more years, Adam said quietly. I don't see how Jacinto can either. Prescott had to move this on. Dury could do some diplomacy and hand-holding after the transmission. Can you update me on your progress? Adam seemed to rush to that for refuge. He straightened up in his chair. I'm sending over the latest results, but to summarize quickly, the samples we've grown in the lab are mutating spontaneously. That's making it very difficult to target the organism. In every batch, some cells, for want of a better word, survive. They mutate into a form that resists the current antigen, and then we have to start over. I've read the reports, Adam. I won't pretend to be a biologist, and neither are you. But are we missing something here? Are we helping it evolve into something stronger? It's always a risk. We see it with antibiotics. Resistant strains of bacteria emerge, partly due to our use of the drugs. But the alternative is to do nothing, and we know we daren't go down that path. Adam must have interpreted Prescott's silence as disbelief. It's not a bacteria, Richard. If you examine the current form of it under the microscope, it still doesn't look like anything the biologists have seen before. That's why nobody realized emulsion was an organism for so long. It had no response to stimuli, no apparent reproduction, and no metabolic processes. It's changed. It seems to have a complex life cycle that spans decades, maybe even longer. All we have to go on is the data we've been gathering since it was discovered. We're probably looking at the tip of an iceberg in developmental terms. It could have been here since the beginning of life on Sarah. We have no idea. It was a pity, Prescott thought, that he had Adam Phoenix here and not Elaine. That was the intellect he needed. Well, at least we understand the scope of the problem. Biology might not solve it. The hammer won't either, but you know that. Prescott tried again. The locusts must be pretty proficient at biotechnology in their own way, given the mutations they've bred for their own purposes. Is there nothing we can take from that? Why do you think they wanted me? They were losing the battle long before us. Adam reached to one side of his screen and picked up another sheet of paper. What we can't judge yet is whether this is a pathogen or actually a parasite. Does it matter? Parasites generally evolve to preserve the life of the host. Pathogens have other reproductive strategies. We still don't know what Lambency's reproduction strategy is because we can't even tell what its final form might be, or even if it has one. We don't even know if every lambent form self-detonates. This is going to be a case of observation, keeping an eye out for signs of lambency in other life forms. Now he wagged that piece of paper at the camera. One interesting thing, though. Esther's got some striking results she wasn't expecting. Not good, but significant in the wider sense. The mice she's been using, when they're injected with lambent cells, their fertility drops rapidly. Litter size fell to 2 or 3 pups, and 30% of those offspring are sterile. Prescott knew that emulsion, like so many other substances that Syrian industry had depended on, caused its fair share of health problems, including birth deformities. Previous governments and emulsion producers had spent a lot of time and legal effort suppressing those findings. It was all slotting together like a horrific jigsaw puzzle. "What are you suggesting?" he asked. "We know it's toxic one way or another. So are half the metals we mined." Esther says look at the declining family size in southern Tyrus alone. High proportion of only children and childless couples. Siblings aren't the norm. We don't have the data because we didn't investigate the motives, whether couples wanted fewer children or just didn't conceive and never sought medical help for it. We just recorded the numbers and assumed it was just increasing affluence, reducing family size. So, she thinks lambency might already have jumped the species barrier to humans. Hard to tell without testing whole populations, and most people will show traces of industrial contaminants in their tissues anyway. We might not be able to tell the difference between the pathogen and inert emulsion. But it's an area we have to consider. The priority is to kill it. Will that kill infected people as well? Adam blinked a few times, suddenly very still. Let's hope not. We're still thinking in terms of pathogens. You can test it on Mr. Alva. That won't be necessary. Really? We have all the tissue samples we need to carry out tests. We know what the problem is. Fast mutation. Prescott couldn't get any more out of this conversation without a Ph.D. of his own. Well, Mr. Alva can't come back here, so what do we want to do with him? I didn't ask for him, and that's not my decision, Adam said stiffly. Moralizing bastard. No, don't get diverted. These are the people you must work with, the ones who have what you need. Very well, I'll consult Captain Dury, because your patient is now a security problem. How badly infected is he? Is he a biohazard? Adam always seemed to stop and chew things over, as if there was a catch to the question. Part of that was simply the lag in the satellite signal. But Prescott had seen Adam dodging issues before, 9 years ago debating the options for stopping the locust. And now he knew what he'd been avoiding. The signs were all there again. There was something he was holding back now. "No, he's not," Adam said. "So you've killed all the lambent cells in him, or whatever the technical phrase is. If you can do it with him, why not everything?" "I simply meant he can't transmit the pathogen. Things aren't that simple." Adam might have just been a professionally vain man, unable to simply shrug and say he didn't really know what these biologists were actually talking about. Prescott noted it as something else for Dury to keep an eye on. "I'm sure they're not," Prescott said. A crumb needed to be tossed now, a little hope to keep Adam on his toes. "I'll see that Marcus gets some extras whenever it's practical. We'll talk again soon. Goodbye, Adam." Prescott switched off the camera at his end and pushed the mic aside. The office door opened almost immediately, and Jillian came in with another cup of coffee and a couple of cookies, probably cued by the line shutting down on her intercom. It was always the little things that made life bearable. "You're a mind reader, Jillian." "You haven't stopped for lunch, sir. Can't bear men fainting on me." "Where did you get the cookies?" "Oh, I'm resourceful." "Would it be presumptuous of me to ask if I might have a few extras to oil the wheels of diplomacy?" "I think Sergeant Phoenix is going to need more than a few cookies, sir." Yes, she had that special secretarial sixth sense, unnerving yet reassuring. And she still gave Marcus his old rank. "But yes, I'll see what I can acquire." These were the people he did business with and placed his trust in. The people with the most power to make or break weren't always the ones with the conspicuous authority. Prescott reached into his tray, picked up the latest aerial recon images of locust activity around Jacinto, and began calculating how long the city had to live. Jacinto Ferry Terminal, REAP, 12 AE. "You sure you want to drop off here?" Jace asked. He nodded in the direction of the Fusilier bar with its partially boarded windows and flickering green neon sign behind fly-blown, grimy glass. It was early evening, already dark. "Man, that place is rougher than a dog's ass. You ain't gonna get any leads on Maria here." He slowed the pack horse to a stop and turned around in the driver's seat to give Dom a you-must-be-crazy look. Ty, sitting in the front passenger seat, said nothing. Dom could feel his mouth going dry and his pulse beginning to speed up. He wasn't afraid of walking into a rough bar, but he was terrified of blowing what might end up being his last chance to get Marcus out of jail. He put his hand on the door handle. "It's not about Maria. I'll be okay, Jace." "Well, you ain't here for their elegant champagne cocktails. You want to explain?" Here we go. Dom didn't want to drag anyone else down into his deepening mire. Just knowing what he was up to put them in a difficult position, and it was bad enough compromising Anya by telling her about the illegal ration books. "It's for Marcus. I'm doing something iffy and I don't want you involved." Jace just hit the gas and drove off. "Okay. Hey, let me out!" The pack screeched around the corner, shaving past a couple of junkers and a dodgy-looking group of guys hanging around outside another bar. The place also seemed to be full of the roughest hookers Dom had ever seen. "Come on, Jace, quit pissing about. You go in there, whatever shit you're gonna pull, and we go in as backup, right, Ty?" Ty nodded, his crest of hair bobbing. "We share a path." "I'll take that as a yes. Dom, I ain't letting you out until you level with us." "Okay, we've run out of legal appeals. Now I'm down to paying a guy to spring him." "Holy fuck! See?
Now you're in the shit too because you know. Just drop me off and leave me to it. Dom, we were on that bird with you when Marcus went to get his dad. If that ain't involved, I don't know what is.
You didn't know what he'd done.
Neither did you. But we know now and we're in. I told you we'd do whatever it took. Look, they might slit your goddamn throat in there, man. You need us there.
Dom now understood what people meant when they said events developed a life of their own. He couldn't step back. He couldn't rewind to the point where Jace and Ty knew nothing about this. But he couldn't suddenly decide that paying some guy to spring Marcus was a bad idea. He'd considered it, there was a chance it might work, and he'd made a promise to do whatever it took to get Marcus out. If he didn't go through with it, he'd always feel that he hadn't pulled out all the stops for him. And he'd do it for me. He'd take a bullet for me without thinking, and I'd do the same for him. I know that for sure. I know what he tried to do for Carlos. He's family, and you don't give up on your brother while you've still got breath in your body.
You realize how much shit you could be in if this goes wrong? Dom asked.
Jace turned around the block and headed back to the Fusilier.
Compared to the shit we're all in generally, maybe we all need a few more grubs up our ass to get our priorities straight.
Ty reached behind his seat and picked up his sidearm from in the floor well.
We are off duty, yes?
Dom nodded and checked his weapon, too. This wasn't army business, and they needed to keep the regiment's name out of this. The fact they had a cog pack horse was an awkward detail, but this wouldn't take long, and it would be back in the vehicle pool before anyone started asking questions. Jace pulled up at a sensible distance from the bar, and they shoved their sidearms under their jackets. Ty had his big fuck-off hunting knife, too.
Is that bloodstains, Ty?
Jace asked, indicating marks on his vest. Ty nodded.
My craft leaves its signature. Okay, cool. I'll have whatever you're drinking, then.
They looked at each other. Now there was no turning back. Dom opened the rear door and slid out, heart in his mouth. If this failed... Damn, he was already thinking about what he would need to do to commandeer a Raven and airlift Marcus out. But he'd have to cooperate. And he won't even see me or answer letters. It'd be like an opposed boarding and extraction. Screw it. If that's what it came down to, he'd do that, too. Dom noted the dappling of blood spots on the paving outside before he pushed the door open and walked in, feeling his boots stick and peel off the carpet as he headed for the bar. The place smelled a lot more appetizing than it looked, a mix of rich meat stew, cigarette smoke, and a little graphite grease. The grease was oddly pleasant. It reminded Dom of his dad's workshop. He glanced at Jace and Ty. "Take a seat over there," he said, jerking his head in the direction of an empty table. Stevedores and truck drivers were leaning on the bar, some with their backs to the door and some watching who'd walked in. Just as Dom knew exactly what they did for a living simply by looking at them in their work clothes, they could see what he was, too. Ty and Jace took a seat, and Dom went up to the widest gap along the bar. Dom folded his arms on the counter, one boot on the old brass rail, and put his coins down. Bars were one of the few places where hard currency still counted for anything. Dom never quite understood how that worked, but alcohol wasn't rationed. If a bar or brewery ran out of raw materials, it was too bad, so customers tended to contribute whatever brewable scraps they had to ensure a steady supply. The barman took his time finishing his chat with a regular before ambling across to him.
"What can we do for you, soldier?"
"3 halves of whatever you've got on draft." There was all kinds of shit behind the bar. Old photographs, parts of a shotgun, sharks' thrashball scarves, and even part of a Brumac skull. The mirror that formed a backdrop to the optics of mostly half-empty liquor bottles was cracked at one edge and the silvering was flaking off. "I'm looking for Pete." The barman poured a glass with slow care. Beat who? Verdier. Dom had to make it clear that his business was as murky as Verdier's. His lawyer's my lawyer. Ah. Is he around? The barman just looked at Dom without blinking. Dom only realized something was happening when he heard movement at Jace's table, looked over his shoulder, and saw a tubby middle-aged man in overalls slide off one of the bar stools. Jace and Ty looked ready to intercept. I am, said the man. What do you want? Dom turned to the barman. Make that 4 halves, he said, then gestured to the table. I want to know if you can do a job for me. The only thing that gave away Verdier's real business was the look in his eyes, nothing else about his face at all. If he'd been wearing shades, Dom might have taken him for a regular working Joe who did nothing more sinister than divert a few cans of processed meat from his delivery truck each week. But those dull gray eyes were completely devoid of warmth or compassion. The faint smile didn't do anything to soften the effect. He sat down, just glancing at Ty and Jace, like he was checking if they were worth anything, and waited for Dom to put the beer down in front of him. So you know Benjamin, he said. Why would he be giving you my name? And what's yours? I'm Dom Santiago. He was in the shit anyway, so using his real name wasn't going to make it any worse. My brother's in the Slab and I want him out. The appeal system isn't quite doing it for me. Verdier turned and looked at Ty for a few moments. Ty looked back at him, unfazed and unmoved. Ty's spectacular facial tattoos had a sobering effect on most people because everyone knew what South Islanders were like once they got a strop on, as Pad put it, and staring at them was one way to start it. It didn't matter to the outside world which island they came from, although it mattered a lot to the individual islander. They were grade-A psychos in combat, all of them, and wouldn't stop unless someone put them down permanently. You got a problem, pal? Verdier asked. My friend's problem is my problem also, Ty said mildly, not breaking eye contact. Can you help us? Verdier actually looked away first. Dom wondered if they were ahead on points now because Ty was so far outside Verdier's experience and he really didn't know how to take him. Okay, Verdier said. What's he in for? Because if it's about kids or old folk, I won't spring him for any amount. He can fucking rot. Dom adjusted his moral compass to Verdier's. Court-martial for disobeying orders. Okay. It's gonna cost you. My payment has to cover the guard's take and the driver's look the other way fee, too. And it could take a damn long time. There isn't any traffic in and out of there on any kind of regular basis, let alone frequently. So you think it's doable, Dom said. Eventually. But think the best part of 5, 6, 7 months, a year maybe. I'm serious. These things take a lot of planning and luck when there's a war on, and they get called off at the last minute, like military ops. But then you'd be used to that. Can your guy hold out that long? Probably. Could he? Dom thought Marcus could take anything, but the guy he'd last seen wasn't that Marcus at all. How would you do it? If you've got a handful of guards and half of them would pimp their grannies for a pack of smokes, it's not hard to get one of them to shove a guy on a truck. Just gotta pick the right shift, get word to your guy and he's out. It's getting the delivery and the shift to coincide that's the tough bit. The chief screws an honest type. Tries to keep the beating and starving of inmates down to a minimum. Regular Girl Scout. Dom's stomach knotted. He worried his guts out about what was happening to Marcus in there, and that just confirmed the worst he could imagine. If Marcus hadn't been such a stubborn, self-sacrificing bastard, Dom could have at least visited him and reassured himself that he was doing okay, or as okay as anyone could be in there. But if it was me, and I thought I was never coming out again, how would it feel to have my old life dangled in front of me and know I would never get it back again? Okay, Dom said. What if the guy we're extracting is reluctant to go? Oh, I see. Family feud. Verdier seemed to take brother literally. As far as Dom was concerned, it was. Hey, you want him dead? That's a lot cheaper, unless you've got some reason for wanting to do it yourself. No, I want him out alive, but I might have to go in to persuade him. Punch him out and drag him, probably. It was too complicated to explain, just lie. He'd find it hard to accept being on the run as opposed to pardoned. Persuade a guy he doesn't want to spend the rest of his life ankle-deep in shit and defending his ass? Yeah, tough sell. Okay, then if you can't get me in, find a way to get him on a truck even if he doesn't want to go. What can you put on the table? This was the hard bit. If the plan was going to crash anywhere, it would be about price. Ration books. It's going to cost more than that, kid. Kid. Okay. I'm talking about a neighborhood kitchen's worth of books. Mass catering for $2,000 for 4 months. High value. Meat, dairy, eggs, that kind of stuff. Half on the table, half when you bring Marcus back. That's his name, is it? Marcus, yeah. Marcus Phoenix. Verdier stared into his beer for a while. Dom hardly dared look at Jace. He seemed to be watching what was going on at another table, or at least glancing past Dom with that deliberate slowness that said he was trying to be discreet. Ty just stared at Verdier like he was some new kind of grub, frowning slightly. That's a lot of ration books, Verdier said at last. You been pilfering from COG HQ? Am I going to get a bunch of angry guys in black armor trampling all over my business? No. Dom felt suddenly and inexplicably pissed off. It was a weirdly unpleasant situation because he wasn't sure he liked his reasons for feeling offended. I was awarded the Embry Star. I sold it to some asshole collector because my brother means more to me than a medal. And he won the Embry Star, too. He deserves better than he got. It shut Verdier up, which Dom wasn't expecting. He looked at him for a while. The dead gray eyes changed just a fraction. Surprise? Pity? Contempt? Dom couldn't tell. But Verdier nodded, held out his hand for shaking, and Dom took it. Half now, he said. Deal. Dom shook his hand, appalled that he felt no guilt whatsoever, and wondering again what the hell Mom and Dad would have thought of this. He took the long brown envelope out of his shirt and laid it on the table. It was hard to trust anyone these days, but he had no way of checking this guy out, although he could certainly make sure that the bar got a direct hit by accident one day if Verdier stiffed him. Shit, listen to me. What am I becoming? How are you going to get in touch with me? You can use this bar or Amberley's office. Okay. When are you going to check back with me? I'll touch base with you once a month until it's set up, starting next week. Verdier drained his beer in one pull, pocketed the envelope, and went back to the bar. Nobody seemed to be taking any notice of him. It was that kind of place, though. They were probably all into some scam or other. It was the kind of small-scale civilian corruption that would normally have outraged Dom, but right then he didn't give a shit. He was perfectly comfortable with his morality. He couldn't weep over people he didn't even know going hungry when Marcus was in jail, especially as his mental image of the place had been completely confirmed by Verdier. A year. Marcus might be in there for another damn year. He's going to be a wreck when he gets out. It was when, not if. Dom went on drinking his beer. Ty sipped his like a duchess, which made him look as if he was messing around, but that was just the way he drank everything. Jace seemed more focused on the door. I don't want to worry you, he said, but 4 assholes were watching you and Mr. Wonderful there doing business. I think we need to go check that the pack's still out there. Okay, drink up. That was all Dom needed, to have to explain to Hoffman why they'd lost a pack horse in the red light district. He checked his watch. Yeah, it was time they left. He got up and walked out of the door as casually as he could, steeling himself for the worst. But the pack horse was still parked there. The street lighting was patchy. 1 light in 3 kept on, despite the power shortages, to deter krill. But it looked in one piece. He paused on the curb, feeling like his life had reached a watershed. So it was done. He'd taken the plunge. Now he had to let the thing run its course. Jace and Ty could deny all knowledge if they had to, even though he knew damn well they never would. Hey, it's still got all its tires, Jace said right behind him. Still some respect for the uniform, then. I'm going to break the speed limit getting out of this shithole, believe me. Jace walked around to the driver's door and Ty went the other way. Normally, Dom's situational awareness was pretty damn sharp, even in the relative safety of the city. But for some reason, he just didn't see it coming. Someone cannoned into him from the side and knocked him flat. He hit the ground hard, winded. His first instinct was to ram his elbow in the guy's face. It was a young blonde guy right on top of him. But then he saw someone's boot coming and curled up in a ball. The kick caught him in the shoulder. Jace was yelling at someone to get the fuck on the floor. Dom was now pinned by 2 guys, and he realized when they made a grab inside his jacket that it wasn't the pack horse they wanted. That'll teach me to hand over an envelope in a public place. Oh, shit. He couldn't reach his sidearm. He was going to get knifed. He knew it. Worse than that, he was about to lose the second half of the payment. One of the guys was flat on him, almost face to face, and trying to press his arm across his throat, and Dom didn't even think. He sank his teeth into the first flesh in range. It was a blind animal moment. His teeth hit something hard, and his mouth was suddenly full of blood. His attacker screamed and tried to jerk free. What had he bitten down on? A hand? An ear? A wrist? He didn't know and he didn't care. He hung on like a dog in one of those weird, suspended seconds when every sound, every movement, every smell became crystal clear. He could hear the thwack, thwack, thwack sounds of someone getting punched shitless, and Jace yelling at someone that he had plenty more where that came from, motherfucker. Then a shot rang out and everything stopped dead. The pressure eased off his right arm. You can release him now, Dom, Ty said. Let him go. Sanity and rational thought flooded back. Dom still had his teeth in the blond guy's wrist. Oh, God, terrific. That explained the blood. Ty pulled the 2 guys off him, and by the time he rolled over and knelt up, spitting blood and feeling sick, one was flat on the ground and not moving. Ty had the blonde one across the hood of the pack with his arm twisted up his back. Pete Verdier was standing over another guy Dom hadn't even seen, a handgun aimed between his eyes while he tried to sit up. Jace was kneeling on the 4th guy's chest, shaking his right hand like he'd broken a bone or something. There had been 4 of them then. It must have looked like reasonable odds when it started. Just so we're clear, Verdier said, this has nothing to do with me, okay? He rested the muzzle against the forehead of the guy on the ground, who was clearly shitting his pants. Son, you need to learn something. Don't fuck with my customers and don't fuck with my income, got it?
For a moment, Dom thought that would be it. Just to frighten her to make his point. Then Verdier cocked the weapon and Dom realized he was going to pull the trigger. Shit, not here, not in front of us. He was going to witness a murder. That wasn't part of the plan at all.
We didn't mean to, the guy said. Honest, Mr. Verdier.
Verdier paused for a moment, then moved the muzzle to the guy's left kneecap and fired. The scream echoed all over the goddamn street. Jace and Ty froze. The kneecapped guy was writhing on the pavement, shrieking, and Verdier had to put his boot on his shoulder to hold him in position. Calm and slow, he put the pistol to the guy's other knee and fired again. The screaming was off the scale now. Nobody came out of any of the buildings nearby. The regulars at the Fusilier watched casually from the doorway, smoking and probably comparing points of technique. Dom just stared. It was only a few seconds, but he felt like he'd been standing there for hours.
There, Verdier said. The guy was rocking back and forth on his side now in a pool of blood.
Dom had never heard anyone scream that much, not even on the battlefield.
Now the rest of you get to walk, because I want you to run away and tell the rest of your fuckwit kitty gang what happens if you try to piss up my lamppost. Who's it gonna be? You? Yeah, you, Ginger, come on, up you get.
The Ginger kid couldn't have been more than 20, and there was a big wet patch down the leg of his pants. He hesitated, then he scrambled to his feet and ran for it. Dom expected Verdier to shoot him. Instead, he just watched him go and checked his clip.
You okay?
He asked. Dom had no idea what to say.
We're fine. Okay, you boys go and leave me to tidy up.
Verdier went over to the two remaining guys and frowned like he couldn't make up his mind where to shoot them for effect.
I'll be in touch. You've got my word, Mr. Santiago. An Embry star still counts for something, you know.
Dom couldn't work out if Verdier was making the point that he would use violence without a second thought if he didn't get his other payment, or if he really did simply object to half-assed gangs operating on his turf. Maybe he meant it about the Embry star. It was hard to tell. Verdier waved Ty aside, pulled the third guy off the pack horse, and grabbed his wrist to straighten his arm. Dom didn't want to see what was coming next.
Off you go, Gear,
Verdier said, jerking his head in the direction of the city center. He shoved the handgun into the crook of the guy's elbow.
You don't want to see this. Elbows. Even harder to fix than kneecaps. Not that I want to burden JMC any more than I have to. Poor assholes always working flat out.
Jace got into the pack horse and started the engine. Dom hadn't even seen what had happened to the guy he was kneeling on.
Dom, move it. You too, Ty.
Yeah, that was good advice. Dom slammed the rear passenger door behind him and tried to focus on why he was getting sucked into all this. Jace hit the gas hard, but the roar of the accelerating engine couldn't drown out the sound of another gunshot, then the shrieking that carried on the air and didn't seem to fade with the distance. Nobody spoke until they were a kilometer from Reitman. Jace let out a breath.
Now there's a man of his word, he said.
Dom was sure he could still hear the scream. It was never going to go away. But in this world, a man had to save who he could, and screw the rest. Chapter 12. I understand if you don't want to write back, but I'll keep writing every week, because something's got to get to you sooner or later, and I'll keep writing until the day you're released. I will be there, Marcus. I swear I'll be waiting. Lieutenant Anya Stroud to prisoner B1116/87, Phoenix, MM. Letter not delivered. House of the Sovereigns, Jacinto, Frost, 12 AE. Hoffman rarely watched the news these days because he already knew what the headlines were going to be. He didn't need some half-assed parasite at Tyron State Broadcasting trying to convince him it was all under control. The hell it was. He knew exactly how bad things were, but he couldn't tell how much worse they'd get or how fast, because the grubs hadn't been to strategy classes at the academy. They didn't follow COG doctrine. They didn't have any other kind of military logic as far as he could see. But they weren't stupid, and they were winning. He studied the recon imaging coming in from the Ravens and tried to make sense of the composite map that was forming on the CIC wall. The noise wasn't making that any easier. Drilling and hammering around the building as the maintenance teams repaired damage was making his back teeth ache. In the room itself, printers chattered and radio operators collated reports from pilots and artillery positions. Hoffman concentrated on the red line that marked the city limits of the sprawl of Ephyra. It was now mostly in grub hands or laid waste, and to the east, right on the coast, lay the last district that the COG had managed to hold, or hold most of anyway, the port of Jacinto, and a small slice of Ephyra beyond its boundaries. It wasn't a clear line. Grubs made sporadic incursions across it. The arrogant gray bastards even got as far as the Tomb of the Unknowns. That's the last place I'll let them take, even if I have to stand there on my own with just a fucking knife to defend it. He'd been waiting for the big push every day since Chancery Bridge. The grubs had been attacking in small waves, but nothing like what he'd been expecting after their assault on Ephyra. What are they waiting for? What's next? Why don't they use all the assets they've got? He was so focused on shutting out the noise that he didn't even hear Prescott walk up behind him. That was piss-poor situational awareness in this job. Here's what I don't understand. Prescott's polished vowels made him jump. They never press home their advantage. Is it won't or can't? If we knew that, Hoffman said, we'd be halfway to beating the bastards. Sometimes Hoffman found common ground with Prescott, and sometimes he loathed him, but he could never find a concrete reason for that. This was his elected leader, a man tasked to take the cold, high-level decisions. He wasn't supposed to be his best buddy. But Hoffman could never read him and knew somehow that Prescott made sure nobody ever would. He felt shut out of something and couldn't even define what it was. I think they lack capacity and have to keep restocking their menagerie, for want of a better word, Prescott said. Is that a guess, sir? Prescott hesitated for a fraction of a second. Hoffman noted that and wondered how calculated it was. An educated guess, I suppose, Prescott said. What kind of force launches a global assault that takes out a quarter of the population in a few days, and then spends more than a decade unable to finish it off despite overwhelming numbers? An enemy with its own supply problems running out of steam. None of this was news. Hoffman had just become used to the idea that nobody knew what the grubs were, where they'd come from, or what they wanted, beyond the annihilation of every human on the planet. Or an enemy that's dicking with us for some reason and hasn't contacted us with terms for our surrender. But we're fighting flat out with all we've got, so we don't have that many strategies at our disposal. We fight until we die or win. That's all we've got. Prescott was standing right next to him now, almost touching shoulders as he studied the map on the wall. I'm not going to ask you how long we can hold out. Good, because I have no goddamn idea from one day to the next.
I know, Victor. I'm sorry.
And he sounded it, too. Hoffman decided to take that at face value.
We're seeing more of those krill things at night. The only good news is that the grubs don't seem to like them either, so it looks like it's cut down on their incursions after dark. But that means the things are either one of their own engineered creatures gone wrong or something else entirely. I don't want to get your hopes up, Victor, but I'm really pushing the DRA team on the light mass bomb. Yeah. Adam Phoenix never did finish that, did he? Damn. Hoffman had said the name, and suddenly it all came rushing back. The stuff he'd had to make himself forget just to get the job done. He glanced around to make sure Anya wasn't in earshot. If we could get the bastards while they were still in their tunnels, it'd make all the difference. As soon as they get the targeting device working properly, we'll deploy it, Prescott said. Deal with those krill nesting sites, too. Yeah.
Hoffman studied the map again, out of ideas and resigned to firefighting.
I'm going to let the artillery deal with the Reavers for a while. We can't keep dogfighting with Ravens. The assholes are just degrading our air capability. I agree.
Then Prescott did an odd thing. He actually patted Hoffman on the shoulder before he walked away. It had to be calculated because Prescott definitely wasn't one of life's backslappers. But Hoffman felt both oddly comforted and taken in by the probably fine calculation of it.
Phoenix.
He tried to put Marcus out of his mind again, but couldn't. There were days, weeks, sometimes months, when he never even thought about his own dead wife. He needed to get back to that same state of oblivion with Marcus. Damn. He missed Margaret so badly some days that he felt actual pain in his chest. He needed someone to unburden himself to, if nothing else. He also needed to matter to someone beyond being the guy in charge who was supposed to have all the answers.
Sir?
Egil appeared at his side.
Sir, it's Matheson. His patrol's been hit.
And there's my wake-up call. Self-pity.
That kind of news always felt the same. A familiar name. A kid who deserved better and his gut turned over.
Oh, for fuck's sake, not Donald.
He's alive, sir, but he's lost both legs. They've airlifted him to JMC. 2 of his gears are dead, though, Whitman and DeVere. The others are okay, just minor blast injuries.
Okay was a relative term. Hoffman ran his hand across his chin and switched off just to get through the day. Even if he tried to get angry and grieve these days, the feeling was ripped away from him by the reflex he'd cultivated over the years. He didn't have a conscious choice about it any longer. All he could do was go through the intellectual process of reminding himself that Matheson was a nice kid and that it wasn't fair. Everybody liked him. But he wasn't going to be playing thrashball again, even if he survived.
I hope they've got a half-sober trauma surgeon on duty today.
It's Heyman, Egil said. I always check. That'll increase his chances.
I'll have to meet her one day. Next best thing to an army surgeon. Gotta get on with it. Come on, do something useful.
Hoffman defaulted to what he always did when he'd had that kind of news. He wanted to go out and face it all personally.
I'm going to check out the arty positions. Time they saw my face again. Back in an hour or 2.
You want a car, sir?
I'll take a pack. No point tying up a driver.
Lieutenant Stroud's back on watch at 1500.
Anya usually pulled double watches. Hoffman understood that completely. She wanted to saturate every second in the day with work that stopped her thinking beyond the events right in front of her.
He tried to do that too. It didn't always work. He knew Anya went out on Dom's endless trawls for his wife, but he didn't have that option, so any downtime was best spent asleep. And that meant staying busy until the moment he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer and he collapsed on his bunk in the officers' quarters. Hoffman never recalled his dreams when he woke these days. He simply knew he'd had them from where the sheets ended up, or how soaked with sweat his pillow felt when his eyes jerked open. Nature could be merciful when it felt like it. "Do me a favor, Egil," Hoffman said, pulling on his gloves. "Make sure she's had something to eat, will you?" "Will do, sir." The pack horse parked outside was one of the old wrecks converted to run on reclaimed cooking oil. The wreck had taken one close blast too many. Its panels and chassis, welded, hammered, straightened, riveted, didn't stand much chance of withstanding another blast on patrol. Hoffman fumbled for the keys left in the ignition and started it up, catching a pleasant whiff of fries from the exhaust as he leaned out of the window to reverse out of the parking space. There wasn't much traffic about in Jacinto now, just military traffic or municipal vehicles. Each fuel station he passed was either closed and converted to an observation post or field kitchen, or had notices scrawled on A-boards on the forecourt, "No gas until next week." They rarely specified the week by date. It seemed more like a hope than an announcement. Nobody sane was going to be driving far anyway, certainly not outside the wire when they knew no gears would be sent to rescue them. The sign at the vehicle checkpoint on Timgad Bridge meant what it said: "All journeys past this point at your own risk." People walked a lot now. Jacinto wasn't that big. Hoffman slowed down to check out the AA gun position on the site of the old cinema, a maze of sandbags, concrete blocks, and canvas. He got a casual salute from the Prince Ozor's artillery sergeant sitting behind the gun. The man was obviously feeling the cold. Shoulders hunched, chin buried in his upturned collar, he thrust his hand back in his pocket right away. Waiting for Reavers was a miserable and tedious job. Hoffman stopped the pack and got out. "Morning, sir." The gunner's voice was muffled by his collar. "Embry weather, innit?" The army was small enough now for everyone to know Hoffman by sight and not to be thrown into a panic when he showed up in person. He preferred it that way. The men on the ground knew him for what he was, too. "Yeah, I'm countersunk too, Sergeant. How's it going?" "No trade yet." "I'm pulling back the Ravens for a few days for maintenance and to rest the crews. You'll get some action later, I expect." "Fine by us, sir." Another gunner appeared from beneath a canvas awning with a steaming tin mug in each hand. He saw Hoffman, did an about-face, and emerged again with an extra mug. Hoffman curled his fingers around it. The metal was blissfully hot even through his leather gloves. "That's decent of you, gunner." "It's only beef tea, sir." "Well, if you're flexible on the definition of beef." "Beats that barley coffee."
What do they want, sir?
"What?"
The grubs. Why come up and trash the place if they don't set up camp on the surface?
It was a good question, but it was just one of many that didn't look likely to be answered and was less pressing after so many years than "Are we going to survive the night?" People always forgot why wars were fought and just went on fighting them. "Maybe they're scared to," Hoffman said. "Or maybe they've got problems we don't even know about." The three of them sipped in silence for a while, looking up at the gray sky. The city was the quietest he'd ever known it. Were the grubs finally grinding to a halt? No, it was too much to hope for, and if they were, it was too late for the likes of Matheson anyway. Hoffman wondered if he'd ever recognize the end of the war if he saw it. There certainly wouldn't be a formal surrender with treaties signed and speeches made, like the Pendulum Wars. It might never end, or he might not live to see the end of it. "Anything you boys need?" he asked, draining his mug. "Other than the usual?" "Toilet paper, sir. Any kind, really." "I'll see what I can do." Hoffman got in the pack and drove off again. He passed food stores with long lines outside as civilians queued for their supplies, clutching their ration books in their hands. One young woman was chatting with a guy standing behind her, clearly flirting, if all that fiddling with her long hair was any guide. People waited in line for so long that they now treated them as a social event to catch up with the neighbors or check out newcomers. Humans coped one way or another. Hoffman detoured to 3 more artillery positions to be seen and to chew the fat, then found himself waiting at a red light. There was no traffic. The lights were still on automatic settings, and he just waited, hands clasped on the steering wheel, not so much at a loose end as unable to think of a single positive thing he could do today except try to boost morale. Random thoughts hit him. Marcus Phoenix. He wasn't going to go away today, was he? He'd forget him for months, and then the court-martial would suddenly bounce back at Hoffman time and time again, like one of those annoying kids' toys, a bat with a ball on the end of a piece of elastic. The worst thing was that he hated himself, and now he was getting flashes of something else, hating Phoenix for making him hate himself more than he already did. How long had Marcus been in prison? 2.5 years? 3? Hoffman couldn't remember. But in the growing pile of shit he had to deal with, personal guilt was way down the bottom of the list. Dom never mentions him, but I know damn well Anya hasn't stopped thinking about him. I catch her writing letters. She thinks I don't see her, but she's always making envelopes and takes waste paper from the recycling dumpster. So who else is she going to be writing to? God damn, that's some devotion after all these years. Not a damn word from him, and she's still waiting. And if Anya hadn't forgotten Marcus, then neither had Dom. Hoffman didn't have to ask him to know that. Life went on, though. One man didn't make an army. The casualty list was full of men and women whose families and friends missed them and whose lives had been torn apart. The void that Marcus had left was of his own making. You asshole! How dare you make me feel guilty? The lights changed through amber to green, and Hoffman slipped the pack into first to pull away. If he turned right at the next intersection, he could call in at JMC and make nice with the medical staff, seeing as they were picking up the pieces when the Army surgical unit at Reitman was swamped. He could tell how close he was getting to the place by the sudden increase in traffic. The roads went from near deserted to moderately busy. As soon as he turned into Floren's place, he could see vehicles parked anywhere and everywhere, ambulances, pack horses, junkers, police cars, so many that the road was suddenly choked to a single lane. He found a spot 100 meters away and walked up to the building, ignored by the civvies on all sides because he was just another gear to them. The main doors opened, and he found himself in another world of weird smells, chirping alarms, and a crush of people, injured, sick, or clearly distraught about someone else who was, trying to find seats or waiting at the reception desk. A constant background of paging over the public address system let him know just how overwhelmed the place was. He stood and watched for a few moments, mainly because he didn't feel able to muscle his way to the front of the line and demand attention when the place was packed with people who needed to be here more than he did. But he also took it all in and was glad the emergency response stuff was Royston Charles' job. It was another war in its own right.
"Can I help you, Colonel?" said a voice. Hoffman turned. A very young woman in a white coat was frowning at him, clutching a tattered clipboard. She obviously recognized rank insignia. That impressed him, given that he had a scarf obscuring most of the stars on his collar. "I'm Colonel Hoffman," he said. "I was going to ask to see your chief of ER, but I've caught you at a bad time." "There's never a good time, sir," she said. "Problem?" "Just wanted to say thanks." "Oh." She didn't seem to be expecting that at all, judging by the quick frown. Her name badge said Dr. J. Ademi. She crooked her finger at him to follow her. "It's Dr. Marion Heyman today," she said, then lowered her voice. "She prefers Heyman. We think she ate her last husband after mating." Hoffman thought the kid was just putting him at ease until he followed her into a side ward full of oxygen bottles and stacks of cardboard boxes marked sterile. A woman in scrubs, fists on hips, was bawling out some lad still wearing a surgical cap and gloves as if she'd hauled him out of theater. When she paused for breath, she realized someone was behind her and turned. She was past retirement age, thin, white hair, deeply lined, but it didn't seem to have affected her lung capacity one bit.
"Have you washed your hands, soldier?"
It wasn't kindly meant.
"What do you want?"
"Colonel Hoffman, ma'am, Chief of the Defense Staff." She pointed at the ceiling with a nicotine-stained forefinger.
"Your boys are on the 4th floor."
"Just called in to thank you, Dr. Heyman." "My mistake, obviously. We appreciate the care you're giving our gears. Perhaps you could pass that on to your team, too."
Heyman looked surprised for a moment, but it didn't last.
"You're welcome, Colonel. Can I continue coaching my goddamn useless staff now?"
Hoffman knew he was short on charm, but he could usually get a better response from women than from men. With any luck, he wouldn't have to run into this bitch again.
"Carry on, ma'am."
He retreated to the corridor, duty done. Dr. Ademi caught his arm. "You want to visit your gears? We've got about 6 surgical cases at the moment." Hoffman nodded.
"Is Donald Matheson out of theater yet? Double amputation."
"I'll check." She herded him into the elevator and stood staring at the indicator panel as the car creaked its way upward floor by floor. "I deal with rust lung, basically," she said. "I'm a medical registrar. I'm glad I don't get many trauma cases because I'd probably end up like Dr. Heyman." She didn't elaborate. The lift reached the 4th floor and she left him sitting in a reception area, staring down a brightly lit corridor lined with swing doors. From the sign on the wall, he guessed the operating theaters were on this floor.
What did he say to Matheson? Would he even be conscious? And why him out of all the gears who ended up dead or crippled? Everybody liked Matheson. Maybe that was it. He was irrepressibly positive about every damn thing, even in the face of evidence that would have convinced any sane man to put a gun to his own head. He was a gear because he wanted to be, not a conscript, and he loved Army life. It was another 10 minutes before Dr. Ademi came back. Time enough for Hoffman to realize that he really was sitting here because Matheson was his personal touchstone for the course of the war. If that kid didn't survive, then nobody would. "He's in recovery," Ademi said. "They'll be keeping him heavily sedated so you can't talk to him, but he might well be aware you're there." "Do I have to scrub up or anything?" "No, just don't touch him." Recovery was a small side room off one of the operating theaters, whitewashed and tiled and as brightly lit as the corridors. It took Hoffman a second longer than he expected to spot Matheson, There were various steel trolleys standing around the room, and a long counter against the wall on one side. Then he realized one of the trolleys was a gurney of sorts, and the drips, oxygen line, and old-fashioned monitor trailing from it were plugged into a human being. He simply hadn't registered the fact that it was Matheson, not because he couldn't see much of his face under the oxygen mask, but because he expected to see a man who was nearly 2 meters tall. The guy on the trolley was a lot less than that. Oh, God. It was hardly the first time that Hoffman had seen terrible injuries, but for some reason the clean, white environment made this all the worse. He stared for a moment. A theater nurse came out and glared at him over the top of her surgical mask.
"He can't talk to you,"
she said. Dr. Ademi nudged Hoffman. "But he's going to make it, yes?" The nurse shrugged.
"He shouldn't have made it this far, but he has, so maybe."
"Matheson, it's me," Hoffman said, edging forward as far as he dared. "It's Colonel Hoffman. You hang in there, Donald. Soon as you're out of here, we'll have you back at work, okay? Don't you worry."
"Terrific,"
said the nurse, unimpressed. Hoffman always checked out names instinctively, and hers was stenciled on her scrubs. M. Jarvie.
"Now we've got to get him to a ward. Off you go, Colonel."
Hoffman had worked out that his rank counted for nothing here, but he didn't care. He backed out of the recovery room. Dr. Ademi led him down the corridor. It was good of such a busy girl to spare him the time, he thought.
"You meant that about having him back as a gear?" she asked. "Does that matter to him? What's he going to do in a wheelchair?"
"Plenty of support roles need filling," Hoffman said. "And now I've made a promise to him that I intend to keep, whether he heard it or not." Dr. Ademi didn't comment. They walked in silence toward the elevator, but halfway down the corridor the lights went out and the whole floor was plunged into gloom and sudden silence, broken a second later by a muffled chorus of swearing from behind doors. A nurse burst through a set of doors to the right of Hoffman, looking around like she was checking if the power was out on all floors.
"Damn outage," she called to someone through the doors. "Get the generators going."
It happened. There were rolling power cuts throughout Jacinto all the time to save fuel at the generating stations, but JMC was one of the places the utility company kept operational. Hoffman hoped this wasn't a sign of even worse to come. He made his way down the almost pitch-black stairwell with Dr. Ademi, feeling for each step with his boot.
"You'll be calling to check on that young man, won't you?" she asked. "You don't have to see Dr. Heyman again."
"Count on it," Hoffman said. "Heyman or no goddamn Heyman." D-Wing, the Slab. Reeve heard the yelling and cursing start up just after breakfast. Baiting Ruskin or one of the other psychiatric cases had been a big sport when they were first transferred into the main wing, but soon it got to be just too much effort, and nobody could be asked to keep it up unless they were really bored. Boredom set in winter along with the freezing weather, though. Seffert was standing outside Ruskin's locked cell, raking a tin plate up and down the bars. Reeve just wished he'd shut the fuck up. For once the dogs were relatively quiet. It was the humans making the racket for a change.
"Special delivery,"
Seffert hammered on the bars.
"Hey, fuck nugget, I got a parcel for you."
Ruskin yelled his head off.
"Warder! Warder, get this bastard away from me, you hear me? Get him out!"